European MidSeason Cup. Today, me, Nish, Zakota, and Sint are going to do some pre-tournament yapping about what happened and what is going to happen from now on, because we are in the playoffs. So, guys, welcome.
I'm excited to be here as well, Mr. Nish. I mean, what did you think of day one and day two? What do you think about the games? Because I assume you watched all of them.
Yeah, I did. And I have to tell you, we had some very, very interesting games. Some of them were a little bit one-sided, but at the same time, I have to say that there were pleasant surprises for me, and I think there were a lot of exciting moments during these 2 days.
I mean, we saw a lot of amazing moments. We saw comebacks. We saw complete and utter and just destroying the other teams. Basically, we saw
Mhm.
Ake dominating the other day. They had their mishaps, of course, but still they pulled up at the end and they qualified for the finals. I mean, I'm excited. But Nish, which is your favorite team out of this tournament?
This is such a tricky question for me because as an organizer, I cannot really have a favorite, but I will tell you two of the most interesting matches for me. Yesterday it was Sigma Boys, and they were playing. It was the one you were commenting on. Sigma Boys versus VB. That was very interesting. Uh, I It was such a surprise because even the voting in the community, like everyone was voting for Sigma Boys, but in the second match they just lose the footing and the tempo totally switched and they lost the BO3. I was really surprised about it. And the second match was, I think, somehow a favorite of, or like a most anticipated match for a lot of people, and that was Birthright against Minerva Fury. That was
Yeah.
really like that match was so exciting because the first match was dominated by Minerva Fury. The second match was dominated by Birthright. And in the third match, I just had my stomach really crumbling because it was so unpredictable. Like every team fight was like a decisive moment of the match. So very interesting matches for me.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Even yesterday, there was very interesting matches, especially I really liked Birthright against Ake. I think
Mhm.
a lot of people, underestimated Ake, but they still took a point. They made that comeback. They showed that it was possible. They showed great endurance. However, Birthright also just crushing the first game. The second game, they made some mistake, which eventually, unfortunately, led to their loss. And the third game, they almost threw, but they came back. So Birthright showing great experience. I really like their drafts as well. I feel like now going into the playoffs, a lot of teams have seen the kind of the drafts, and they know what to expect from the teams, right? So it's gonna be very interesting. If Sakota, what do you think about even yesterday? Because you were here the whole day.
I mean, mostly the whole day. I mean, Helicourt invaded me in real life, but even so, as you said, Ake had an interesting drafting choice for most of the games, and they were unique. I liked the Helicourt from Mako. I mean, it was really impressive. I know even Joshi asked for Mako's Helicourt build, but even so, I think my favorite team and my favorite game was actually the last one. That brawl between Vita Brava, if I'm not mistaken, and
Mm.
damn, I forgot the team's name, but still, it was amazing. I mean, it was the
Sigma Boys.
last
It
game.
was Vita Brava
Sigma
and
Boys?
against Sigma Boys. Yeah, with my lobby lineup. I think it
Oh
was
yeah, yeah, yeah,
my
with
lobby
Bell. Yes,
lineup.
yes, yes. I remember.
Yeah,
Yes, I
with
remember.
Bell, and they were banning out the Yuzong. And that game was
That
actually
game was.
yeah, and I don't think a lot of people really gave that.
I mean,
That
I think
they
Aurora
did.
invaded Synth in real life as well. I mean, I
Yeah,
got invaded by Helicourt. He got invaded by Aurora. I mean, up here in the ML community, the heroes come alive. But even so, Niche, you're pretty new to the game yourself, right?
I
I mean, I've
am.
been playing it now and then, of course. You're a busy man, so. But what is your favorite hero? Which hero do you find unique?
I'll have to go with Xavier. Like that's my
Ooh.
like I have mostly like one game per day. That's like the top, maybe three games a day. That's like the tops I can fit into the schedule. But if I get the chance, I usually play Xavier. I love the control and the sniping. That's just really entertain. Like it's really enjoyable to play,
Yeah.
even though it's not
Very,
meta because like I'm not like I don't have the time to uh, get the hours to have the meta champions. But yeah, you can
yeah.
do only so much with your time.
Absolutely. And it's very interesting. When we were talking about the games, I think we can look at the brackets, the previous matches, what have led up so far to the playoffs. Because today it is the quarterfinals and a lot of great teams are playing. So if we could get the brackets just to see the progression of the qualifiers to see who really qualified eventually to the playoff, that would be great. Other than that, I feel like if we talk about drafts, you mentioned Xavier. Xavier is obviously a quite strong mage. He doesn't have that much mobility, so that's a little bit of the weakness. But I think in terms of mage, I've been giving it credit so much. I think Farsa is the best mage. And
Hmm.
speaking of brackets, here we can see the brackets. Zakota, can you break down? Is there anything surprising here? We see the first day, and we eventually see the whole progress. Just break down a little bit of the few days that we see here.
I mean, for me, as I said, what's surprising is that Miracle Gen lost to a pretty underwhelming team. Again,
Mm,
strong teams. I mean, these are the strongest in Europe. You have to agree with me, Sint. These are the strongest
yeah.
teams in Europe. The best of the best. And we've seen who qualified, and I hope to see them today
Actually,
in the
actually for
quarterfinals.
actually for Miracle Gen,
Yeah.
I think we should put this information out, and I think it was mentioned in the chat. But Miracle Gen disbanded, so it
Wow.
was a forfeit for from their team. I think we will have the opportunity to talk to Zadel today because he will be joining as a special guest during the stream, so we can hopefully get some information from him. But yeah, it was a really unfortunate event because one day before the EMC, uh, they gave us the information that they are not going to participate. So yeah,
That's a shame.
everyone in the tournament is sad about it because we really expected a lot of show from these teams. And when we are already talking about the teams, like as you mentioned, Zakota, all of the teams, like there are some expectations that are a little bit stronger than the rest, but at the same time, like most of the teams here in this tournament are like one of the best in Europe. So even yesterday, at the final three matches,
Yeah.
you could see that they are pretty not equal, but it's like the one mistake made the decision for in the games.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also just in general, like you said, a lot of the teams, because they're so strong, even if your opponent might be a little bit less experienced, you can still make that mistake. Because, for example, when Memento Mori played against Nightfall, a lot of people thought that would be easy game for Nightfall. Actually, Memento Mori surprised and win that game. So it is like you said, the teams are very strong. However, some teams, are they more experienced than others? Absolutely. But you can't underestimate no one because even yesterday, when Ake got that point, I think they got a little bit underestimated because they had no business to take that match, but they still made it 1-1, which eventually they had to sweat for the third game. But yeah, I think in this stage you can't really underestimate anyone. And regarding Zadel, it's a shame because I think the team was really good. I think the team was underrated. Um, but yeah, it's interesting to see what he's gonna do now. He's probably gonna make a team. He's gonna come back stronger. But other than that, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Like you said, he's gonna join us today. So definitely, if you guys would ask him some questions regarding that, I guess a lot of people would like to know what is going on.
I mean, Zedel was a substitute on Team Obsidian, if I'm not mistaken. He was replacing Farid for a couple of the games. So we
Mhm.
did see a bit of Zedel's gameplay, but still not on his, main role, not on the jungle role. But even so, it's still nice to see that he puts in the effort. He improved a lot because me and Sin played with versus him when he was the global one Ling, right? I mean, we know his experience. We know how good he is on his hero, but it isn't in the meta currently.
Yeah, absolutely true. So Zedel, obviously, people respect his ling. It's really good, and it's his. He's gotten famous through his ling. It's global and so on. But you can't when you have the amount of bans you have when you play the tournament. They can afford to ban it out. Maybe in normal games you can't afford a little bit smaller bans, less bans. But now you have the option to ban out Zedel ling, and we saw that it is been banned out a lot. He's been switching in the tournament formats a little bit Leo mode. I think he was running like Julian or some similar, and it hasn't been working at all. It's not been working at all because the results has not been there that we usually see when Zedel plays with his ling and does what he does. But other than that, I mean, I'm interested just in general when he's gonna go back to that jungle lane. Honestly, if you speak honestly, Zakota, him playing gold lane, I think he has no business playing gold lane. It's not his playstyle. It's a little bit more passive. You need to farm, and you just need to kind of hold the lane. I think Zedel plays the best when he's in jungle. He just needs to make sure that he gets more experience on some of the other heroes, or maybe he has experience. He just needs to start using the meta heroes, like you said, Zakota. We don't need to see something strange like a Leo mode when it's not really needed. We know what's meta now. We know that there are certain heroes, in my opinion, I'm going to catch maybe a little bit slack for this, but there are certain heroes that are stronger than others. And if you play a tournament format, you need to utilize every advantage that you can have. So that is regarding Zedel. However, on the other side, I just want to speak a little bit about some rosters. Minerva Fury, I think in this tournament is one of the favorites, and they have a really, really strong lineup, right? With Pagu and Wicked leading that. And they qualified. They were one of the first team. I think along with Rain, they were one of the first team that qualified, which tells us that people need really to watch out for them now in the qualifiers. Just today they're playing. So it's going to be very interesting to see.
Actually, I'm really looking forward to Rain because we didn't see them in the Swiss stage. And actually, I think they're one of the contenders for the championship as well. And maybe I would elaborate a little bit more about the things that needs to change in Europe. And I think that is as you mentioned, that all of the players need to learn the meta. They can't really stay focused on their comfort picks for so long. And at the same time, I think we will see a lot more of preparation because we need more coaches in MLBB in Europe. And at the same time, I think that some of the matches, even during the Swiss stage, were won in the draft stage.
100%.
And this is what we need to see more, like the preparation before the game. And I think some of the teams are, like, for example, I know Ake, like I was talking to Toby, and I know they scream and they are concentrating on their opponents a lot. So we'll see.
Absolutely. I totally just want to follow up with what you said. I think a lot of people are taking the tournaments in Europe for granted. Like, you need to kind of prepare in every way you can. You need to get the coaches ready, get the players ready, get the schedule ready. Because when you're playing for 4,000 euros, I mean, this is not like we're not talking 50 diamonds, 100 diamonds, 150 diamonds. I know people are used to playing for peanuts. This is not peanuts. When you're playing for this amount of money that Serge is hosting for, you need to be ready. Get the coaches ready. If you don't have a coach, make sure to call someone that is a coach. If they need payment, maybe you should pay. It's not my business to say, but you need to get stronger. Every team has an obligation, I believe, to play as good as they can. And like you said about the draft, we see the draft difference. You see the difference in experience, not necessarily that. For example, going back to the tournament, it's not necessarily that they need to win. However, the experienced teams give themselves the edge that put themselves in an advantage to win. And I think even the less experienced teams, the first, like Ake, like you said, the screaming and stuff like that, that sounds to me like professional. That sounds to me like you want to win. I think more teams should follow up on that. I think, there's definitely room for improvement for everybody. And if you are, I think, an underdog in this tournament, you have a great chance to surprise people because they're not going to expect you to be prepared, have the coaches ready. You've been screaming against everyone. If you can't get a scream in Europe, try Turkey. If you can't find a Turkish, try another server. Try the Russian servers. But you need to kind of prepare, So definitely, I totally agree with what you said, Nish, and I think there's definitely room for improvement for everyone.
I mean, I agree. A coach is the thing people need in Europe, but still they need to get used to playing the heroes that the coach is going to draft for them. But even so, I think we're getting a little bit off topic, boys. Let's have a little wager between us three, right? Let's take a look at the quarterfinals and let's have a bit of a prediction battle. Who do you guys think is going to take the win? Who do you think is going to advance? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see.
Like the first match, I think, like I don't want to because I like the underdogs, but Rain versus Ake, I would go with Rain in this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was 3 on Rain.
Yeah. Then I'm really looking forward to Birthright against Memento Mori. Because Memento Mori really surprised us yesterday and even day before. Like, I'm really looking forward to their performance. Hopefully, it will be a full best of 3. That would be really something to watch, because what do you want to see? You want to see a comeback. You want to see these interesting drafts and everything. So I think they can really be the surprise of today. What else? We have Team Eternity and Nightfall. I would go with Team Eternity, I would say, if I would have to put money.
Yeah. I think just following up with what you said, I totally agree with that pick of Team Eternity. I feel like Team Nightfall has been doing too much in terms of the roster swaps. They had Reborn. They also had Nyx on the jungle. They decided to really swap out those two really strong players, and the synergy has just been messed up since. So definitely Team Eternal. I think last game is pretty straightforward. I think Minerva Fury is gonna win that. Regarding Rain against Ake, totally I think Rain is gonna win Ake. But I just want to talk a little bit about something else. I'm so glad to see more organizations coming into Europe, Nish. This is absolutely amazing. Rain is obviously a good organization, so it's good to see. I think regarding the Birthright Memento Mori game, I think it's gonna be a very close game, but I think Memento Mori is gonna take that game. They've been playing a lot better, and I know that their marksman Slarky is playing really good nowadays, and also Loi Loi on the mage. In my opinion, Loi Loi right now is one of the best mages. I think maybe he's top in this tournament. He's maybe top 2. His performance have been great. I can only think of maybe Enzo that has outperformed him on mage, but other than that, I just gotta say. So I think definitely Memento Mori is gonna take that game, but who knows? I don't want to get too ahead of myself. People are gonna say I'm biased, but that's just my opinion. What do you think, Zakota?
I mean, Birthright is a pretty strong team. We know they had a coach previously, Blackjacks, a coach for MPL Latam team, so they have a little bit of a bigger experience with drafting, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even so, I like Sakamoto's roam. He improved a lot. He's been calming down his playstyle. He's been calmer. He's been, more calculated, let's say. But we can't underestimate Birthright. They have Nazar, they have Pancrat. And the Danny Mark combination, they've been together for a long time as a duo in that mid lane. So it's a really dangerous thing to go up against. We've seen it the other day as well.
100%.
But a team you guys are, I believe looking over, Nightfall is, I believe, my pick for top 2 at least.
Really? Actually, I was really. I have to tell, we didn't push the content out, but we had an interview with Vansky, and he was such a nice guy. So actually, I even make it into my one of the goals, not goals, but wishes. Like, hopefully, we will see more of them. And I think.
Are you switching your pick, Nish? Are you switching your pick?
I don't think so, but I will be rooting for them. Like I would, let's say it like this, because it's always different. Like for example, in different sport, you always have team you put your money on, and then you have team you put your heart into cheering. So we will see. Like I'm all into a good rivalry, a good matches. So hopefully we'll have good matches in all the 4 matches we will see today.
Yeah, totally. And I think regarding Zakota, what you said about Nightfall, is it a strong team? Absolutely. I think it's one of the best teams, but you cannot overlook, I'm just looking at their lineup, you cannot overlook that they've changed a lot of lineup. The lineup has changed a lot. The fact that they lost against Memento Mori, that game, the previous one in the qualifiers, people can argue it's qualifiers, but that told me a lot. because that told me the lineup is not the same, in my opinion, as it was just really 1-2 months ago. And it has to do with that they swapped out their Filipino players. They had a full Filipino lineup. I don't know why they did it. They got the better players on paper. Maybe Rusik, one of the best XPs. Sure, we just get him. And it felt a little bit like that. And also Leave Me, also really strong jungle. It's just on paper we get him. But in the synergy, it just didn't look the same, Zakota. Really, it didn't look the same. But on the other side, I give you also like the benefit of the doubt. Team Entity has changed a lot as well. Tisu playing Rome, I don't think that's good. Pelmetronio coming in, I like Pelmetronio, but does he have that synergy with them? It's not really sure. They haven't been truly tested as well, I feel like, in this tournament so far. So I give you the benefit of the doubt. Either team can really take this. I think Team Entity is going to win this by a slight margin, and it's going to come down, I think, to the fact that still, even though Entity have changed a lot, the 4 players have still played a lot together. They still have won tournaments. They still have experience. It's just the fact that I think that Tisu has swapped to Rome and Pelmetroni now playing gold show a little bit of it's a little bit of a weaker team than when Boro was playing there and they had Tisu on gold. But that is, of course, everybody knows that. But that's gonna maybe show in the results here. It's not gonna be a straightforward game as people gonna believe, because Nightfall is still, of course, very strong, and it's gonna be interesting. But you're saying that, in your opinion, Nightfall is gonna take that game, Zakota?
I think Nightfall is gonna completely stomp Team Entity. It's just, I just like Leave Me is jungle. It's so adaptive. He plays so many heroes, and I've never seen him lose a trade. He has the farming capability. We saw it versus Ake the other day.
Yeah.
He farms a lot. He knows how to rotate properly. He's split pushing. He has a big hero pool, which is important. Compared to Tiso, as you said, he's new to Rome. He doesn't play as many roamers as he should, compared to, let's say, Vansky. Vansky is an MPL level player. We know he has been tested in MPL MENA. He's played it. He knows how to rotate. He has good shot call capabilities. And you said Bob Berusik, one of the best XPs, if not the best, I think, currently in Europe.
Yeah.
There's such a slight margin between the top XPs of Europe. It's right now, I believe, Laito, Orange Bob, and Rusik. I think that's the top 3, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you. Can't argue. I can't argue against your XP breakdown. I mean, those 3 XPs, Baba Rusik going up against Laito, it's going to be really interesting. And it's all the XP lane. When you are that strong, when you are 2 of the best XPs, it's going to come down to the draft and in which order you decide to draft that XP. Do you decide to draft it just before that second ban stage so you can start banning out the opponents, or are you going to wait? It's things like that is going to come down to who's going to win that XP lane. Personally, I think Bob Rusik has to be respected. There is still, a lot. This is the XP meta, in my opinion. You have the Lapu, you have the Uranus, you have the Yuzong. Makes a big difference. And in terms of your breakdown, I think totally Nightfall. I don't know if they're better lineup on paper, but the lineup looks scary, right? They have Vansky. Vansky has, I think, more experience than Tisu on Rome, 100%. Baba Rusik, I think, in my opinion, is the best XP right now in Europe. I think a lot of people agree with me as well. But at the same time, Allen against Pelmetronio, who do I take? Honestly, I take Pelmetronio. I think Pelmetronio is playing right now more than Allen, and it's a lot more dangerous. In terms of jungle, Leave Me against Noel, I don't know. It's like 50-50. I think Noel has better communication, but Leave Me is very dangerous. Like you said, the draft. Is he going to go tanky? Is he going to go Fanny? How is he going to play? So it's really 50-50. But Kriv against Enzo, I think I take Enzo. But that is like I take XP, but I take Mage. It's really going to come down to the draft and who's going to have the better day, because anyone can take this. I'm going to stick with my pick on it. Honestly, I think Team Entity is going to show up. But who knows at this point, Zakota? Who knows?
And I'm really glad that we have this tournament going right now, because even in Search, we still didn't see any best of 7. And I think in the Grand Finals, we will have a best of 7. So this will be the first test that we need to prove that Europe has the capacity. Because right now, when we are talking to Muntun about some global stages from Europe, they always ask, like, what is the experience? And I know that you guys know the players. And what I want to see is that in this tournament we will see like how mentally prepared they are, how good they are prepared for the drafting part. Because if you are going to play hopefully 7 games during the grand finals, you really need to be prepared, because it will test you a lot.
And I just want to say, Nish, like you said, best of 7, guys, you got to remember, this is going to go on for at least 2 hours. If you're playing hardcore focused for 2 hours, it's going to be, really difficult if you're not experienced. Best of 7 takes a long time. So definitely teams got to prepare for that. Right now, they got to scream best of 7. Right now, they got to get ready. But I totally agree with you. It's going to be really interesting finals. And but that's for another day to discuss, really.
Yes. Sorry that I brought it up, because I was just thinking ahead already. Like, we have 3 days before us. Today we have only best of 3s, but at the end, the final matches will be really, really hard, and it will be like a tough challenge mentally for the players.
Yeah, and any last words, guys? Any last words? 20 seconds before we take a break and we go into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm just honored to be with you guys, and I will see you all in chat. So let's enjoy today.
I'll see you all as well watching casters.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
See ya.
The wait is over, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally back again. You all are watching the EMC playoffs. It's going to be the quarterfinals right now, starting in just a few more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? The action's going to be covered by me, Scared Yet, and alongside me, the man in action, the brains out here, who was basically stealing the entire show away a few minutes ago. Zakota, how are you doing?
Scared Yet, I'm doing amazing. We had a brief talk before the stream started, before the game started, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the quarterfinals. Again, the first match is going to be between Team Ake and Team Rain. Two strong teams. They made it to the quarterfinals. It's an amazing achievement for either of these teams to reach the top 8. But even so, before the game starts, we have a little announcement to make. One of our team members from Surge just had their birthday, so happy birthday, Scully. I think there's gonna be a giveaway in his honor, if I'm not mistaken, Scared.
Happy birthday again, and you know what? Everyone loves those giveaways as well. It's a bummer that I can't really participate into that, but you know what? It's absolutely fine.
You can join as a caster.
For real, for real.
You can. Everyone
Tell
can
me
join.
Tell me how can I participate in it?
So first, you're gonna go on the YouTube chat. You're gonna hit that like button. You're gonna subscribe to Surge, and you're gonna type Skull Kun in the chat when the moderators tell you to, and you're gonna automatically enter the giveaway for a chance to win a sum of diamonds. I mean, hey, it's basically free money.
Holy smokes, man. People, you know what? You do not want to miss out on that giveaway at all, right? I'll be occupied in casting out here. I'll make sure that Zakota does not jump in because he already has a lot of diamonds out here in his own account. But we'll make sure that you guys receive all of that though. But I'm pretty sure we've been waiting for all of that action, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving into the game very quickly. But to be honest, Zakota, we have been witnessing all of these teams, go back and forth against each other for such a long time. It was a round robin stage rather that we actually had out there. You win 3 and then you qualify. If you're losing 1 or 2, then you're going to be dropped down, matching up against the same teams. It has been one heck of an event.
I mean, I enjoy watching the Swiss stage a lot because it's gonna not call to the meta picks. You're gonna start your team a lot. It's gonna call for comfort pick heroes. But even so, again, let's just go over the matches. First, it's gonna be Rain versus Team Ake. Again, 2 strong teams. And it's gonna be amazing to see what are they gonna pull off with. But after that, we're gonna have another really interesting Gary. Birthright versus Memento Mori. I mean, again, 2 extremely strong teams, but later on, I mean, they're gonna be cooking. Team at the Entity and Nightfall, 2 again very strong teams in the middle of the day. I mean, come on, give props where props are due. That is very much a fire game, but still, last but not least, is gonna be Team Minerva Fury and New Eras. Again, strong teams. Scared, you have been watching. I know you have. So, do you enjoy casting and watching these teams play? I mean, it's an amazing thing to see.
True, I agree. I enjoy it a lot, to be honest. And I have been keeping up with how Rain have been playing their own games, right? This is one of the only 2 teams, along with Minerva, that actually qualified directly after winning 3 straight games. They did not face a single defeat throughout the Swiss stage as well. So I think so that gives you a lot of confidence. And at the same time, it helps you keep a few secrets as well, right? The less matches you play, the more cards you have for the playoffs now. And right now, all the games are going to be best of 3 as well. So you really have to dig deep into your hero pool. You have to focus down how you're going to get those synergies kicking in as well. And since we're already talking about that, I know everyone's so ready. You all are watching Surge Esports out here, the EMC, and we will be starting the first quarterfinals right off the bat. RGN on the blue side, aka on the red side. And the first man right off the bat is going to be that Hellcut. And Zakota, I remember in the talk show you guys were talking about the fact that how strong Hellcut has been and how we have actually seen him being picked up previously in the Swiss stages.
Well, Hellcut is not particularly strong, but in the hands of Mako, it's a monster of a hero. He plays it exactly how you imagine a Hellcut player would, like a cockroach. He's just in every bush, he's just ever on the map, he's split pushing, he's just being everywhere. But even so, we're gonna see that Uranus getting thrown out the window. We know Burger, aka Blume, is a monster on that hero. Baksha as well. We've seen how well it works as a first pick. It's a hero that can work in multiple lanes, so it's a nice thing to have. It's a niche hero. But even so, what do we expect to see banned here, beside the 1-on, of course?
I mean, to be honest, if you're on that red side, you technically have to pick your poisons out here, right? There's so many good heroes right now, and I believe this is the current meta that is one of the most open metas out there, which we normally don't really see. Sometimes you have those tank jungle metas, sometimes you've got the assassin metas. Right now, you can literally pair up anything with anything. If you can make that synergy work, it will eventually work. So, I don't know, man, maybe a Lapu Lapu, Yuzhong, a lot of those are actually kind of annoying as well. A Lancelot as well could also be taken care of. But alright, focus down on that Kimi. I do like the idea as well, not really letting that one insane hero back again into that mid lane. But now the option is for Rain, and guess what? We're talking about mid lane priority. They lock in the Zushin instantly.
I mean, banning the Farsa is an automatic like ring for the enemies to ban the Kimi, because if you let that Kimi go while with no Farsa to counter, it's gonna be a complete slaughterfest.
True.
But even so, Lapu Lapu and Badang as counter picks, again, two really strong meta heroes. Badang on the roaming position, Lapu Lapu on that XP. We know he has that 20% damage reduction on his ultimate just by casting it. I mean, that's a lot. And you stack it with his passive from the second skill, it's again plus 8% for each enemy hit. But even so, I think Josh is going to counter with his signature pick Alpha. And I want to see Kingsta on an interesting roam. The Jawhead is one of his best, if I'm not mistaken. Even the Akai works pretty well in the hands of Kingsta. Again, a staple roamer in the community, but the Arlott gets picked up alongside the YSS. Two monster heroes, so really strong in the current meta. YSS is basically an assassin with a stun. I mean, what can you do? An assassin marksman with a stun, and Arlott is just Arlott.
Yeah, after that rework, I agree. After that rework, YSS has basically been one of the most annoying heroes to deal with out there. But to be honest, there's one hero that can actually counter a few of those stuns if you're casting those rhythm of beats properly, and that's going to be Nanda, or rather Joy, in the hands of Nanda right now. They might as well go in for a few swaps here and there, but I think so. I don't know. I'm not really the biggest fan out there of the Joy being picked up so early on, but it again feels like they now can focus down on a few more bans on either the jungle position, or I mean, Lord protect them if they're trying to run Joy in the mid lane, maybe ban out a few more junglers out there. I really want to see something along the similar lines. They banned out the Moscow. They don't really want to give that golden priority right now on the hands of Rain, and there's a Zacian ban. All right. That's actually an interesting one.
Zetian is a really good ban, actually, because he's gonna give extra movement speed to the enemy, so they cannot go for that Irritel pick. He's gonna deny them that extra help on Irritel's ultimate. You know, the passive stacks up when you walk. Again, Irritel gets banned as well, so they want to go for maybe for the Granger. Or not, they want to bait the Granger out. Considering they have the Arlott, they can just go for a final slash, put him out of his comfort zone, and just lay him down. But still, I'm curious what they're gonna pick on the gold if the Granger is getting, stolen by Team Ake.
I mean, few options out there. Maybe they can go for a Natan as well. I'm seeing him picked up a bit as well. But again, we'll just have to see, since we are actually seeing quite a few golden priorities being banned out there. 1-1, Irithel, Moscow. I myself, I'm a 1-1 win, so I enjoy that a bit too much too. And if they want to land in for a bit more comfort, maybe they can pick up the Claude for themselves. Again, not really the best pick out there though, but it can actually work pretty decently against a Granger, which has been logged in by AKA right. But guys, the last final two picks out here. Are they going to lock in an EXP, or are they going to send that Arlott in the EXP? Rather, they pick up a Bruno and a Ruby. All right.
Ruby in the roaming position, Arlott on the XP, and I was thinking about the Bruno. I was like thinking in my head, what are they going to pick? The Bruno's the only one left. But what is going to be the mid lane of Team Ake? I'm expecting a Nana. We've seen it work the other day, and it's a pretty decent counter to the Ruby, because the Ruby is going to go in. You can maybe bait out the Flicker and Unfended combination, but still, it's such a rare pick, right? In the current meta, the Nana. But we've seen it a few times.
Could work, but I was also thinking of either a Valentino or maybe an Eve, depending on what they really want to go with. An Eve might actually pair up well with that killbox composition that you're trying to cook with the Low and the Badang, so you basically catch them out in that one box. Valentina, again, one of the best when the enemy has got quite a good amount of ultimates though. But guess you guys were talking about the Xavier, how strong he is in that early to mid game, or rather even the late game as well. The only problem is that there's a lack of mobility, and there's an Arlott and a Ruby on the other side, Zakota. I'm kind of leaning in towards the draft of Rain at this point.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but I think Nish is gonna disagree with you. I mean, they picked his main, they picked Xavier out. But with the proper positioning, Xavier can be an actually devastating mage. With the Badang in combination with that wall being there, you can put that field of holy light and just keep them immobilized for a few seconds. Lapu Lapu can join in, Joy can join as well. And it's basically free hits for the Death Sonata from Granger.
It could work, yes. I could see it working in one of the possible outcomes out there, but out of the 14 million that are there, I am still rooting in for Rain because again, for the early game, yes, they've got the Zushin as well for a bit of that extra bit of crowd control from the Lantern Flare. You've got the Arlor to set things up for your team. And then you have a Yi Senshin and a Bruno combination. Now, regardless of how deadly Yi Senshin is as more like an assassin player, he is still a marksman as well. He scales up pretty well into that mid and late game too. So I'm pretty sure that this is actually going to be a pretty tough battle right now for Arcade to deal with. But if they pull their cards right, they'll be able to bring themselves back and maybe have an advantage in this best of 3 series, ladies and gentlemen. You all are watching the European Mid-Season Cup. We're jumping into the land of dawn with Rain on the blue side, Arcade on the red side.
I mean, I see a lot of the same emblem. That fighter emblem has been buffed recently, so it's just a lot of help to these fighter bruisers and sustain heroes. But I mean, the Ruby is going to work extremely well in the combination with the Arrow because you get that passive up and you're going to dash constantly. But even so, Nyando is already losing the mid lane trade, of course, versus Juxin. One of the most, if not the most annoying mages to play against. I think her and Kimi are literally on the same spot annoyance-wise. But even so, they are losing out the poking thing and they can give maybe Joshi the kill early. We've seen Team Nightfall do it a lot. They like to gank up the mid lane before level 4, but even so, look at the retribution fight already. Joshi doesn't even need to use it.
So one of the most important thing, still trying to survive out there, though you've not really baited out any spells on the other side, but it's the HP that's being traded out there, though Kingstar almost trying to catch one out there onto Mako, who will eventually go back to safety. But the priority is clear right now. Rain are winning the early game. They are having that control in the river as well. And out there, Zushin trying to just deny a bit of a vision. Kingstar seems to be in trouble. A bit of a low HP out, but still the priority of Nandayo seems to be Mio out there, though. Toby a bit too deep out there. The East Senshin gets the land on stun, but he now needs to run away as the Rhythm of Beats hops in. Maku going in with that song out there did not really catch anyone. And after all of those trades, I'm surprised that we didn't see a first blood.
I mean, I think they were just trying to trade out for spells and forcing out the mid lane, and the roam in the early is a really good thing, but we're seeing the Ruby just zoning out.
He's still trying to go in for a bit more. Now Zushin does not really have anything left with, but Mio is going to land a little stun out there. The Rhythm of Beats jumping in on the back. And you still see Zushin fall out there. Mio not really being able to survive Kingstar, not landing the I'm offended as well, but still is able to steal away that buff, so they get something out of that engagement. But I would still say the trade was still in favor of Aki.
I think it was an even Steven trade. They got the turtle, they got the blue buff, but they lost their mid lane for the trade, and the jungle got a kill, which is another big thing. You shouldn't give a Joy a kill in the early game, because she's going to get fed out of her mind. She's going for, I believe, the concentrated energy build to give her a lot more teamfight capabilities, but even so, the gold is really even now. Originally, Yuichi is a jungle main, but still he transferred over to gold. But again, even Steven matchup so far.
Yeah, but again, that river control is what we normally talk about, right? You have that control, that means you can gank the other side, while you'll always have the information of what the other side is going to do. I think so the key for this early to mid-game transition, okay, is going to be the Lapu Lapu. Right? He needs to be the key. Kuru needs to rotate fast right now, and he's doing the exact same thing, making sure Bloom is the one who's struggling out, but guess what? The struggle lands in the hands of Nandayo. The Purify was on cooldown, and he's taken down as well already. And if Joshi farms up quickly in that mid game, the transition to the late game is going to be so quick.
I mean, poor Nyando off camera, he was slain out by Joshi. They did use that ultimate to trade for him, but still, it was a really good trade. They are 1,000 gold ahead. Yuichi got his House Claws as a first item to just sustain a lot more on lane versus the Granger, but even so, we're looking at a pretty early gang. 4 people mobilizing towards the top, but look at the Joy. Forcing the flicker out.
He's Eventually just getting caught out there as well though, but look at the top side out here. The rotation comes in now. Toby is going to be running back as well, but Joy jumps in. Joshi still down. Stun was perfect and Bloom hops in. At the same time, the final slash catching Toby. He'll still land in the barrage of shots out there, surviving out, and the ult being committed, but the turtle still goes in the hands of Joshi. The dawning light not really catching what really they wanted to catch, but the trades again favoring a bit more now to Rain, not just in terms of kills, but also in terms of those neutral objectives.
I don't know if you noticed that, but Joshi picked up the Sky Piercer first item on Wii Shin. Usually you see maybe a Hunter Strike, maybe a Warx, but not out of the ordinary still, but the trades are still in the favor of Rain. 2,500 gold ahead, 2 turtles advantage, and almost a tower in the top lane. There are 3 versus 2 currently in the top, but still, that fight in the bot lane is also taking place. Arlo doesn't have the final slash, he just used it. Lapu forced to use that bravest fighter to escape, but look at Yuichi.
He's still gonna take that tower, turn back to safety as Zasha was out of trouble though, but look at Mark. Cool, catch Mio out here, who's got the flicker to run away, but there's the fish crack, and it's perfectly Kingstar taking down the engage tool now out of the picture. Discipline being showcased by Key.
The final slash is available in the hands of Arlott, so he could make a comeback play. Joshi is near, Mio is near, and they can really turn this game around. It's still only a 2,500 gold difference, actually 3,000. Damn, that skyrocketed in a few seconds, but look at Blume. He's just poking out, doing what he should. Final slash, we're gonna see it. Not even needed.
Absolutely. Toby is just gonna be out there. The damage is just so intense, and that happens when you technically have this composition of double marksman, right? If you don't really take advantage in the early game, then that marksman will burst you down and starting through the mid one. But if an early engage out there, Kuru almost trying to catch him, it's a landslide. Not catch me or not in as well as the raging slash over the final slash connects perfectly onto him, but look at the backline, still gonna be pushed back by Maku. And them of Joy out here. They do survive for now. In terms of all the objectives, Rain that is winning.
And Rain has the lead. They stopped the recall of Lapu Lapu, so he couldn't rotate towards the bot lane or top lane to clear that minion wave. Josh is gonna take that turtle uncontested, but still, Mio, look how aggressive he is. Toby used his wall. I'm offended comes as well.
There's the map out as Maku was the first one to fall. There it's Yoichi who eventually gets that pick, and they have the advantage in that entire jungle as well. They'll be able to steal with the blue. Guess what? Trying to take it a bit more low. Was up in front, but does not really matter. Stealing that blue away. No, guess what? Yeah, he's smart out there. He realizes the timings. He realizes that regardless of what the situation is, his team need to get it from anywhere possible.
I mean, using that Hollow Purple to clear the buff, but the final slash!
The backline catches two, puts them in the off angle out there though, but Kuru is the one who actually clicks that there, and he himself will fall down to Joshi. He's able to take that one trade. Back and forth we go, but it's still a 4 gold lead. And I like what Aki is doing now. Maku is pushing up top to try and get something back.
Talking about Maku, is 4 levels behind Joshi in farm, so there is a big lead in the jungle department. But even so, it's not that big of a difference. You just need to clear a few minion waves, and the best thing to do for Maku is to invade the small jungle green creeps of Team Rain. I mean, they take everything from Maku, he's left for nothing. But even so, he's still trying. 4 level, 5 levels difference between them right now. They're just looking for a team fight. Lord, in 30 seconds, a death is gonna call the game right now. For 8 minutes in, 4,500 gold lead, 7-3 score. 1/3 in the favor of Team Ake. Still, it's a game you can turn around.
I mean, it's gonna be difficult if these kind of I'm offended are landed in as Joshi goes in for the monster kill. Though he did not really catch anyone as again the raging slashes. Good playing. He's still trying to out-sustain it. As Joshi jumps up, almost catching that one last hit, but the enhanced defense of Lapu Senkuru. But it does not matter. They still get a big pick onto Astra, who was surviving now.
Lord is up and ready to take. Yuichi is gonna take that lead on that. Maku is in the bush. He got revealed by Mio, but even so, he doesn't have the retribution level similar to Joshi. But look at Bravest Fighter goes in.
Yeah, he's still trying to cancel it. Only Shaker only connecting to one out there. Though, but Maku is the one who's falling yet again. They're falling like dominoes. They don't have the strain nor the damage. Joshi just stands in front of them. Dawning Light is able to get enough. But again, it's not gonna matter. They're gonna get easily. It's down all the way from top lane too.
A Lord pushing down the top lane 9 minutes and a half in, but even so the mid is still up and primed to take, but Xavier is defending that with his life. He didn't recall one time. He's gonna give the Joy a little bit of help with that blue buff to give her a bit of a cooldown reduction. He has to go to base. He doesn't have that much mana left, so it could be a big thing in a team fight. Yuichi in the mid left push, just staying there for some vision, not known he's there, but look at Kingstar. He's looking for a play.
Trying to look for the fun. They've been making those kinds of plays so many times now. One of the big things I noticed right now, Zakota, is the fact that Joshi has got 5 items logged in after that endless battle which he just made. Maku is still struggling for his second item. The difference is just so humongous right now. And even though it's time to try and jump in, Lapurab wanna catch me, but he's still gonna survive. The backline is gonna be cleaned up by Joshi. Ku falls as well. But at least he's bought enough time for his team to defend the Lord. The Holy Shield is out. There is no more defense on top. Might want to crack it open. Holo Purple out there. Not anything apart from just a bit of damage out there. The minions though.
Final slash.
Another final connecting onto Toby. But he's just a roamer. He will sustain through that for now.
11 minutes in already. Both shields from the top and mid turret are gone. The only turret that's standing is the tier 2 bot lane, but even so, they're so far ahead. I don't think they can defend it with the next push. Lord is up in 90 seconds, 1 minute and a half away from the game's demise. I think if Maku can go for a steal, they can turn it around. Astra, I mean, has the items necessary to do a ton of damage. He has the Understrike, he has that Sky Pierce, he has that Malefic Roar to do a ton of penetration. But even so, Kingstar has been on point with his ammo fan as well. Blume with the final slashes.
Yeah. Not really catching anyone out there, but Astra out in the open on the other side of the ball. This is the Shigashina wall you don't want to cross. He is falling down out there, and that means, again, nothing you can in the jungle. A few more seconds for the Granger, not getting any more farm. He's struggling out there as well. Yes, you mentioned the strike and the Malefic Roar, but guess what? It's a full build already from Joshi.
5,500 gold difference between this jungler. It's night and day. You can see the damage coming from the YSS. It's extraordinary. Holy Crystal finally picked up by Joy, but even so.
And gets them as the flicker connects with the Landshaker. It's the 2 stand out. Dragons will get 2 of them, but they don't have the damage to try and get anything. Dawning Light absolutely there, but guess what? Maku isn't. Just gets deleted as soon as he needs to dash in. This is a drastic damage that's coming in. Zakota, they're showing why they qualified 3-0 straight from the Swiss stage.
I mean, I believe these are one of the contenders for the championship. I think they can take the #1 spot, but still, it's a best of 3 series. Who knows? Maybe they got lucky in the first game. Maybe it's just pure skill, but everything can change around, and that's what's so good about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Everything can be turned around. Even so, Blume has to make a really good entry point for the Lord charge as well to sync it up pretty nicely. But Joy cannot go in. She's too squishy compared to the Yisun Shin.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. He needs to wait for Toby to land in a proper fish crack, and he also needs to wait for Kuru to land big stun with the flicker, and he's not getting that flicker for the next 45 seconds. Lord takes 30 seconds to march from base to base if he's going into the side lane. They're not gonna have that up whatsoever. I think so. One of the big pieces of puzzle has been Mio throughout this game. His positioning has been so
good.
With the final slash connecting in, but still Xavier with the purify back to the safety. But Kuru is not going up. His raging slashes and the enhanced bomb now. This Lord easily barge in, not just through the inhibitor, but also can crack the base open.
I mean, the Lord is gonna get a top turret down. The mid lane is gonna fall shortly afterwards. But look at final slash yet again!
Another one into the I'm offended, and the catch out. Another 2 as Yuichi lands in some of the nasty these shots. You do not have the time for raging slashes on Lapu as Kuru will fall. This double marksman setup has worked out perfectly for Rain, and they will probably take the game number 1. Still a minion to deal with and not enough damage to take it down. What a game from the
11,000 goal difference between these two teams here. The YSS made a big difference. Getting the Sky Booster early allowed him to snowball even further. He was just getting every objective uncontested. That was the problem in the draft of Xavier. Maybe if they had a Vexana instead of the Xavier to give a little more control, but still we can say about what ifs, what happens, what could have happened. I mean, I'm excited for game number 2, but shortly we're gonna take a quick look at the stats. What are you expecting, Scared? Who do you think tanked the most? Which team tanked the most?
I mean, I'm just straight up expecting a insane amount of damage from Joshi, but also at the same time, I think so. Kuru was trying to make some of those plays on the Lapu Lapu, right? It seemed like a communication between the team that Kuru and Badang were not really able to get to land in some good combos for the team to follow up. It was a bit haphazard out there, and I think so that was one of the big problems to get things done in the match, because there were a lot of small micro win conditions on the side of Aki which they could not fulfill properly, and reasons for that is again that mid matchup you mentioned quickly. Even I personally feel maybe a Vixana would have been a better out there. Even an Aurora could have done as well. Really, like the other side would want to catch you off guard. They would want to try and pick you off. Even a Valentina could have probably done a job better. But it came down to how much rim control can you try and maintain. And that was maintained very well by Rain.
I agree with you completely. As we saw, both of the teams banned out the mages. They banned the Zeti and the First, the Kimi out. So
Yes.
It was such a tight hero pool for the mage. Currently, as I said, the Aurora, I don't think would have worked because you have that Arlo, you have that YSS, 2 immunity skills already. You have to keep that in mind. You have to pick out your targets. The Jukshin can just use the Wishing Lantern to go away, just create that distance that you need fighting in Aurora, but even so, it's still only game number 1, Scared. We have to see what's gonna happen in game number 2 and 3, maybe. I mean, hey, I'm excited.
Possibly.
2 strong team again, top 8 in Europe. They managed to get this far. Who knows what they're gonna do in the second game? Maybe we're gonna see Mako on that Hellcourt, on that dangerous cockroach hero. But even so, Joshi being, I believe, top 3 jungles in Europe, definitely. He has been showing us what he's capable of. He has that funny, that signature pick alpha. He has so many heroes under his belt. It's amazing to watch him play.
I personally feel that, I don't think so that Hellcat is going to be left up open out there. But yeah, my focus is going to be on that game to itself now, because the sides are going to swap now. Arke will be on the blue side, and they'll have a chance to win the draft in their own. They were facing some of the problems in terms of banning, and I think so YSS is one of that heroes that you can't really let go in this current era. He's just so devastating, and he farms up so quickly. It makes me remember. Takes me back a few more years now in the time scale when we used that long back Kimi beta where Kimi would be level 15 out of nowhere in somewhere around the 10-minute mark, and then you can't do anything because the damage is just so much. I think so he's pulling the same thing as well right now, clearing out those camps for the mobility. Has also got the stun in his ultimate right now, so that is the build that you can use, and you don't really need to worry about someone ganking you. You've got a free escape card for yourself. So I think so it must not be let through the banning phase, because it's going to get very difficult to counter him. And at the same time, mid lane is going to be the priority one more for the side of Faki as well as Rain. So I really want to see what kind of bans they will go with, but I really hope to see something along the similar lines. I did Lapu though.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but let's not forget about one of the most broken, if not the most broken hero currently in the experience lane meta. The Arrowt was devastating. He was everywhere. Him getting a CC immunity on his ultimate now is just a game changer. You can immune a lot of things, and you have that sating capability. And of course, his stuns are really annoying. He has shorter dash cooldowns between leveling up his ultimate skills. So, every 3 seconds you're going to get a dash, you're going to dish out a ton of more damage. You can even go with the Hunter Strike build so you can dish out even more.
That's one of the big problems out there. You can't underestimate the damage of the other side, specifically if you are a mod, if you are a mage. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one's going to be panning out, though. But my focus is still going in on the exam front. How are you willing to deal with that draft? How are you willing to deal with entire meta itself? I mean, here's the thing: you cannot let go. You cannot let go. You can't let go of the Yeast and Shin now, considering what you can't let go of the Hellcut. You already know that there's already a nasty Hellcut player on the other side, but we'll just have to see, man. I'm really excited, but I still feel with the way how this went, Rain will carry the momentum to probably steal the next game.
I mean, as you said, it's still a bit too early to tell what will happen, but I'm excited. I'm really excited. But in the next years, we're gonna have a surprise guest, chat. Should we tell them? Should we tell them scared? Or do we keep it a secret?
We want them. I think so. We can keep that a secret for the next few minutes now. But guess what? We find stats that we were waiting for right now. The post-match analysis too. 40.5 minutes of this game entirely, and look at the amount of damage taken. It's still more on the side of Aki, but damage to the turrets, damage on the turtle and the lord, every single stat is then favoring Rain.
I mean, look at Kuru. He has the most damage dealt and the most damage tanked. I mean, the Lapu Lapu, as you said, is one crazy hero. But look at Joshi. 14.05 kill death assist ratio, 19-4. 14 minutes in, even for, I would say, a competitive game, this is a lot of kills going to the opponents. I mean, it's a completely one-sided draft match, in my humble opinion. But even so, it's, again, too early to tell what will happen. We see that I think this is a technical fault, but I don't think Team Rain did zero damage. I think they did too much damage to Team Ake that, it just bugged out.
Yeah, it probably is the case. I mean, damage so much that it made the system bug out there. But I still am focusing down on Kingstar as the wingman. 15 assists for that dude out there, and he was playing a Ruby. You could see the I'm offended coming in. Still could not do anything about it. That's how good he was. And he went in for a Radiant Armor as the first item and then went for the Anti-Cuirass and the Dominant Size. Now, this understanding that you first need to focus down on a bit of defense while your Zushin makes the second item, or rather, even the first item is the Glowing Wand. That understanding is crucial for the team now. So you have that anti-heal effect on the other side, and at the same time, you are able to tank up enough damage as well. So good itemization from Kingstar, but at the end of the day, it was still again a Joshi show over towards the end when he was just deleting every single one on the other side.
I agree with you completely. Joshi was overfed. He sold even his Malefic Roar later in the game to buy that immortality. But even so, let's just take a quick look at the highlights. I'm excited to see what's gonna be showing up here, but even so, it's, again, we see a few interesting item changes before we go to the highlights. We're seeing the Joy still opting for that Starlium side item. I mean, it's such a hit and miss right now on Joy. With the passive change to that item, it makes it a little bit more, I mean, a lot weaker. It basically made Joy be from the most popular jungle to the least popular jungle in the current meta. Yes, it's still good. You can go with a concentrated path into the Holy Crystal, into the Divine Glaive. But even so, I still think it's not the right choice. Maybe only into a Suyo. But even still, the Lapu Lapu going for the Warriors just to sustain that extra damage. Granger almost getting his BOD as well. But an interesting thing, Burger, aka Blume, got that Brute Force versus basically no knockups. So it's a bit of an interesting item choice for the roamer, and I believe the XP is from either of the teams. But dying full anti-curious to stop the damage coming from the arrow, stop that damage coming from the Jisun Shin, but I don't think it's enough. He maybe should have went for that blade armor to stop that damage coming from Bruno. Maybe even the dominance eyes to stop that healing from all of this lineup. All heroes in the team Rain had a healing factor. They had that Brave Smite emblem that allowed them to heal 5% or so of their HP. lost HP. But still, it's night and day difference between these two drafts. Xavier is an interesting pick, but I don't think he's still as he was when he first launched, when he had that extra short cooldown on his ultimate. Right now, he's such a volatile hero that, it's really hard to fit him in the meta. We said the Vexana, we said the Aurora, but I believe even the Novaria would have worked extremely well here if they went for the Hayabusa. You get that extra range in the shadows and allowing him to farm a little more with a vision that's given. Of course, they have the Yisun Shin on the enemy team, but still, Astral Echo is gonna give you a lot of range and a lot of utility. It's such a nice draft coming from Rain. I keep looking at it. They have a lot of physical damage, but still, Team Aki couldn't answer. They had a mix of both. They had physical and magical. They had physical XP, a physical Rome, and a physical gold. However, look at Joy. She was dishing out a ton. Look at Xavier. They couldn't dish out the damage the magic were supposed. They didn't have that many magic defense items either way. Only tough boots on Yoichi for that extra, anti-stun capability, that resilience. But look, 3 full items on the roam, 14 minutes in is a bit of a crazy feat. Considering you're on a Ruby. Keep in mind, the YSS was full build, I believe 9 or so minutes in. 10 minutes in, he was already on his 5th to last item. 1 turret in the entire game going to Team Aki in the top lane and going in the hands of Mako, but even so, 2 Lords, 3 turtles just sealed the deal for Team Rain. They just got a victory. A lot of damage tanked from Kuru, but even so, Joshi actually did the most damage. It was a mistake, but 65,000 total damage is a lot, and still lesser damage dealt by Team Rain towards Team Ake. 200,000 damage flat is, a really nice thing. But let's go quick to the highlights.
We're back again, ladies and gentlemen, and all the things have now been fixed as we will be getting into the game number 2 very quickly. But man, oh man, Zakota, that game 1 was an absolute domination by Rain. Arcane needs to pull a rabbit out of their hat to try and get the second game for themselves.
It was a complete slaughter first. I agree with you, completely scared. But as you said, it's too early to call what will happen in game number 2. But still, who do we have for winners?
With the way how this first game went, I think so I'm going to call it that Rain might actually close it out. They have had the upper hand in draft itself, though, but I still think we can probably put that as just the blue side buff for themselves because the current meta kind of is in a way where if you're on the blue side and you have got the priority in the draft, you will have a bit of an upper hand considering the number of bans that are supposed to be out there. But I really want to see their adaptation on the red side itself and how they can try and manipulate the draft in their own way, which I think so Arke should right now be able to do, considering they will have the first ban in this scenario. Maybe they can push the series to the third mapper, but I personally feel it should be Rain to close it out. What about you?
I mean, I agree with you on that statement. I think Rain is gonna take the win in game number 2, but still, I believe it was only a mistake in the draft that led to Ake's downfall so heavily.
True.
Because they followed up with the draft, like they banned, but they didn't ban for the draft that they were going for. They banned just to ban the heroes, and I think that's a really big mistake. But even so, let's go into the draft. We're gonna see Aki on the blue side, Rain on the red side, and the one finally goes out first, out the door. That scaredy cat is going on the tree, on the ban tree.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've got probably one of the highest matches with 1-1 in this entire game, so I personally understand why people are banning 1-1 out right now. It's just too annoying to deal with and too difficult to catch on to. I think so. There's only one hero that can actually counter 1-1 well in the lane, and that is the Erethiel with the sprint. Apart from that, yeah, good luck trying to stop this jumping cat out there, though. But you were mentioning about the Hellcut, it still will be respect banned by Rain. They banned it out in the previous game, they're banning it out in this one as well.
We're gonna see the Uranus and Ruby falling out the door as well. Two heroes are gonna work on XP. One can work on jungle. Uranus jungle has been a thing for some time now. He does a lot more damage with his basic attack. It stacks, and with Thunderbelt being still a broken item, it's a good thing because you get 99% slowdown. You get a lot of physical defense and magical defense as well. But what do you think the first hero pick is going to be? Because we can fantasize about the bans, but we don't know what the players are thinking. We can just be surprised. But I'm thinking jungle are going to get banned out right now, and mages are going to be picked up early.
It is highly possible. Since they have the priority, they can either ban out the Farsa and then force a Kimi ban onto the side of Rain and then lock something else in. But they take out the Zushin right now. So it kind of gives me an idea that their priority is not the mid lane. Maybe they want to pick up something in the jungle or maybe something in the EXP lane itself. Maybe prioritize the Lapu Lapu right now. But there are a lot of openings that they can really decide to go on for. But I personally feel that there could be a possibility of a Yi Senshin pick right away. Deny that pick to Rain and do not allow Joshi to pick that hero again.
I was thinking for Team Ake to go, as I said, with the Farsa. The mid lockdown should be a thing. You can allow Rain to go for the Kimi if you have the Farsa, because there's that Feather Airstrike, that aerial damage, that artillery mage. You can just be far away and just out-zone them. As you said, the YSS shouldn't be left open, but they're gonna go ban out the Bashan. I assume they're gonna go for either the Kimi or the Farsa. I think Farsa is the strongest mage in the current meta, so I'm looking forward to that, and there it is.
Called out for it. Farsa picked up right away. Now you've got a lot of range as well. You can cover a lot of ground with a Feather Airstrike. Now, how do you pick something to counter that? I am leaning a bit towards the Yuzhong, or maybe you can pick up the Arlet for yourself one more time. It worked in the previous game. You can make it work this time around as well, and probably force Toby on either a Purify so that he has to survive as soon as the final slash comes in, or he is just going to have a difficult time in his mid lane itself. I'm still thinking along those lines. They can try to prioritize Lapu as well if they really want to. But I'm thinking of the Yi Senshin being picked up as well. It worked in the previous game, could really work this time around as well. And I did not really see Ake have a lot of heroes to counter that.
I mean, I'm thinking about the Fanny, I'm thinking the Lancelot, I was going to mention him. But, I mean, Fanny open, Ling open, Hayabusa open, YSS open. 4 great jungles still left open on the table, but the Gazotkatcha gets picked out on the roaming side, which is a bit of an interesting pick currently. I mean, the Tigreal is a pretty nice into the Lancelot. I mean, yes, you have that taunt from the Gazotkatcha, you have that AOG to just catch people away and just scare the Farce. I know, make her use that Wings by Wings passive. But still, Kimi open on the table, Irritel on the table, Granger again on the table, YSS on the table, Arlot on the table, Yuzhong, as you mentioned, on the table. I would pick Yuzhong on Aka's side just for Team Rain not to take it against me, because you can counter pretty much most XP heroes with Yuzhong if you are confident in him. You get that Brute Force early to get that anti-knock-up effect from the Gacha. You just secure yourself a bit more resilience as well.
You also can pair it up with tough boots if you really want to, and you see a lot of magic damage on the other side. But the lock in the Irithel, they pick up the Phobius as well at the same time. All right, having that priority, and they pick up one of the best gold laners apart from 1-1 right away. But it's the Kimi pick on the other side. You were talking about it, Farsa, Kimi, the two main priorities out there. Farsa can counter the Kimi, but with the lineup that Rain are going right now, I'd still say it's going to be difficult for Toby to reach Kimi now. But the next few bans are going to be very crucial, because we might see Rain choke out that jungle pool, but for now they prioritize the Matilda.
The Matilda is a good thing that won't allow them to go for a Threader in jungle, because that's going to give them an extra dash, because they have already the stuns from Phobius, they have already the stuns and the damage from Farsa. And the Threader on top of that is going to seal the deal alongside the Matilda, giving an extra boost to that Irritel, just allowing her to move up and down the map even gracefully. Even without her Tiger, she could just get on the back of Matilda and fly away. But still, the fighters are left open. And the goal lane. I mean, two big things here. Will they go for the Bruno? Will they go for the Granger? Or will they go for something out of the ordinary? Maybe the Harif?
Could be possible, either one of them. We haven't really seen a lot of Harit picks out here right now these days, but it is highly possible we might possibly see that happen though. But the Kalia was banned out. So again, the Gatot picked up right away by Kingstar. That does not really signify that it's going in the roam 100%. It is a flex pick. It can still be put up in that EXP lane if need be. So I do like what Ake are trying to do. Not really doubling down on the EXP laners ban, but they're rather focusing down on some things that can counter the Farsa, that can counter even the Irithel out there. The Kalia, the Tsunami Slam. You don't want to deal with that annoying tail. So banning it away right off the bat too. But I think so the Granger ban should be the key at this point. Bruno still needs some time to farm up. Granger is the one that goes on right off the bat. But they still prioritize the Moscow. That is interesting.
I mean, the Moscow is going to allow them to join every team frame from whenever on the map where they want. I mean, Farsa, you're a standing target, you're not moving, you're a sentry. Moscow Spear of Destruction just hits you, boom, you're grilled chicken. What are you gonna do? You're a cooked swab. But even so, the Phobius is such an okay-ish pick. It's not bad, it's not good. It's directly in the middle, it's average. There's better picks, there's the Alrot, there's the Lapu Lapu, there's the Yuzhong. There's worse picks, there's that Akai possibility, there's that Bards which I don't see, but I want to see, because, it's a suppression. You can emulate with some heroes, but it's still a good hero for team fights, especially because you have that big hitbox and you can block a lot of the damage. You can just soak a ton. But what jungler will Team Ake go for? Will they go still for the Fredrin with an maybe support roam? Or will they go for an assassin pick here?
I think so. They should prioritize those assassins right now, specifically Link, considering the mobility that he's going to have to. But that needs to be paired up with a roamer that also likes to dive in. So that's going to be the main key. The synergy is going to be the main key between both of the players, and I think so. At this point, they also need a bit of a frontlining as well. So they can't really go for any kind of support roam as well. They need something solid. They need some proper frontline, maybe Tigreal or something along that line. But they're going to lock in the Suyu and the Jawhead. It's been a while since we last saw the Suyu. So talk to me about it, Zakota.
I mean, it's been a while since we saw the Jawhead as well. But recently, Suyu has gotten a pretty massive nerf to his passive, which allowed him to get that extra 30% damage reduction to all types of damage. But now it's only against physical, some mages, and Gazotkatcha, that Kimi is gonna dish out a ton of damage to him. So it's gonna be a really nice hero to play here. It's a pretty okay-ish counter into the Lancelot, but still, that show is gonna get picked up on the roam.
I love
Well
it.
done.
I absolutely love it. You know what? Yes, I do understand a bit of a question out there, but the Beatrix Cho pair, you know that works brilliantly. We have seen that work on the international stages as well multiple times. You go for that pick off, and you've got the Jeet Kundo as well to knock up whenever Kuru wants to jump in or whenever Nandayo would want to set things up for his team. So you're just ready to take all of them out, all of them back, and Farsa will be forced to take a Purify. Maku will be forced to take a Purify. You cannot run with a Flicker when there is a AOG on the other side. There's also Yoichi with the Way of the Dragon on the other side. So you're forcing not just a playstyle, but also the spells on that end with this one pick. I love the draft from Rain.
I mean, I disagree with you only in one fact. On Farsa, you can actually still keep that flicker because you need to dodge that AOG and the
True.
possible, rocket barrage from Beatrix. That damage AOE as well. You can just escalate wings by wings. On Irritate, as I said, it's a must-have. You must have that Purify because you're gonna get constantly attacked. The Kim is gonna stun you. The Cho is gonna stun you. The Gacha is gonna taunt you. Just pull you away from your team. But the Jawhead, I really don't like her because you have the Kim, you have the Beatrix, you have the Cho with the immunity. The Beatrix can just dash away as well. Lancelot immune, Gacha immune. There are so many heroes on the opposing team that can counter his stun effects that, it's a 50-50 pick. It can work. If it works, it's good. If it doesn't work, it's really not a big deal because you expect it to be, a 50-50, as I said again, because they don't have an AoE effect. They don't have an AoE stun. They have the
I think so. We're having.
They have the Phoveus lineup, and they have the Gacha AoE. They have the Cho single target, but Phoveus and Jawhead both are single target lockdown.
It's a big thing out there. The single targets, yes, they are. Again, Kingstar, look at the amount of damage he's allowed Mio to deal on Kuru. You try and help out your own jungler, guess what? You're going to be taken down instantly, and the Flicker forced out in the first 40 seconds. That is such a big tool. It's not going to be up now. And that's such a big priority coming in from Rain. Now, this is one of the big reasons why a Cho is a very solid pick, Zakota, because yes, he's a single target hero, but he's guaranteeing you a kill on the other side. So that's already one player out of the mixture. And he's got so much anti-CC. Toby, my goodness, he can't deal with the amount of damage that's being dished out. He will survive at the last possible second, but Mio is having the time.
Yuichi is almost dead and he falls at the hands of Maku, but even so in the top lane, the Lancer is going to take that Lizard away from Maku's experience gain. But the only thing we didn't take into consideration is the farming speed the Jawhead can provide to the Suyu. You can start that red buff with the Jawhead, allowing him to get that early game that we just witnessed right now. But still, not a big lead.
Not a big lead though, but this lead will help that Retail to try and farm up right now. Toby is going to send out Bloom right into the turret though, but he himself will also survive. The Flicker comes in at the right possible second. But again, as we're talking about that priority in the mid lane, it still is in the hands of Rain. And they will have Cho hop in towards that turtle fight faster than RK can join in. That is already a big thing.
Not checking the mid bush is such an egoistical thing. But look at that Feather Airstrike!
Almost catching Mio out there in the open, though he still will survive. Toby is still trying to out-sustain out there. Nandayo is going to have to reposition, but Joshi, the execution line on that Lancelot has always been on top. He's still going to be knocked back in. The bonks coming in from Kuru was enough to knock him back, but the turtle has been taken away by Rain.
The gold lead is still in the favor of Team Ake because the Irrital getting that early gank and allowing her to take an extra wave over the Beatrix just improved their odds of winning by a ton. And he's gonna go for that Haskell first item build as well. So that's another thing you have to look out for. We're gonna see a Burger recalling out in the top lane. And look at Kingstar. He's gonna try to go for a nasty flicker play. We know that Toby and Nandayo are lurking nearby. But look at Joshi. He's going to try to take every jungle opportunity he can in the top lane. He's not going to go for his cockroach because he already knows that the Phoveus is there. He's just holding it in the bush for him. But look at that. Where's the dragon?
Yeah. Coming in already. Yes, Toby's going to be taken down instantly. The Phantom execution from Joshi was absolutely perfect. This has given them a proper priority out there. But a nice steal on the Litho right away by Nandayo. Now he's going to be running in towards the bottom side for the rotation as Kingstar lands right into his hands. The CC coming in connected perfectly, but the feathered airstrike is going to push Mio back. He's trying to survive out there, but Kuru with the flicker catches him perfectly. And that's the mid lane shutdown.
That was such a good use to wait. Oh, a good way to use the flicker because you already confirmed a kill. But look at that in the mid.
Yeah, he's taking that right to them. All down, Josh. There is a big problem.
Where the dragon is not available. I mean, actually, it just went up for availability, but still the zoning from Team Ake is big. AOG.
Still trying to land in on someone though, but catching absolutely a Natalia out here.
Big
Toby
zoning mode
is ready.
Toby.
Not really got the ejector. Still gonna hold it down, but again the CC coming in from Bio. That's a bit of a problem, but they're gonna jump in now finally. And the feathered airstrike is gonna land in. Kingstar, the first one to fall out in the open, as everyone else was zoned out by that big ultimate. And that is such a nice call. It's a big win for Aki because they will win the turtle now.
I mean, the goal lead 1,500 in the favor of Team Ake. The turtle is gonna go in their hands as well, uncontested, because Joshi is getting invaded. Lancelot
Toby?
is there.
Hold on, Toby's been able to steal away the orange buff as well.
I didn't
They're
even
winning on
notice that.
every single front. I know, right? Even I thought that he's just trying to zone him off right now, but hold on. Kuru almost taking Joshi out there though, and now he's also got the support of Mako, who's ready to land in Thornrose, only to help him survive for the next few seconds, but he's not going to be allowed to run away. You've got every tool, but nothing in your bag to save yourself. Another dash by Maku to end things up easily for Joshi, and it seems like they want blood for that first game.
5 kill advantage, 2,000 gold and a half, and even Steven on the turtles right now. But look at Mio and Kingsa in the bush. Toby is there with that red buff for the extra damage. We have the dragon. There.
Still trying to catch him out there, up in the open. Bloom gets caught as well. All 5 players in the mid lane. They're going to push out that mid tier 1 as well. There is nothing that Rain could do at this point. The only win condition left right now is UHG.
UHG can make a difference. He only died one time and he was playing for farming a lot, but even so, Team Rain has a more of a late game team composition. They have the Lancelot, which is gonna go for, I assume, the tank route right now. He's seeing the damage has been being dealt to him, but still.
Yeah.
First item, Blade Armor in the hands of Curse, so just gonna allow him to tank a lot more. But look at him with Dragon.
Yeah, but tanking is not really the best forte of Toby out here. He's been taken down instantly from all of that damage, though. Has been forced the other side to use quite a bit of utilities. It's a trade 1-for-1 for Kingstar. So at least they're getting something out of it, but not really in terms of all those objectives. The tier 1 on the top side will be pushing in. And Astra has just picked up a Berserker's Fury. Pair it up with a Hearthclaw. He's going to out-sustain everyone and also deal so much more damage now.
4,000 gold lead in the favor of Team Ake. Another turtle in their hands, uncontested, but still, I think they had a change of heart. Team Rain with that draft. They went for the Gacha Rome first of all, and then they swapped the experience. And I mean, I think if they had a Yuzhong or a Lapu Lapu or even an Arlo, they would have made a big difference in the game. Especially against this team fight. They have so many heroes that are without a dash. But look at
Oh, Conceal. Astra he's got the Purify available right now, so he's going to be running back, dodges the Bennett's Rage as well, and now the re-engage comes in. Kuru joins in right on 3 people, lands it perfectly. The feathered airstrike, almost catching everyone, but it's Maku who destroys the tower on the top side, and everyone on the other team is being destroyed in the mid. They take Bloom down, and now they're going to force the tier 2 off mid as well. There is nothing Rain can do to defend it. Oh, guess what? Guess what? There's nothing Mio can do to survive as well. What a combination from Maku and Kuru.
That Gorda really made a big difference. But look at Joshi.
He still wants to survive out there. The way of the dragon connecting into the Bennett's Rage as well. But Maku still out-sustains it all. Because the feathered airstrike was there to zone off the members of Rain. They're still gonna survive and they will take every piece of farm available.
I mean, it's an exact copy of game number 1, but Ake right now is in the leading position. Still, it can be turned around. Look at man, that Lancelot, that puncture. Perfect execution. Even so, a lot of poking damage. Toby still has the unstoppable, so he can go for Mio in a heartbeat. But look at the airstrike's damage.
Yeah, they're struggling to deal with the feathered airstrike right now. I do understand that the Gatot Kacha's AOG is there, but guess what? Bloom is forced to clear off the other parts of the lanes as well. So he's not really there for the fights. And whenever the feathered airstrike is used up, he does not have the AOG ready. And I think so that has been one of the big problems for Rain. I don't really feel it's a big draft issue. I think so it's more of an execution issue right now. But Joshi is the man who's being executed up on top, who will try to survive out there. There's the way of the dragon into the penetrate as well. The Thorn Rose misses every single piece of U-tail, and it's Bloom to fall as the first one in that fight. As everyone from the side of Rain retreats, it's a 9,000 reaching gold lead. After this Lord, it will be. Let's have a look at the items as well, which are just pairing up so well.
We're showing no damage items on the Phobius. He's gonna go for those Queen Wings as well, but still Lancelot is opting for the early endless battle over the early Queen Wings. I mean, it's a good thing, yes. You get a bit more healing from basic, but look at the dragon!
Yeah, it's a perfect one as well, but they don't really have the damage as Toby's gonna survive, and Kingstar is the man who falls down. They basically dropped everything they had except for the kitchen sink, and they have still not managed to pick off Toby. That means that it's just they don't have enough damage right now to try and out-sustain as the Lord marches down from mid lane.
Retribution being bought by both teams, just allowing them to have a little bit more farm centered around the Yuichi, but still, that Feather Airstrike is so dangerous. It does so much damage. That's why it's so good into the Kimi, because Kimi cannot do anything to you. I mean, no one else can.
It's again the way of the dragon coming in onto Marco this time around into the tower. That's a 320 shutdown goal plus the bounty that they're going to get as Toby is getting poked down, forced to flicker out to try and survive Kuru. The knockup is there onto him as he tries to jump on. The bonks connect perfectly. Yoichi is going to run back and survive. The flicker has been forced out, but Rain will survive this first Lord.
Off camera, we saw Lancelot taking the life of the bird wielding crazy lady Nayando. He finally got shot down, giving out, and again, extra cool. Look at that farm difference between the junglers, not that big. It's only 1,700 gold or so.
Still. Yeah, and that is the best. That is the big thing about it right now. And guess what? It's not really a tank. It's not a tank slot. It is still a damaged Lancelot with the endless battle and the war axe. So Irithel can't really play a bit too lousy around the Lancelot. They'll have to be careful along with Nandayo as well, whose Purify is going to be on the cooldown for the next 30 seconds. They need to be careful right now. Bloom might actually be caught out there. They've spotted out Toby, but Joshi is going to be taken down to such a low HP as Astra still dealing damage, and he will get the mega kill. The AOG connects onto him into the penetrate as well as now Toby is the man who's facing everything with a feathered airstrike from Nandayo, able to help his team out as he wants to try and push all of them back. As Mako will be joining in the fight, but they will not get any fight.
I mean, it's a 4 versus 4, 30 seconds to the Lord. Okay. I mean, Astra's lineup is gonna be fully up. Josh is gonna be up as well, but still, Toby has the unstoppable. He can just go wherever he wants. He can just ignore the Cho's kick. He can just go wherever. However, Mako just needs to land a pretty good opening snap. Look at that!
Oh my god, that's a nasty shot. Bloom is going to be the first one to fall. Kingstar left on an island as he sets things up on Toby into the Nibiru's passion. But the passion is just not enough. Hard work's lacking out there in terms of the damage, and Yuichi will not get anything as they lose control in the Lord Pit. But good thing, Joshi is still alive. He's got the retribution up. If he wants, he can try and go in for that steal, but they've all just decided to back off. They will give up on this Lord.
It's a bit too risky to contest Suyu because he has the execution and skill to, even if you're Lancelot, it's still a pretty big advantage knowing when you're Lancelot. You can time it for the enemy. It goes both ways, but still the retribution damage is in favor of Mako. However, the game is somewhat leveling out. Only 7,000 gold lead, 10 kill difference between this. Conceal has been used. You're going to look for a pick off really quickly.
They want to try and catch someone, but they will not get any. Ake are playing disciplined, they are playing far back, and looking at the itemization as well, only the Wind of Nature is lacking from Astra right now. So I think so that's going to be a crucial key. for Joshi to try and cast this Ethereal, but will that happen or not? It's a big question. Do you think they can defend this Lord Zakota?
I think Team Rain can definitely defend this Lord. They have the Beatrix, they have the Kimi, they have the Gatotkacha, they have the Choan, the Lancelot all up and ready, but the Lord is gonna go charge down the mid lane. Look at the damage on Yuichi.
Yeah, the feather airstrike as well. Just making sure to zone everyone out there. This is the strength whenever you have a Farsa, and the other side does not have enough tankiness as well. Kingstar, he's just being poked down to such a low HP. The Lord's going to be taken care of though, yes, but the minion's still out there. The tier 1 up on top. Nibiru's passion absolutely no one. There's still one more wave and another feather airstrike on their faces. The siege is perfect from Aki.
Only the bot inhibitor turret is left up. Kingsa has the throw. He has the flicker ready. He has everything in his power. But look out!
Oh,
AOG.
yeah, that's gonna be the first one. AOG connecting absolutely on no one. Everyone was just able to iframe it out there, and Kuru is the first one to fall though. That's a big pick after such a long time. But Nandayo and Astra answer back collectively in unison. The arrow shot does not connect Maku, almost catching him. But still, it's the Thorn Rose saving the life right now. Out of there, the Reviru's passion up and ready again. A stun lands in. They have one more minion to take care of. No retribution. And the base will be taken down. And Ake are not ready to give it up so quickly, Zakota. They push to map 3.
As we said, these are some of the best teams in Europe. Again, Rain versus Team Ake. First game went in Rain zone, but Ake turned it around. Having the first pick allowed them to clear their mind. They just got in that momentum. They just got, in the vibe. And they turned it around completely scared. I mean, what do you have to say about it? It was an intense game.
It is just, it falls down to the execution of this draft. It was so picture perfect, I'll have to say. Catching that Purify on the Farsa, I mentioned it. Yes, you mentioned that Flicker is going to be the key. I thought that maybe Flicker could also work out here right now, but they just wanted to double down on the fact that if one lucky AOG lands on him or Kingstar finds one nice way of the dragon, then that can ruin the entire plan of Aki. So they went in, doubled down on that Purify, both for Erithiel and for Farsa as well. That helped them out so much in so many of those engagements, because we saw multiple times when Kingstar was trying to find an angle. He was trying to find a timing to catch either the Erithiel or the Farsa, but he could not catch anyone because they were either running on the Purify or Toby was right on their faces. Now that Kimi mid lane was working out, but only for a while. Once the Farsa turned level 4, it was a straightforward counter. So I think so it still fell down to who has that mid lane control, Zakota, and that priority this time was in the hands of Aki.
I mean, I agree with you. In the early game, we saw how devastating the Kimi's damages. We saw Kuro getting punished, losing the first wave of the game. I mean, that's a big thing to lose, right? You lose your farm, you lose that advantage, you lose that Phobius. He's level 4 dependent. As soon as he's level 4, he can fight a lot. We've seen him make a few plays, the Flicker skill 2 combination with that knockup. But still, best of 3 series scared. So next is gonna be like a best of 1. We're gonna treat it like that. So who do you think is gonna take the cake now that you've seen Akes at full power?
For now, if you're a blue side, you're winning out there. I think so. I'm gonna still go for Rain this time around because they will have that priority in the draft. They will be able to control that pace again. And I think so this time Farsa is either not making through the banning phase one more time, or it's going into the hands of Rain, because the Farsa was pretty annoying to deal with. And the amount of damage and the way how he was able to zone out everyone on the side of Rain, that was so very well done. And to be honest, through all of this, I'll have to mention that it was Kuru who was setting things up for his team so well. Always on the faces of either the Kimi or the Beatrix or all of them. He was just making sure that he's the front line so that Toby can pop in and use the ejector, send someone back to his own team while Phobius is chunking all that damage on his face. That was a very good call, very good combination as well from Kuru and the jungler. I love how Suyu and Phobius combos were working out. He was never scared of using those flickers. So it's a huge shout out to him on that Phobius. He did a fantastic job.
I agree with you, completely scared, but beside the Phobius, who do you think had the most impact in the game? Do you think it was Maku on that Suyu?
I'll have to say he did a very good job on that Suyu. But when it comes to the maximum impact, I'll still say it was either the Farsa or it was the Phobias. Considering how Farsa was zoning everyone out, as soon as the fight broke out, he just went in for the perfect position, went in for the feathered airstrike, and made sure that on everyone on the side of Rain will have to disengage. Otherwise, they will be taking all the 4 bonk shots on their faces, or if they don't disengage, they die. If they disengage, now you've got to run away for your safety, because your skills are always on the cooldown. And also the Beatrix was just getting outranged by the Farsa's ultimate. So I loved how both of them were being used up properly. And to be honest, Miku did a phenomenal job on that Suyu, always catching those neutral objectives, always on top of the rotation. And his first minute rotation in the gold lane, that's what enabled Erethiel to have the advantage out there. So I absolutely loved his rotation as well early on to take the Beatrix down.
I agree with you on that, because the Farsa has so much rage. We said about it. It counters the Kimi. Yes, the Kimi did good in the early, but Farsa has managed to hit that level 4 power spike. She was just in the face of everyone, just having that insane ultimate, that feather airstrike, just being able, as I said, to zone out every objective. In the last Lord fight, we saw her zoning out for even if there was no one there. It's just good as a measure, because every 15 seconds you get a feather airstrike up, just being able to spam it, doing 5,000 damage in a total. I mean, hey, in the safety of your own team, the Jawhead is there, the Phobius is there, the Suyu is there. As well, the Erethiel, I mean, it didn't have as much as an impact, but she still pushed a lot of the lanes compared to Suyu. I mean, not that much.
I think so. It falls down to which one of the teams have got that artillery in their mages out there. Last time it was the Xavier, did not really work out really well for Ake, but this time around, having that Farsa, constantly having those bombardments, yes, I think so that artillery is the way to go if you're Aki. But for the side of Rain this time around, though, again, it's going to fall down to how you're drafting around your agents. Previously, I still think that it was not really a big problem of the draft. I think so it was more of an execution, though. We'll move on to the match statistics as well, and we will see the entire storyline as to how things went down. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be maximum in favor of Ake, but all right, damage taken. Look at that, 402.5k damage being tanked out this time from Rain. That clearly shows you how well that AoE was being utilized by Aki.
It was a 100,000 damage difference between this team. The Farsa really put in a lot of the work. The idea was there with Team Rain's draft, but it was not executed as you would like. As we see, the Lancer did go eventually for that brute force, but I still think the Queen Wings earlier would have gave him a little bit more opportunity to escape. Using, as we know, the Queen Wings is going to allow your skills to be reduced in the cooldown, right? So you can get that turn roast up a bit earlier. You use it once, use it twice. Even your ultimate is going to get cooled down even more. But
true.
Then again, the Kimi with the Sky Picture first item is something I dislike a ton. She was lacking a lot of that concentrated energies healing. Yes, I'd like to see that more. Sky Piercer is good. You do a ton of damage, you attack fast, but still, it's not worth as a first item. Compared to Farsa, glowing white, straight into the Wishing Lantern, then into the Blood Wings, allowing her to get a lot of movement speed, a lot of damage, and then the Divine Glaive on top, just over-penetrating the enemies. I mean, complete slaughter.
I 100% agree. Even I personally feel that Skypier does not really give you the maximum value out there unless you are 3 to 4 kills early with that item as soon as you make it up. So even though Mio made that up, he was doing a lot of damage for his team as well, but he was not really getting that final blow. That is where the problem was lying. And I think so that showed up as well. Yuichi, I'll have to give it to him that even though he was picked up early on first, he still was able to get so many items back and went in 3-1-1 for his team. But everyone else just struggling out there. And again, a very nice itemization coming in. There's only one anti-heal since through the entire game for Ake. I was about to mention that this could be a big thing if we're really looking into it for the side of Rain as well, because if they take the Farsa down, then they do not have to worry about that anti-heal. Yuichi will be having a good time since he also made that Haas Claw. But all in all, we're having a look at one more time how things went down in this game number 2, people, as Ake were able to push it through for game number 3. And now I'm excited as to what's going to happen in that third one. But since we're already having a look at this one, look at the positioning of Kuru. He's the man who's initiating and then Toby is following up after that.
I mean, Nandayo is doing an amazing job just staying in the back line, not in the face, not close, not near, just at the perfect distance. We saw that kick, but look, the passive from Fulvis saved him a lot, just pushing him out of that Bennett's rage, allowing him to negate all of the damage basically. But Marco getting slain here was, I think, somewhat a way for the game to be turned around, but still not enough of a lead difference.
I agree. There was not a humongous lead early on, though, but eventually later on, it just turned around on its head. It was like a snowball effect, which Rain were not able to stop properly. Again, they tried to find so many angles that Kingstar left on an island alone. Why? Because he was trying to find an angle onto Nandayo for that Way of the Dragon, but he could not do that. Those purifiers just coming in clutch so very well, and everyone had so much mobility on their side that they could just dodge that AoE. Even this time around, Kingstar, he tried to give a set to his team, but there was just to back him up because Irithel was so far back on that Astra that you can't even follow up there and as long as there's or you on your face. So that's a problem, but now again, for this the final one, I still think it's going to be Rain who might win this out. What about you?
I have to agree with you, but now that I see Aki, turning it around, there may be a chance for, again, 50-50 possibility. What if Helco gets unbanned? If Helco gets unbanned, I'm going all in on Aki. If Helco stays banned, I think it's Rain. That here makes such a big difference to the hands of Mako. I'm honest about it. Even so,
True.
I think focusing down on the mids, it's what's gonna cut the head of the snake, Zedelson. But even so, just the Farsa being there, the Kimi being there in the game one's bans, I mean, it made a big difference. It showed that they have not that many options if they already pick out the mids.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how that pans out as well because the mid lane has been the priority. But ladies and gentlemen, for the past two games, things have been back and forth. The mid lane has been priority, but for this game number 3, let's see how the draft ends out and in whose favor to see who wins out this series and becomes the first semi-finalist of the MLBB European MidSeason Cup. It's going to be Rain this time on the blue side again and Aki on the red side. I'm expecting that Hellcut ban as well and the 1-1 ban to stay just the same, Zakota. You mentioned that, and I can see the smile on your face.
I mean, as soon as the Helicord goes, I already know that this is a big booster team Rain's win rate. Even so, as you said, the one should actually stay open because the Baksha is a pretty decent counter to it. Because you're just so tanky, you have that Turkish Persians, extra resistance, extra resilience as well, and if you get that freeze on top, you're just gonna be, a rolling icicle.
It could be possible, they can try and gamble that out. I think so. That could also be one way to go to try and just take away the comfort picks off the other side. So I really want to see how this eventually pans out. But I'm again expecting Rain to stick to their main banning meta with the way how they went. I don't think so they were going to ban Zushin or Farsa or either the Kimi this time around. They're going to try and force Ake to be on that banning side, banning away the Hillcut. Maybe they can try and take away another jungler though. No, they actually ban out the Farsa. That's a good respect being shown to Nandayo.
I mean, I agree with you completely. Farsa being the most broken mage in the game right now. I mean, it's a titan not many things have. But the Kimi should go out as well. I mean, if you don't ban the Kimi, Rain is going to get... If you leave the Kimi banned, you can get the Zetian. I mean, Zetian is a really good hero, which, it's underrated, I would say. You have basically all Yusushin ultimate, you have that Mountain Shocker, you have that revealing aura, you have that stun potential as well, so it can go both ways.
True. I agree now, but again, when you're on the red side, there are certain priorities that you will have to focus on regardless of what the other side is trying to do. 1-1, Uranus, you'll have to take care of them. And now it falls down to you just getting forced on a Baxia ban or a Kimi ban. You have to leave one open if you're Aki. But guess what? Rain have decided to help them out a bit out there. They banned out the Baxia for themselves. Now it's forcing a Kimi ban. If you don't ban a Kimi, then it's going to be picked up by Rain, and then you'll have to pick up something along the lines of a Zacian as well, or maybe something else that can actually clear the wave quickly in that mid lane to take some of that control. But yeah, I'm for now, Rain have got a solid control in this draft.
I mean, I agree with that. Being the first pick, you're gonna get an allowance to pick the Fanny, to pick that Wisest, to pick that Hayabusa as well, which I think it's severely underrated. Hayabusa is still strong. But the Ruby is gonna get banned out, leaving the Kimi open. Do you think Team Ake thinks that, let's give them the Kimi, we're gonna pick something like a Lolita to counter it? But the Jukshin!
I think so. Yeah, I think so. They were having the similar idea that if they ban out the Kimi, then this is going to go in the exact same way how it went like in the game number one. So they decided to change things up. They decided to leave the Zushin and the Kimi open to ban out the Ruby out here. And now since the Zushin has been picked up, they quickly prioritize the Phoveus and the Erethiel. Two picks for them that worked out in the previous match. They're going to try and bring that up in this one as well. But this leaves room open for so many other picks right now. The Lapu Lapu is up on the grab. You can also pick up the Arlet as well if you really want to. Joshi Mio. They can try and lock the Yeast and Shin one more time. And I think so it's going to be wonderful in this scenario as well because Phoveus would again want to jump on your face and you've got that stun to try and survive.
I mean, the Isun Shin, the Fredder in the Arlut, as you said, and repeat of game number one's draft, I believe. Even with, I think they're gonna go for the Badang. I think Rain is gonna try to go for the Badang pick, so Ake should ban it out. But even still, what is Nandayo gonna pick on the mid lane to trade? The Zetian, the Kimi?
I think so. He can eventually go for the Kimi. You'll have a decent amount of poking going on between the Zushin and the Kimi, and you can also clear the wave properly. But I'm still, again, not quite sure because he would have to run on the Purify. We saw how Bloom was able to make those plays on the Arler previously. He was just so annoying with the final slashes plays out there. So they will be forced to take that Purify regardless of what the situation is. I think so. Kimi could be a good pick, but also if he wants, he can go for the Zacian. Totally depends on what he's more comfortable with right now because the next few bans, again, I'm feeling are going to be the same as we saw in the match number one. We might possibly see the Kalia being banned out, something along the similar
Badang.
lines. Guess what? They pick up the Badang and they ban away the Kalia. Oh, all right. That is interesting.
And I think we're gonna see a Zetian getting banned out along with maybe an Valentina, as you mentioned previously. The Valentina with the final slash can be a devastating thing, even with that wishing lantern, just giving him an extra dash away, on top of
Probably.
the flicker. But it's still too early to tell what the mage is gonna be. We have to see what jungle team Ake is gonna pick.
Kimi.
I mean, what else can it be?
I mean, they've got still a few options out here. The Lancelot available for the jungle. They've also got the Ling if they really want to go for it. You will have that jail-free card as well in the form of the Tempest of Blades to try and survive some of that CC on the other end. So you still have a few options in the jungle. Even the Hayabusa, I personally feel, would be a very good pick, specifically against a Zushin, because he can close the gap so quickly with those shadows.
Even the
So I
Lancelot.
do like... Exactly. The Lancelot can do the same thing with the punctures as well. Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution, everything for you to try and run up to the Zushin and take him down. So, we'll have to be careful on that. But there's one last ban. The ban out the Roam. I think so they can still try and prioritize one more Roam ban out here. Considering the draft that they're going with, nope, they're going to still lock in that Moskov. Don't really want to give it in the hands of Chi.
I mean, that's a really good ban. I mean, Yuichi is strong on that Moscow. But will they ban out the Zetian or will they ban out the jungler? What do you think?
I don't think so. Zacian is going to be a big problem out there for Joshi because his final slash can still put the Zacian in an off position, and Zacian does not have a lot of movement speed as well or any extra mobility skill. So you'll be forced to burn up your flicker, and if it's on cooldown, that's a GG for you. So maybe they're gonna try and
I think there has been technical difficulty, so I think we're gonna go on a short little break, Scared.
All right.
The things get fixed. I mean, we can hypothetically say about this, but I'm so excited to see what the ban is gonna be. I can't wait.
Even I'm excited about that. But now, since you've said that if we're gonna go on a short break, I'll wait for the confirmation as well from the producer side. But don't worry, people out there. I know you all are very interested to see what's gonna happen in this game 3, but we are fixing that issue very quickly, and we just appreciate your concern as well out here, staying up and enjoying so much of this game. But guess what? Every single thing has been fixed up while I was actually thanking all of you. So now we're going to move on to this one last ban as well. Again, falls in the same question. If it's a Zacian ban, then what is going to be that mid lane pick for Ake? Because How are you else otherwise going to counter a Zushin if not with a Hayabusa?
I mean, it depends. Maybe the funny.
Interesting.
I was thinking about the funny, but I didn't know that Kuru played the funny. I mean Maku. I thought he didn't play the funny. I thought he was more of this fighter-esque jungling types, but he can play the funny.
He pulled out a joy in the first one at least. He tried to pull out a joy. So maybe this time around, they think that he's got some card up his sleeve. So band with the Fanny as well. I do like the idea. Now it's going to be a Novaria pick. All right. Now this is getting a bit more interesting. You have the range, you'll have the vision, you will have the poke. All
And
you
the
would need to do
Hayabusa.
is a proper cleanup. Yes, Hayabusa, if you pick it up, that's going to work out wonderfully for you.
What else could be the choice of jungler? But still, Team Rain hasn't picked out their Roam/XP yet, nor the gold. I mean, the Bruno is open on the table. It goes up against the Phobos and Badang pretty well, but the Irritor I think has a bigger advantage in the early game, just getting the power
Yes.
spike. But still, it's it's a good hero. Bruno is good because as soon as you get that range item, that Malefic gun, you can be dishing out a ton of damage, 2,000 per ball if I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna be interesting to see what it takes. Bruno
You mentioned
Blue.
about the Bruno. Okay. Like it's also got the 100% win rate out here, so you clearly know that it's going to be a big problem out there, and you don't really have a lot of tools to deal with the glue. The only problem that I see for Rain is how are they going to catch Novaria? That's going to be the big thing. Nandayo's positioning previously was already very solid, so we know he can position himself well. How are you going to try and catch him up right now is the big question. I'm
I think it's
interested
gonna
to see.
be left
Mhm.
open to Joshi and I believe Kingstown
Probably.
that Rome. I mean, they have to go for the final slash and that Mountain Chakra combination, but the Suyu is gonna get picked out of ban. 0 ban, 67% win rate, 3 picks if I'm not mistaken. All in the hands of Mako.
Yeah, he's always been playing that Suyu. He showed that he can play it previously. The combination with Kuru was also pretty solid for him in the previous one. I think so. This is still a very decent draft as compared to their first game draft. I do like this one a lot better. They've got a good amount of mobility to work around with. It all falls down to how things are going to be set up by the Badang with those fist cracks, with those walls as well. How well are you going to set that up? Because Rain's front line is very solid with the Arlet and with the glue. And if it goes to late game, again, you've got a double marksman in form of a Yi Senshin and a Bruno. So they have the priority.
I agree with you completely on that, but look at that Arlot on the roam. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see, but the game has started. Do you see anything interesting about the emblems?
Wanted to see as well on those ones, but for now, everything that's up in front. Oh my goodness, look at the amount of brave smite we actually have, and Joshi is running on that killing spree. After that, after when killing spree received a buff, now we are seeing a lot of people pick that up as well, specifically the ones who like to early snowball.
I mean, I would have picked it personally on that Suyu as well to give him a lot more movement speed and healing, because you can get low HP, you're a fighter still. And you're gonna benefit a lot, but look at that clear speed coming in from the YSS. He's already half gone with his red buff. The golds are trading. Toby is there, he's gonna try to catch Yuichi.
Yeah, they want to try and finish him off first, Yuichi, though, but the flicker helps him survive as of now.
The
At
wave
least he's going to
has
be
been
taking his
frozen.
life. Yeah, he's taking his life back with him. Now he learned this thing from the previous one, but hold on, in the mid lane right now, Nandayo eating up a lot of damage out there from Mio, and he is zoning him out as well. So that is a big thing. Maku is ready on that Sasuke. Got the Susanoo up and ready is Kingstar. Wants to try and run away back to safety. Yoichi is also struggling. The arrow lands in on them, but they do not have enough damage to try and take them out.
Ooh.
Kingstar! It's going to be the fun to fall, and now Yoichi will follow him right in that instant, and Astra gets the pick. Neo is very late to the party, and that is a big start for the side of AK.
I think the turtle is still gonna go in the hands of Team Rain, but still in the bot lane, losing the gold laner early, losing him so much money. And Astra getting his powers back at level 4 is just, a thing you don't want to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of the most crucial things out there. I normally say that you can really let go of the first turtle if you take the gold from the bottom tower. But guess what? That has not really been the case. But hold
Final
on a second,
slash.
Kingstar. Yeah, goes in for the final slash. Yes, Toby's out there now. Joshi tries to jump in as well to save the day for his team, as they are always playing in this one part of the river and aggressively on the other side of the map. But still, they did not really get any trade. But since they took the turtle, the 600 gold lead has fallen down to just 400. Hold on.
Blume.
Kingstar, they want to catch on to this one. The Zushin knockup perfect as Toby falls with glue on his face. That's the retaliation from Rain.
I wouldn't want to see a glue on my face either, but still, that was a good turnaround. Only 200 or so gold lead in the favor of Team Ak, and now it has been sealed. Bruno has been winning his lane. He's been getting gold. He's been getting what he lost back. But the mid lane, there's a fight.
Yeah, they want to try and take them down as of now. It's going to be Market to fall first, though, with the fish crack almost catching 3. But it did not matter. They did not have enough damage to deal as the dealers fell early on, and now the gold lead is shifting in favor of Rain.
The gold lead has been going since that turtle started. It's been going up, going down. You know, it's like a stock market. But even so, Mio has been doing an amazing job with that Juxin, just being a complete nuisance. But look at Josh in the top lane. They're trying to maybe go for a fight. Lume has his ultimate available,
Split.
ready to go on Phoveus. But, you know, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think Phoveus is the right target. Either Mako or Toby, because they're the main stunners.
They have always been on top of the game. I agree. And for now, Yoichi needs to deliver that as well. Picks up the Hearth Claw for himself early on, and so will Astra, doing the exact same thing on the other side. He's got a lot of work to do with right now. Look at the bottom side. Irithiel, it's going to be taken down instantly as Joshi shuts Astra into the tower. They give up the control of the turtle now, though, but they still have 2 more people. But during that entire time, Yoichi will take away the gold of the bottom tower. That is going to give him a humongous lead right now. The grab comes on as well. You don't want to deal damage to Toby right now by actually taking Bloom down, though, but Mako steals the turtle away. Even the Astral Echo was also there, revealing every single information there, but still, the recall did not land. It is going to be a disengage, but the gold lead is favoring Rain.
I mean, 1,000 gold, and they took that turret and the full plating. But look at Kingstar.
Still wants to try and take that fight up. Yeah, up close and personal, wants to jump in. Maku falls the first one. Yoichi is the man who gets some action out there. The Phoveus joins in as well. A big fish crack landing onto 2. They do have enough CC, but is the damage going to be there? Absolutely it will. Ashra answers back perfectly on the Irithiel now. He's going to be caught in as well. Suyu on the other side as Joshi will shut him down. And Kuru is left on an island. And it's not the prettiest one. It's going to go down in the ocean again. Rain devour Aki like a tsunami.
A big gold lead finally in the favor of Team Rain. 2,600 gold, 2,700 gold. Now Joshi has been putting in the work, but still Bruno has the most gold in their team. He has been getting that plating on top, on bottom as well, and the tower finally. But still, look at Toby. He's all alone. Only Astra is there to protect him.
Yeah, and he's right now still trying to catch in fish crack onto the ball as well. Yoichi down to 50% of his HP. But he's still gonna survive. Again, not having enough damage out here early on. Astra going 2-2-1 on this Irithiel. Only level 7 to a level 9 Bruno on the other side. It is getting so much more difficult, and Joshi is farming up. 6 minutes in, he's already level 10.
6 minutes in, already level 10, but only 2 levels ahead of Mako, which got invaded a ton. They got 1 turtle each, so it's not that big of a difference, but still now it's massive. 3 levels, 6 minutes in, he's gonna hit that level 15 power spike so soon. I mean, it's amazing. He's not opting for that Hunter Strike, he's opting for the Hunter Strike, but not the Sky Piercer, and he's gonna get that turtle and that bot lane wave and crab. Again, giving him more and more experience.
It's going to help him snowball even right now. Bloom is just going to push everyone else back though. But again, it's going to go in for the grab. Maybe not yet. Instantly, they're going to retreat back to safety. Toby's going to be caught up as well. Goes in for the fish crack to try and push them all down the ball, blocking their view. And that's the final slash, but it's only catching Kuru. Not a big problem out there as they all survive. And in the meantime, it was still Maku stealing away that mid-tier 1 quickly from the other side. I do like what they're trying to do, but again, the lead of Joshi is increasing ever so slightly, even if, but he's still 3 levels ahead from Maku. And I think so that has been a bit of a problem, man.
I mean, Joshi is always the problem. He's one of the best, as I said, junglers in the entire region of Europe. But Blume is an up-and-comer to the pro scene. He is usually called Burger, but right now I believe he changed it into something a bit more sophisticated. But even so, look at Kuru in the mid lane. In a big fight, big stun!
Mio goes all the way onto the ball as well as Astra tried to catch him, but still a bit far away as Joshi deletes Maku in the backline down there. Solo 1v1 fight. Asuyu losing out there. Sasuke seems like he's found his Naruto and is not winning that fight on that front. That's also given him a lot of edge. An endless battle being picked up by Joshi. And now Yuichi is also farming up and the final slash! What to do? Catching on all of them off position now. Kuru bonking in on top of them, but it does not matter as he will not be able to sustain through any of that.
And look at that fight in the top lane. They're trying to go for Maku already. Monster kill in the hand of Joshi. Oh my god, Novara goes down!
Instantly. Absolutely instantly. I was not expecting that to happen, but guess what? This is the amount of damage that this Yi Sun Shin is dealing now. And Astra, you can run in the tower, but it does not matter. The football's going to be chasing you, Yuichi, right now. Gonna try and win all those cups out here. My man is turning into Ronaldo. Sorry for the Messi fans out there, but this Lord right now is going to go for Rain. There's no way they're going to be stopped right away. Toby left on an island, going to be brought back up right into his death. He's buried down deep, 6 feet under, and he's not getting up for the next 20 seconds.
I mean, the recent buff on YSS's ship is the biggest thing ever, allowing him to have that extra movement speed and the longer cooldown. I mean, it's just the dreams came true. 8,600 gold in hands compared to the 6,000 of Yuichi. I mean, of Mako. I mean, big difference. Still 1,100 gold ahead of your own marksman on the jungle. Like, it's a complete slaughter. 9 minutes, not even 40 seconds in, and he was big. But look at final slash.
Yeah, he's still trying to catch them as Toby was able to fish track out into the safety. Toby is going to survive as well through all of that, but Kuru will not have the same fate. In an instant out there, the stun connects. Maku brought down a bit too low, but as long as this man survives, there goes the holy shield down off mid lane. It will probably happen the same for the top as well and along with bot though, but at least they will be able to save the tier inhibitor on top. The mid is going to fall. And the siege has always been so perfect for Rain. It still is going to be same.
I don't know if you noticed, but Yi Sun Shin got his level 15 at 9 minutes and 14 seconds. That is an achievement with the recent change to the jungle, allowing it to spawn later is going to give a little bit more room for the other's lane to breathe, but still, it impacted Josh really by nothing. He got level 15 in under the suspected time. Not even Mako is close. They're burning so hard. Look at that. He's the only level 15 in the game. Not even his team is close to him.
The closest one is Yuichi, still 2 levels behind Mako as well on the other side. But that's the big thing now, having a look at the items yet again. Another crit item. I'm expecting a Wind Talker to be built up right now by Yuichi. That means he can sell out his boots, but I would not really recommend that because that extra bit of resilience through the CC actually helps you survive through the fist crack of Badang and also through the CC of Phobius. But at the same time, I'm probably going to witness a Great Dragon Spear right now from Astra. Once he makes that item, he will have a good amount of mobility. But Bloom is still catching on all of them. And he's also prioritized the Twilight Armor.
The Twilight Armor also recently got the buff allowing you to heal based on your max HP as soon as you hit 30% threshold. And it's going to be very good against these big damage dealers. I mean, it's a good item all around, especially with Rapid Boots in the combination. You're just going to be so much better off.
Running away throughout the map, and yes, I agree. And I think so that's why that Great Dragon Spear becomes even more crucial for Astra to try and either close the gap and catch Mio or try and run away from Bloom, who is still being so annoying standing up in front though. An easy lot take coming in for Raid. And it just feels that this might actually be it. Concealed play right now,
Final
instantly
slash!
with the final slash catching 3 of the people. Fish crack only, stopping them for an instant, but it does not matter. Everyone is falling like Skittles. It's Guru, the first one to fall. He is not going to survive out there, and so will Astra as he's still trying to survive. The football goes in way of the bird, but Maku is out of the range. Saves the life of his teammates by retreating. The Astralico out there giving the information, but it's a big, chunky wave down bottom. Luckily, they've cleared it off, and Kuru will be back in 10 seconds, but this seems difficult.
Lord is marching down the mid lane. Everyone is up on the side of Rain. So is everyone on the side of Ake. But the item difference is big. But look at that! Final slash.
Another final slash. And that instantly puts Nandayo off in an off position. He's been deleted. 1 second and he's out of the picture, and Toby is falling on the same fate as well as Mio gets him down. The Lord has been taken care of, but it's the minions that have always been the problem. Bloom jumps in with the flicker, trying to catch Astra, but it's Kuru who's falling in. The base is open, out, in, grab, and it's going to be Rain to secure game number 3 and move through, becoming the first semi-finalist of EMC.
What an amazing first game. I was expecting a complete dominating stomp from Team Rain, but Ake proved otherwise. They had the lead in this game as well, but they couldn't continue the snowball effect as well as Joshi did. He was just farming everything.
Yes.
He was the farmer. He was planting his own farm. You know, he was getting rice, he was getting corn ready, he was getting his tomato plants watered. But he was doing an amazing job, you know, cooking those dinosaurs everywhere. But even so, Lume has played amazing this game. I don't know if you noticed, but he made so many good plays alongside Mio. But let's give credit where credit is due. Kingstar with his final slash was on point this entire game. I mean, better than his Ruby performance.
I absolutely loved them. I cannot stress on that fact enough with the way how this alert made me feel. You know, he's the dream EXP laner for every team out there. I was worried, right? We were talking during the drafting phase. How are you going to catch Novaria? You don't really have any major utility to close that gap in a second. But guess what? The alert with the flicker, with the final slashes, always managed to get him down. I loved it.
I agree with you completely. Arlot just closing that gap using his passive and the stance. I mean, it was a good combination. You had Jukshin, you had the glue to give you the immobilizations, the stun, pulling them back towards you. I don't know if you noticed, but Mio always threw people in the stance of Glue, and Glue just kept walking, healing. You know, it was a good combination, allowing her to get 4 or so stacks in the stun. I mean, it was a good draft all the way around. Only thing I didn't like was, I mean, the Bruno was still good. Bruno did an amazing job, but I would have preferred something else. Maybe a Ranger to just close down the gap from Novaria. Even if you go into an Irrital, yes, it's a counter, but still, Granger does a ton of damage in the early game, and with one gank, you can already win the lane.
That's one of the big things. I agree. Granger would have been a bit more better too, but it falls down to the comfort now at this point. If you're comfortable on a Bruno more than a Granger, it's absolutely fine. You can go for it. It's going to work. Joshi is either way on a YSS, so it does not matter what you pick up on the other lanes. He will get to level 15 in 9 minutes and you will win the game. I think so. At this point, you just want to ban out the YSS from Joshi. Every other team that is watching this game will probably see the same thing and will be like, you know what? We cannot let him have his hands on the YSS. He is just so good on that. And I personally think that it's highly possible that it's going to be one of the perma bans against Rain for the future games, because if not, he's going to snowball out of control. And it's not just his micro on that one hero, but also the fact that his decision making is so good. When the team is probably defending their top tier 1, he's farming in the mid, quickly goes to the bot, takes down the tier 1 in the bottom side, and then moves back into the mid lane where he meets up with the teammates, and then they take a fight as 5-man squad. So good. Such a good play.
I agree with you on that, but even so, Ake did an amazing job, but I don't think Suyu was the correct choice this game. Maybe if they went for something more bursty-like, because they had the YSS they couldn't deal with. Maybe even a Fredrin to actually front for the Irrital, because they had the Phobius, but still it didn't really, you know, link up. It didn't chain up perfectly. With a Novari, with a Fredrin, that's an old combination of heroes, but still not a front, not a big front lead.
I think so, yes. On part of what you've said, I will agree 100%. And I want to add on to that fact as well that it seemed that their team fighting priority was a bit lackluster. When Kuru was trying to get either Joshi or he was, trying to get either the Bruno, Yuichi, we were actually seeing Astra target Mio. He was all the way out on an island left alone. And I think so that was one of the big reasons that they could not deal a proper damage or get those finishing blows. Because they were not really prioritizing one of the heroes on the other side, but was spread out entirely on everyone's face. And that was, I believe, a small, or rather, it could be a major problem out there for their side, which they will have to fix. But as of now, looking at the post game stats, yes, it's a full fledged domination, 19 to 6 kills in favor of Rain. And man, oh man, Kingsta on the Arlot. I thought maybe I'm going to love his Ruby, but his Arlot absolutely miles ahead.
I mean, the Ruby and Arlot, it's, basically somewhat the same hero because you're basically just pulling back the enemies towards your team away from theirs. But with Arlot, you have a harder hero to play because Ruby is easy. Compared to Arlot, Ruby is, night and day difference. Arlot requires you to think a lot more when to use your skill 2, when to fully expand, when to use that skill 1 stun. And especially
Yes.
in this scenario with the YSS, you had to combine both him, Glue, and the YSS, Mondo Shocker to get a longer stun. They had just one setting here. Glue is just a bruiser sustainer. But even so, let's take a quick look at the highlights. I mean, we saw so many kills happen, 19 kills, 25 kills in total, but still, look at the early game lead.
It was actually in favor of RK. I agree. After that gank right here, which we're witnessing right now, that Kingsta falling first and then Astra clearing out the wave at the proper time to get a kill on Yoichi too. But this is where things started to turn around as well. The mid lane control by the Zushin. Every single time he's pushing Nandayo in so awkward positions that he can't get his minions, that eventually translated into an early rotation of Mio on the other parts of the map where they could then have numbers advantage and steal that lead. That gave enough room to Joshi to farm in his own jungle and make some of the late rotation plays as well after power farming, getting multiple items. So I think so it was a combined snowball effect of 3 to 4 different things, not really a butterfly effect of one small play, but rather a combined effect of multiple plays. And that is where Rain eventually was strong. And to top it off with the cherry on top of the cake, you had the final slashes of Kingsta. I mean, don't give this man an Arlet if you want to win against this team.
I mean, Arlot, as I said, it's the strongest hero currently in game. He just has those dashes that are so annoying. He has CC immunity on them. His skill 3 also got CC immunity, so you can't do much. And the stuns are annoying. But I retract what I said about the Bruno. Bruno is such a strong hero. He was doing his job perfectly, actually. He was just going for the lanes, just pushing every single lane as much as he could. But what would you change for Team Aki besides the jungle? Would you change the mid laner maybe?
Yes, 100%. There was a huge gap in terms of the wave clearing of Novaria and the wave clearing of Zushin. Mio was able to deny 3 to 4 early minions to Nandayo, and he was not able to get in good positions for the fights. Why? Because he was still either focusing on clearing those minions or he was just a bit behind in terms of that farm. So those were a bit of problems out there again. That mid lane then transitioning it into the other lane rotations resulted in Rain taking back that lead and creating that snowball effect, which RK was not able to stop. I think so. They tried their best with the setups that they were trying to give, specifically Toby on the Badang. He was trying to catch them. There were multiple moments when he landed 2 men, 3 men, fist crack stun onto his own wall or probably one of the jungle walls. So he was trying his level best, but it eventually came down to how the entire team on the other side was eventually playing. But Zakota, that was it for this one series, a big one indeed. And final few words before we go on a short break.
I agree with you completely. And the next game, what is it? Do you remember? It's Birthright versus, if I'm not mistaken, Memento Mori. An amazing game to look forward to. But as you said, we're going to go on a short little break and we're going to be right back. back.
The action was only paused, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again, and this time around, got me skated alongside me, Zakota and Natalia with us. ZL with us. He's gonna be hopping back in. Don't worry about that, people. I know you've been waiting for this one matchup for a very long time. It's gonna be Birthright taking on Memento Mori. Holy smokes! I did not even see Natalia vanishing on the screen. Don't worry, people. ZL will be back with us, but Zagota, you were with me in the previous series. It went all the way to the third game. But what about this one?
I think it's gonna be a best of two in favor of Birthright, but right now let's introduce Zedel again. Welcome to the casting, there, Zedel.
Hello, hello. I thought I was going to put my face on.
Yeah, your face is on.
Your face
to
is
be
on.
honest
I'm
with you-
there.
Yes, you're here.
Wait, I'm not
Oh my
ready, guys. I'm
goodness.
not ready.
You look like that one person who's about to reveal his second job as the undercover samurai of some of the other region. Though don't ask me why I'm saying that. It's probably because of the way your hair are. But my man, oh man, you were here. You saw the previous series as well. I know that you were very excited about that too. You were doing the watch party. Tell me, what are your views about how Rain closed that out in a 2-1 fashion, and what are your expectations for this upcoming series?
Yeah, I'm expecting for more intense game, like more than 20 minutes games with a lot of intense team fight, and yeah, how it ended with the rain against the Ake team. It was a bit
Mhm.
of draft diff for me. I think that when
Yeah.
they let the Zushin, Arlot plus YSS on one side, it can be deadly.
Mhm.
But of course, it was
True.
still winnable for the Ake team. But they didn't manage to catch to make the good engage with the Badang. Yeah, mostly because like if Badang doesn't catch the team, you can't win the fight. You won't.
I do agree, Zakota. I mean, I think so. We were discussing about this itself, right? Even in that time, how that early phase of draft was exactly like the game number one. And so was the result as well. But now my focus is going to be between Birthright and Memento Mori because both of these teams made it from the Swiss stage with a 3-1. And the only loss that Memento Mori had was against Birthright. So it's like their own opponents from the previous stage now facing them in a best of three.
I mean, it's a really nice thing to see the revenge plot going on. Who knows, maybe Momentum Mori will turn it around. We know that Sakamoto's gameplay has changed a bit. And, I mean, it's a
Mhm.
strong lineup. Both of these lineups are strong. They have basically the Icon squad from Ukraine merged with Birthright. But Danny and Mark, they're a strong duo. You know, Zedel, you played versus them in scrims, you played versus them in rank. I assume you know a little bit more about how they will play this out.
I remember during the MESL time as well, Birthright was one of the favorite teams to make it to the grand finals, but they fell short, right? If I'm not wrong, it was extremely Slay who eventually went out there. But at the same time, ZL now again a revenge matchup for Memento Mori. Who do you have got winning for this one?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think that uh, I can't tell. I don't know. Both team are pretty good. Mm, I don't know. I really can't say. Yeah.
Oh my god, my man. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. I agree that this is one of the most toughest matchups to even predict because both of them had almost the same record as well. But you mentioned Zakota about uh Memento Mori as well, right? How they've got a couple of players out there, Sakamoto specifically, that's their main roamer and how impactful he is. But my full eyes are actually going to be on Wade as well. He's probably one of the experienced players out here as well from this region. You know more about this than me, but talk to me about it. How crucial Wade is going to be throughout the series.
Well, he's gonna be an extremely crucial hero. I mean, he has the setup capabilities. He knows how to play a setup explainer, especially on that Arlot. I've seen it a lot. He does an amazing job, just basically, uh, just leading the fights. In a sense,
Mhm.
he is the only guy you should follow in that fight. If you don't target him down before it, he's gonna turn it around. I mean, just shut you down completely, wipe you out. But still, keep in mind,
True.
Birthright has an extremely strong experience lane as well, so it's gonna be a pretty even matchup. But still, I think Bertrand is gonna take the cake. Danny Mark mid though is gonna be an intense thing to see. I mean, Zedel, you experienced it a lot. What do you think about the Mark and Danny duo combination?
Uh, um, I think that they're pretty good, but I think that is winnable. I think that I'm going to wish good luck for both sides. But Danny, Mark, I didn't really play a lot against them, and they are good. And yeah, good luck to both team. I think maybe Birthrights can maybe win this. I don't know. I really don't know.
To be honest, I partly agree with you as well, Sedel, because Danny, Mark, these two were the players as well, all the way back in MESL. Zakota, you remember we casted that event as well together. During MESL, this team went to the grand finals. They were against the sides of Extremely Slay. They pushed it to game number 7, and only in game 7 they crumble out down there. And that were the only two players from this current roster who participated. But now I have to see. It's a first banning phase, or Lapu Lapu has been taken care of. I've been calling it from the previous itself. Need to ban the Lapu Lapu. He's been taken care of. But that leaves room open for a lot of other picks as well, ZL. What are your views about the Basha and the Bruno ban?
Pretty good picks, pretty good bans. That's all. Pretty yeah. Like in the old meta, Baxel was like before the new patch note, Baxel was one of the first pick, and because you could have played him in jungle and Roamer EXP, but now I think that Baxia isn't that strong, so it's still a good pick, but yeah, maybe not.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see right now. I mean, a few of the bans are just like the previous series as well, Zakota, right? The Baxia, the Uranus, but the two new things, the Lapu Lapu as well, that Birthright have decided out. They've got a possibility picking up a lot of mages out in the mid. Is for grabs. Kimmy is also there. Zesh there, and they've banned out the Yi Shin as well. So the other side can't really pick a counter and a solid jungler.
I mean, the only thing you have to respect this entire game is Lolo is mid lane. He is an absurdly good mage. I think top 3 in the entire tournament. Only a little behind Mark, but still it's a menace to be dealt with. You don't want to leave him the first, you don't want to leave him the Kimi, especially you don't want to leave him the Odette. I've seen him play Odette a lot, especially in a 5Q scenario. With Uzin as well, they've played for a lot of time together, so you know they have that synergy built against them, but still they're gonna pick out the Badang first, ignoring that Fanny, ignoring that Farsa, ignoring that Kimi as well.
I mean, that's a pretty interesting pick for me, right? Because Farsa should have basically been the priority, but they still lock in the Badang. We did see him in the previous series. Both the times it was Ake who were trying to pick that, and they almost tried to make it work, but it was still a bit difficult for it because it did not really work out perfectly. ZL, you mentioned as well how it gets a bit difficult to work with a Badang if it does not properly give you a 3-man 4-man setup for yourself, but still Birthright prioritizing that. They let through the Lancelot, they let through the Farsa, and they have basically proved super solid throughout the previous series.
I mean, Uzin on the Lancelot is not a new thing. We know he's very capable with these assassin types. We know he's really good on the Joe. We know he's really good on the Lancelot. His Fanny is really decent as well, but it's still a risky pick every time. Even if you're really good on Fanny, there's still always that what-if possibility. But still, Zetian getting picked out alongside the Phoveus, one of the most picked heroes this tournament, Phoveus. I mean, he's a solid XP laner. But Zedel, who would you have to pick in the jungle for Birthright?
For Birthright, I would have go definitely for an assassin. Either Hayabusa or even a Link would maybe work, but I'd go for Hayabusa, honestly. I think he's going on Hayabusa. I don't think he's going to go tank, because to catch the Irrital is kind of... it's still good. Fredrin is still a good pick here. Because we have the Badang to engage, and we have a lot of damage from Phoveus, a lot of CC. But I think they're going for an assassin.
I mean, I agree with you to some extent, but what if they're gonna go for the Kasha jungle to deny that Lancelot entry? I mean, it's gonna have that lockdown potential with a suppression as well, just pulling them back into the line again in the stand of Badang, in the stand of Phobos, and go for Moscow on the gold. I mean, they have the Irrital, yes, but still they try to go for something that's gonna work for them. The Minotaur is gonna get banned out, and that's maybe a hint to the Kasha jungle.
I think that playing Kaja here, you would have nothing to kill the, like not enough damage. I think for the backlane, and I think that
agree.
Phobos and Badang are enough to stop the Lancelots. Yeah, and Zetian is also has some CC and has his passive to take away the Lancelot. I don't think that Lancelot needs to get more counter than this. I think they really need some assassin to kill the Irrital. Yeah.
I partly agree with both of your points at this time. I would have gone for a Kaja into the jungle had your roamer been a more witty roamer, something along the lines of either a Raphael or a Florin, or maybe trying to pick an Angela up to get that extra bit of hard guard and sustain up for the team. But at the same time, right now, I agree with what Zedil said. You have the Badang, you have the Phobias, you don't really have a lot of damage to take down either the Irithel or the Farsa. So that is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, especially with the Zetian. Zetian doesn't have a lot of damage. Just she can poke, but she doesn't have the burst damage of Farza, for example.
But even so, the Kufra has been banned out, which is a possible hint towards the Fanny or Limping. As you said, it's still too early to tell. Arlot is open on the table for Memento Mori, and I think I'm gonna go for the Kaja on the Rome. Interesting pick. I mean, the Kaja was predicted, but for the wrong side. Even so, the Arnold is still on the table, which is gonna be a pretty solid XP laner from Memento Mori. But what do you think Bertra is gonna go? Do you think they're gonna go for the Fanny?
Pretty good pick, Fanny, if he mastered it. Ooh. But I think that the Kaja pick is not good at all against Badang Phobos, Zetian. So I think that the draft of left of birthrights, I think they're going to win.
To be very honest, I think so. I'm gonna go a bit more towards Memento Mori this time around. Just because of the fact that yes, you've got the Moscow, you've got the Zacian as well, but Farsa on the other side, Slot on the other side, and it has his hands on that Kaja. So even though the Suyu would want to dive in, he would be suppressed eventually in the Divine Judgment. And the Arlot pickup can try and set things up for your final slash, try to catch that Moscow while also trying to position during that entire chaos. I think so. Momentum. Zakota, it's up on you now to decide who's winning it.
I mean, I have to agree with both of you, but I think Bertra is gonna take the win due to their experience. Yes, Memento Mori has a pretty stacked lineup, but still, that I like the Jukshin. I just like the Jukshin. It can cancel out the Farsa if I'm not mistaken, and the Moscow is just a menace on the goal lane to deal with. The only thing I don't like is the Suyu. Suyu is such a volatile pick right now. It can go both ways. It can work, it cannot work. But against the Farsa, I would never go Suyu because you don't get that extra armor. You don't get that extra damage resistance. But still, it's again too early to tell. We have to see what's going to happen during the game. The drafts have already been locked in. I mean, we predicted a little bit, right? The Hayabusa, but we didn't predict correctly. The Kaja as well. I mean, the only good prediction was Arlot, honestly.
But all of those predictions are now going to be let alone on one side. Zedil, pick your winner game just based on this draft. Who do you think? Will it be Birthright to win it? Memento Mori. Give your predictions in a second now, as ladies and men will be jumping into the land of dawn. It's the second quarterfinals right now in the EMC. We will be so excited to see this entire game roll out. And it's going to be Zakota, Zedil, and me stayed yet as your casters for this one. Now, Zedil, predict your winner for this game.
I would go for the right side because I hate this Suyu pick. I don't think that this Suyu can go on the back lane. What?
I see what you mean, but the Suyu can go both ways. It can go against a Farsa very well, and it can cancel out the Lancelot. It can catch him when he uses that puncture and uses that dash skill, you know. As soon as he gets that first skill charged up, you can have a different thing. But look at Loloi!
Oof.
Falls down in the mid lane. Again, look at that early game potential from Mark and Danny on the meters together like glue. Zedel, here we're seeing a big trade going on in the top lane. We're seeing the Lancelot move up towards them. Look at Mark, is there. Big dash is coming through. Phantom Execution not there yet. What do you think of the Lancelot's rotation?
It's pretty good. He made the Phoebus Flicker, but I think even without the Flicker, he's still going to get a good impact. But yeah, the rotation is just like
Slarky is gonna almost fall down. Pancrab doesn't get that passive stack on him. Lolo is gonna try to support, but still it's gonna be a trade again in favor of Birthright. And got that tower plating of Moscow was playing extremely close, but look at Lolo, he's almost get at level 4 power spike compared to Danny, which already reached. Nazardo is in the mid bush waiting for the turtle to be spawned. Look at Uzin, not even aware of the Phoebus in the bush. Danny is moving closely.
The Phoebus.
Big damage. SOD connects, but still that Moscow doesn't choose to teleport, but he does. Look at that triple kill in the hands of Mark. Sakamoto is gonna be up next on the chopping block. Are we gonna see a mania coming from the roamer? No, we are not. Nazardo takes that honor away from him. Look at Levido. Is he gonna kill Slarky out? I don't think he's gonna fully commit to it.
What a start by the Balank. It's 4-0-1. The early game got destroyed by Birthright.
I mean, it's just that ultimate coming from the Wuzetian. It's just gonna allow it to clash down and stun. That's why it's such a unique hero. It can stun multiple targets with the same ultimate, so it stacks. But even so, Sakamoto didn't get his power spike at level 4, but Dang reached it before him. He's level 5 on the roam. But look at Nazarda and Yorsky just trading on the top lane. Lancelot is there just trying to help Arlott as much as possible.
Yeah, but it is useless. I don't think they can kill the Phoebus.
I don't particularly
think it's entirely useless right now because Phoebus would need to
run away.
Oh my god!
He needs to run away. There's a support coming in from Levi as well, and what a time to jump in. Instantly picking off Ronsky, and now Mark is gonna try and take slot Uzin. He can either run away into the well or he can jump down the cliff, and it is the latter. Jumping into the hands of Cristiano Nazardo. Shuts it down on the top side. Now that gold is going to be taken up.
Look at Lolo just trying to steal out that little wanderer in the mid lane, but still he doesn't get it. Zedel, if you were in the hands of Uzin, what would you build? Would you go for a tankier Lancelot or would you go for the pure damage Lancelot?
I would go still for the tank build. I think if we go damage, I think playing damage in high level 5v5 is not really.
Sakamoto, look at that big stun. SOD connects. Big stun onto Sakamoto upon the blue buff wall. Lev is there. He's gonna get shut down by Loloi. Big stun.
They
nice
got
numbers
2 kills.
Being put up right now. Absolutely. They got 2 kills out of just one. Sakamoto, the only one to fall out there though. It's gonna be stunned up. Mark out alone into the wild. He's gonna be running back to safety as well as Pancrad joins into the action as well, trying to take down the other side, but he just does not have enough damage now. 3 people all around the girl. This is Mr. Worldwide Fight out there. Uzin styles onto them as he steals away the turtle, only to fall to his death as well. But at least he minimizes the damage, Zakota.
Look at final slash coming through on Danny. Feather airstrike follows through as well, but Sakamoto is going to try to stun him down. Not enough damage, but Jonas is going to get that final blow upon him. If you didn't notice in the bot lane, Slarky lost a 1v1 to Nazardo. I mean, as an Irrital, losing to a Phoebus this early on is a pretty big sign of an upcoming defeat. But look in the top lane, the Suyu is there, trying to cancel out the Arlott. 3 people in the bot lane. 2 people rotating towards the top from either side, but look at Nazardo is making his way super closely.
Seems to be a bit more tough out there, but yeah, everyone else is trying to rendezvous over towards the top side right now since it's still 70 more seconds for this next turtle. A 2.2 thousand gold lead out here. ZL and Birthright has so much control in this early game. What do you think Memento Mori now need to do to try and come back in this game?
I think they can't do much to take down this Phobos. Kind of impossible. I think they're gonna just lose this game and ban the Phobos or get a better draft against him. Get a Mikimi maybe. Watch Phobos.
Oh, for now, we'll talk about that in an instant as it's already the first pick. Cristiano
They
takes
don't
one
have
down.
any
Levi
damage.
follows up as well as Slarky was all the way left on an island. Sun needs to run awake. It's not his days yet as he tries to sit there with the divine judgment, but there's no one he can judge onto right now. Everyone is so damn strong on the other side. Birthright have got so much more control.
Final
Ronsky
slash.
all alone out there, goes in for the final slash only to clear the minions as
Oh, yeah,
everyone
yeah.
else jumps into the tower as well. The bombardment on the head, and that's a massive shutdown. Loloi is able to take Cristiano Nazardo down. It seems like finally we've seen the kryptonite of this Superman.
In the top lane, Levi won the 1v1 against Uzin. That is a crushing defeat already. But look at Sakamoto.
Oof.
Still wants to take them down, Danny. First one to fall out there as well. Pancrat now
Hey,
wants to
yo.
survive. Sakamoto up on his face. Mark still holding
What?
it down for the SOD. Jumps in all of them's hands. That was absolutely massive blunder coming in from him. Just delivers his life as in a silver platter onto the other side, and there goes the turtle.
Even so, they still have the possibility of fighting. The Kaja doesn't have the divine judgment yet. Arlo just basically got his ultimate back, but look at that Phobios damage.
Still wants to take them down along with Levi, catching on to one
Loloi
already.
dead.
Makes it a double. Loloi out there alone, left nothing to do as Ronsky. That is not really the way where your base actually is, son. Out alone in front of four. And he will fall, he will crumble. Only to try and buy enough time for his team to actually go for their own jungle farm. But look at Mark Zakota. He's just on the face of Uzin.
Not much Uzin can do. Mark is just a mess. The Badang is a big counter. I mean, he's a stun. He's annoying
Yo!
for all assassins.
Shut down.
Big shutdown, right? ZL perfectly noticed out there as well. And but here's the thing. That shutdown went in for Sakamoto. The feathered airstrike right now. They're trying to land it, but the flicker out from Danny makes him survive. And there's no one else that you can actually deal a lot of damage to. But at least they have made this comeback. And now
Yep.
it seems like ZL that they can win.
Yeah, because I think that Birthright literally throw their games. The Phobos with his first death under the tower makes the turtle fight lose, completely lost. And now Suyu also dying. I think that they're throwing their games, and now that we're going to hit the late game, Memento Mori can win this.
I mean, 3 turtles in favor of Team Memento Mori. I think that's a sign of the retribution battle that can happen. The Lancelot has an easier execution line compared to Suyu. You have too many options with that hero. Even so, he's gonna go for the full damage build. I assume he's going for that endless battle second item. He has that dagger to allow him to clear faster, but Levi just got his Queen Wings, allowing him to get an extra full run. But look at Sakamoto!
Oh. Yeah, he's going to be surviving out there though, but a triple man stun out there from the Zacian. Does not really matter. It was only for a disengage out there, but the river control is still being maintained by Birthright. They've got so much vision because of Danny on the Zacian, and he's also got his passive up, so can't really catch all of them unless you set things up for the final slash. The Phobius tries to get things for his team. Turtle's gonna be taken by Uzin. Wants to jump away. Final slash, catching 3 in the back, but they're all caught by Padang. The fish trap perfect as the SOD in the back line will take down a double of Pancrat. Catching all of them, and now the Farsa trying to survive will land one shot onto the Phobius, but it does not matter. Pancrat still takes it as the Lord will march down on the base of Birthright from bottom.
Slark is the only one alive. The retribution battle has been lost. I mean, Memento Mori really gained a lead by getting that Lord. They closed down the gold gap, but they lost that fucking war after. Even so, it's a nice thing to say. I mean, facing Birthright is, you know, taking just a big leap of faith. With that Kaja on the roam, with that Arnold on the XP, not getting a lot of support, not getting that many stuns. He only relies on himself for a stun. And with the Farsa, I mean, taking the path of just not playing as safe as we saw last game in the hands of Ake's mage as in Nyando's hands. We saw how dangerous he was just playing for positions. He was not playing for fights.
I agree. Nandayo was doing a fantastic job on that Farsa as well, positioning himself. But to be honest, I think so. His front lining was also pretty solid. Right now, Loloi does not really have that good of a front line. Sakamoto and Ronsky both have to jump on the faces of Birthright to try and set their team up for success. That leaves room open for them to catch Loloi. And he's basically being caught by the spear of destruction from Pancrat. And that has been a big problem. I think so. It's about time that Uzin decides to go and clear the side lanes. Yeah, I mean, but not really catching anyone out there. So still going to be up in a while though. But Zedel, again, it seems Birthright now have got back the control.
Yep, only 2,000 gold though. So I think that the Irital and the Farza, the Alots, only the Kaja is making me. I think the Kaja pick isn't worth at all. I don't know how he's going to catch the Moscow, or yeah, he can only catch the Moscow, and around the Badang and the Phobos, it's kind of impossible for him.
I mean, as you said, the only targets he can go is maybe Mark as well, but he has to rely on Slarky's damage and the damage from Lola Azul to burst him down. That gold would come in hand to help finally Slarky get his full item, but still 18 seconds to the Lord, 15 seconds marching down. It's a 20 kill game. I mean, 28 kill game, 12 kills in favor of Team Birthright. Still, no Lords, no Turtles. We saw how dangerous Uzin is on that Lancelot with his executions, but still, top lane is looking like a fight about to cook. Lord is up. Dead lane is getting cleaned by Pancrat as we speak. Look at Nazaro. He's being careful. Danny as well. He has that ultimate ready to reveal the enemies to get an extra stun. But man, man.
Look at Uzin. Look at Uzin. He's in a position where he can do a bit of damage outright now, but Sakamoto eating up a bit from the other side as well. Just a small poke coming in from the Phobius. Now there goes the ultimate. There goes the reveal out there. Uzin up in the open, getting caught as well in the fist crack. He will be shut down. He will be taken down. What a chase from Pancrat as he also takes the Farsa. He will finally fall as it's Erithiel to take that 1 kill away, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Good thing you've taken the marksman down of the other side, so they cannot fast take this Lord.
I mean, Levy was getting targeted down, but look at Sakamoto.
Caught in an opposition out now. He wanted to give vision for Slarky, but eventually in an off angle, he was finished off. Danny, he's going to flicker out of the harm's way as well of the heavy crossbow, which is dealing a lot of damage. Slarky has got the Berserker's Fury, but no amount of crit damage can make you brute force your way through Cristiano when he's standing up in front of you, scoring those bonks on top of you as there's the killing spree. Finally, the feathered airstrike will get enough damage on the other side, but not before they take the Lord for themselves. Finally, Birthright take their first neutral objective of the game.
First objective won. I mean, the jungle wasn't there, and Yornsky got stunned by the Badang. I mean, he couldn't even open the map for Lancelot, even if he wanted to. But still, one bad fight could turn the game around. Birthright still has the lead with the most towers pushed. 5 only turrets standing right now are the inhibitors, and 1 mid turret for the side of Momentum Mori, which are defending. But either way, Moscow had a really bad play there. He was just trying to 2v1. He was just trying to fight everyone at the same time, and I think that's a big mistake. You are still Moscow at the end of the day. You are still a squishy hero. You don't have Inspire. You don't have Purify. You have the Flicker. So you need to play a little bit behind your time. But look at Danny's assists. Man.
Yeah, a bit too much out there now. It's going to be a bit of a problem to deal with this Lord, but still, Zedel, I think so they have enough wave clear to deal with this Lord quickly. Hold on, they're actually chasing Levi down. Pancrat is low in the HP as well, so I don't think so the inhibitors will fall, but Zedel, they managed to defend this wave quickly.
Ay. I don't know how the Lancelot died, but it wasn't the right moment to...
Oh. Absolutely. He eventually died out there as a surprise for everyone, but look at Cristiano. It's going to be taken down instantly, but they managed to take away 2 inhibitors, Dakota, and almost took down the third one as well. That is a big macro win coming in for the side of Birthright as they still want to take the fight as Momentum Mori want to try and force this out forward. Mark low in the HP, but Snarky chasing on his own Ducati is not far to finish them off. And then inhibitor on the bottom side almost falling down as well. Have the access of their own jungle.
As Siddle said, the second Uzin died, their defense rate went from 100% to basically 50%. It's a good thing that Sakamoto managed to pull someone off with a advantage. But look at Pancras, he's alone!
Yeah, he's alone out there in an island though. He's still surviving with a lot of damage. Holy! Took 4 members to finally take him down as now the follow-up's gonna come in. Levi is catching one. He needs to catch all of them, but guess what? The other side is also pretty solid. Shut down from Slarky, gets a triple as well. And Ronsky will put Levi off of his misery. Seems like there's no Beast Titan on the other side for this Levi to take down. He's getting destroyed as it's a 3-for-1 trade for Memento.
Memento Mori finally got their momentum going. 10 seconds to Lord. Levy is gonna be so far behind. The only members alive are Nazardo, Pancrat, and Danit that will be able to fight. Uzin has retribution, even if he's not doing extremely well in the kill scenario. He is doing a good job of securing the objectives. Larky, on the other hand, is a complete monster on the Irritel. Still, no contestation for the Lord in the bot. We're gonna see probably a big push coming from the side of Momentum Mori and maybe even a game end.
Seems to be a bit of a problem out there now. Lord marching down from mid. All 3 lanes will be pushing in together. Zedel, they need to manage their waves quickly. Do you think Birthright can defend this Lord?
They can definitely defend this because they have so many towers. And I don't think they can get ended like this because of their picks. But I think the end of the match is probably going to be a win for Memento. If Irrital still strikes like she did.
Highly possible now. Zakota, they are on their own struggles now, but the big problem with Moscow is that he could be caught out there. Sakamoto flickered in front, but was dashed back onto the ball as well as Cristiano on the faces of Slarky. The wind of nature being used up as well. Cristiano out in the open, left alone. Ronsky's been taken down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both the EXP laners as we still are on a stalemate. And the inhibitors are standing for the side of Birthright, but maybe not for long as the feathered airstrike is going to zone them all off. The bottom one should fall, but look at the back line. It's a massive fish grab play. Irithiel will fall. No immortality can save you. Pancrat saves his team as Uzin will be taken down by this Sasuke. And he wants to chase them all down. Sakamoto will run away as well back to safety. Loloi still holding up. And that's the SOD at the perfect time. Loloi, the only one left. And it's a wave pushing down in mid.
It is defendable. Yorsky is alive. The minions can get pushed out using the final surge. But look at Loloi.
Oh my god. It's not getting defended now. Loloi is falling down. They chased him out and the crystal's going to be open. And Birthright claim the first game. ZL, you look disappointed, my man.
I'm so disappointed. How did that Irrital stayed and the Badang just catch her?
Oh my god.
Crazy match here.
Still, it's a best of 3 series. That's what we like to say. We saw it happen in the game between Ake and, I mean, it was Team Rain. Again, 2 strong teams. Again, this one is even better. Birthright is one of the strongest, one of the contenders to win. And Team Memento Mori has been, making waves. They are playing good. They almost turned it around. I just don't think that the Kaja was a perfect fit, as you said. They just needed something to follow up on that Ardo. They didn't have a follow-up. The Farsam was not getting any protection. If they had a Jawhead to just pick up maybe Levi or to pick up Pancrat, it would have been a different thing. But still, you can't change the picks. You can only hypothesize about them. But what do you think is going to happen in game number 2, Zedel? Who do you have for winning?
I just wanted to say that the Kaja didn't really do thing compared to this Badang. I think that Badang just carried his whole team with his clutch is engaged, whereas the Kaja didn't really pull great moves. I think that the pick was really bad. For the second game, I hope that we're going to see a better draft from Memento, a better roamer at least.
Probably. I mean, we probably are going to see that the draft was favoring heavily the side of Birthright, as we're also seeing in the highlights as well. They had so much more control in that early game. But again, I think so, Zakota, one of the big things that Birthright need to fix right now is the fact that the neutral objectives kept on going in the hands of Uzin. Like, it doesn't matter if that dude was going 0-3, 0-4, 0-7. Yes, he did not get any kill, but he got all the objectives for his team. And I think so that was a big reason that over towards the end, Memento were still able to hold strong.
I mean, Bankrupt was one of their biggest game deciding factors. He was not getting checked by anyone. He was making a few bad plays, but still he did change the game around. He was farming. He didn't get the kills. Mark did. I mean, neither did Danny. I think Danny had the most assists in the game, but look at Jornsky. All the time he's in their face, sustaining a ton of damage. Look at the retribution difference here. Boom. Even when he's stunned, he got it.
That was crazy. What a play by Lancelot every time. The retribution.
It was always on point. That was one of the big reasons as well why the first Lord went in for them. Otherwise, the game could have been ended here.
Yep.
Like, look at that. 4 people being taken down, only Slarky left alive, while all 4 people of Birthright were standing up, but they did not have the Lord. That was the only problem which they were facing.
I mean, it's hard to tell, right? Because they did turn the game around, but still, one bad fight can turn everything. Here, the Phobius pickup was a really smart choice, but they should have kept going. I mean, it's so different to get a check on a Moscow, because look how many mobility things he has. And here, they just focus down using everything, and they get punished so heavily by Levy. I mean, you disliked the Suyu pick, Zedel. How come you disliked it here?
What was the question?
How come you dislike the Suyu in this draft from Birthright?
I personally don't really like it. But I guess the Kaja that doesn't really annoy this Suyu makes it free.
Fair enough. I think so. I think so. That's fair. You know, Kaja. I'll have to say that Kaja was trying. Sakamoto was trying to land his divine judgment, but it just felt like he was missing it on the crucial moments. He was trying to flicker forward as well while catching someone, but he was always catching his bad luck with him because there was no one to catch around with divine judgment, or he was being pushed back by Moscow spear too. I think so. Those were a few problems that they encountered. I think so. Kaja was a decent idea, but it's very hard to pull off. You know, there's just so many things that have to go right in order for Kaja to get his team up for success. But that was up for the first game, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the second one right away. Can Birthright close it 2-0, or will Memento Mori push it far forward for game number 3? We'll have to see it right now, though. But Zakota, now the sides will be swapped, and Memento Mori will be on the blue side. So what are your expectations?
I think Birthright is gonna still take it because they're stronger on the second pick, they're stronger on the red side. Yes, being on the blue side is gonna give you a better opportunity to pick all as broken, but we're gonna see a draft right now. We're gonna see the Badang Farsa getting banned out by Memento Mori, and Birthright is gonna follow up again with a Lapu Lapu and Rano. Zedel, what do you think should go next?
As ban, I don't know. Maybe the Kimi, I don't know. There are so many good picks. So again, the Baxia.
I mean, the Baksha is a pretty good thing, but we're seeing a few technical issues, but doesn't matter, you know.
The Kagebushi no Jutsu, man.
Exactly. No Jutsu. You know, we had that Sasuke last game, but let's see. I think they're gonna go for a ban on the mid lanes. The Kimi should go out. I don't know if Lolo really likes that Kimi on the mid lane. He can play it, but he's not extremely competent on it compared to his actual proper mages. He still lacks on the game because he doesn't apply the pressure as much as he should. Even so, I mean, Mark, we know he's a monster. Danny, we
True. We'll have to see, which one works actually very well for them. I don't think so they care about Farsa being picked up or the Kimi being picked up on the other side for as long as they can get their hands on the Zishin. And they've also banned out the Yi and Shin in the jungle as well, so they don't really mind giving a priority pick onto the other side. Now, Kimi has been picked up. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Farsa being picked up early on, along with something along the lines of probably a Phoveus yet again. We clearly saw in the previous game how annoying Phoveus was and how he's also being one of the biggest priorities in that EXP lane. But I personally want to see something along the lines of a Yu Zhong. I mean, I personally think in order to counter the mid lane controlling heroes like the Kimi or the Farsa or the Eve, Yu Zhong gives you one of the best opportunities, Zedil. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. If you go Phoveus against Kimi, it's not a good idea against her, but maybe against her teammates, it can be still good. So yeah,
I think so too. I think so too. But guess what? Oh, okay. They pick up an Arlet and a Fredrin early on, Zakota. Talk to me through this. An early Fredrin and an Arlet pick against a Kimi?
I mean, it's as old as the fire. I mean, it's a combination from since Arlott launch, from since Fredrin launch. You get that constant stance coming in from the Fredrin, you get that constant stun coming from the Arlott, so it's just a mess, though. But we're gonna see Sakamoto on the Minotaur. It was banned last game, and we're gonna see a really nice pick with a Bruno early, but a Granger is left open.
Also lock it in at the last possible pick right there for the first phase. So I think so. It's a pretty decent matchup against a Bruno early on, but there's a Minotaur on the other side, and I personally feel, Zedel, I'm not a very big fan of such an early Minotaur pick in the draft.
Yeah, me too. The Minotaur, I don't know. She's going to CC the tank, the Fredrin, the Alots. Yeah, but it's still going to be great if the Kimi and the Bruno are here for the damage. So for the moment, I really like the draft of Memento. I just think that their picks are stronger. I think that Kimi and Bruno are dealing so much damage, especially Kimi is such a deadly picks for Fredrin. But if Arlott has to play well to
I agree.
To de-engage this Kimi.
I agree. You have to get those final slashes on point though. But I do like Zakota taking away the Matilda, making sure that Fredrin is not easily able to rotate through the map using the guiding winds as well. While the answer for Birthright is in the form of that Lancelot. They are choking down that jungle pool, and I think so they can focus the next ban as well on another jungler.
I mean, the only thing I would disagree with, what if the Arlott goes on the roaming position and they pick out another fighter on the experience lane? It's gonna work a little bit better, as we know. Mark, Danny plays that Arlott extremely well. It's a really difficult hero to play in the roaming position. Even in the XP, Arlott is hard to play because you need extremely good timing. Even so, with a Fredrin and an Arlott roam, you're going to constantly rotate together, you're going to constantly start team fights, you're going to provoke everything. And a Minotaur, I don't think is going to face up against a hero who has CC immunity like Arlott.
I think so too. I absolutely think that as well. But again, a Joy being banned out early on. We did see a Joy being picked up in the previous series, but that did not really work out well, right, for the side of Aki out here. And to be honest, it is a bit difficult to pull a Joy up against a lineup that has got a good amount of CC unless you have got a perfect rhythm of Joy, right? Lined up all the four of those, or rather all the three of those at the perfect beat with your skill too. So again, it kind of is a bit difficult. You need to get your timings right. It's not pretty easy to pull just like a Lancelot. You dash in, boom, 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 get a Thorn Rose and ult out of the way while also dealing damage to everyone across that. So I think so. Maybe they could have focused down a bit more on some of the other picks, maybe the Ling or something that pairs up well with the Minotaur in the jungle position. But it's absolutely fine. Rafaela now being banned out as the final one, and Valentina being picked up. Now I love that, ZL. I like the Valentina pick.
Yeah, yeah, for the Minotaur ult, it's pretty good. And now I'm just wondering which jungler is my Memento is going to pick. Maybe Hayabusa or Fanny. Fanny should be could be very, very good.
I don't think you're going to go for the fan into an Arlot Frederian, and especially with the Valentina
Exactly.
taking the Minotaur ultimate, the Minotaur Fury is going to just knock her up in a team fight. Even if you're good on Fanny, I mean, the Gushan!
Huh?
No way.
Jet back in the lobby, I believe.
Just no limit
Well,
in the lobby. Let's just hope. Maybe it's a technical issue. Let's just not. It's that there's not a Gushan there. You guys are. It's it's a mix between Yu Zhong, Ling, Fanny, and Hayabusa is the same hero in once. But still, what if it's a Kimi jungle and it's a Gushan in the mid lane?
No way.
I don't entirely disagree with that as well, because I think so that could be the case. That's the first thing I thought in my mind as soon as I saw the Gushin being picked up. Because think about it, right? You pick up a Gushin, you don't really want to give proper good ultimates to Valentina now for the last two picks. And Phoveus and Gushin, even though they have impactful ultimates for themselves, they are technically useless for a Valentina. So you're now basically choking Valentina down to only pick up the Minnow and Fury. But guess what? It pairs up so very good with the Tigreal. I love the draft coming in from Birthright right now. I think so they've won it in the last two picks. What about you, Zedin?
I don't really like the Tyrell pick. I think the support could be better. But I think I'll say Memento Mori is going to get this game. I hope.
Even with the Gushin.
Yeah, because
All right.
the
you know what?
Phoveus can make change. Can make a lot. Phoveus can definitely savage here. Like, who can kill the Phoveus? I think that's. Yeah, because of Phoveus, thanks to Phoveus, Memento Memory can win this.
It is a Gushan in the jungle. It's a bit of an interesting choice. I mean, even the Alucard I think would have been a better pick here to just burst down the Frederick, because he got a recent buff allowing him to take an extra emblem on himself. He doesn't have to go for the jungle here, but it's a bit odd seeing Uzin on the Gushan. I mean, I've seen it in rank, but I haven't expected him to pick it in, competitive play.
Guess what? I mean, it seems that he's absolutely fine picking it up in the competitive play as well out here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving on to this game number 2, instantly, Memento Mori up on the blue side this time, trying to force a game 3 against Birthright, who already have a 1-0 lead for themselves. We'll have to see which one of them will get the win. Pancrat up against Slarky in the gold lane now. We already know how that gold lane fight, Gokra fight goes on though. But look at the amount of poke Loloy is actually doing onto Danny and Mark.
Kimi, man. Kimi,
just
goated
Kimi.
pick.
I mean, Zed,
I'm
you guys have a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
of experience with picking out the Phoveus. From what I see, Zeus he really likes that hero. What do you think should be the proper build for him this game?
Probably the War Axe and then a lot of defense, and also full defense could be good. But look at this, look at this.
Uzin!
If you get the space, if Gushin get the space, you can do some things. And I think
Beautiful
that
pick.
the damage of Kimi can. Gushin don't really need to kill to deal a lot of damage. He can just come and finish the kills, because and Phoveus also later is going to deal a lot of damage to create the
Mark!
space.
Oh,
Uzin!
yeah, right now
But he's throwing the game.
Lovely flicker play coming
Final
in from
slash.
Mark, the Sacred Hammer, absolutely perfect. And now look at
Look
it,
at the
try and
dashes.
retreat back as Loloy will be taking Cristiano down out in the open. 1-for-1 trade coming in for both of these teams. But again, now it's going to be the fight towards the turtle. Bronsky out right away on the back
Danny's
of
gonna
Levi,
die.
but look at the damage. Danny, he needs to run away now. He's
Mark
still
up
being
with the
struggling
big shot.
out there. It's Tigreal to take the turtle up for the team though, as Ronsky joins it, but Uzin will shut Danny down instantly. But does it absolutely matter? No, it's still a 500 gold lead for Memento Zakota.
I mean, momentum more picking out the Gusion is an unexpected moment, but I believe Gusion also got a recent buff in the patch notes, which allows him to teleport a lot faster. They removed a bit of the forcing, but even so, I mean, they just need to wait for the Fredrin to get his first item and for Nazardo as well to get that Fury Hammer, which I assume he's going for.
I think so too. Zedel, again, we were on the verge of discussing about the first few items as well for the 4 ways, but what do you think about the Sky Piercer on the Kimi as the first item?
I think she's going to destroy all their enemies and stack up until 80. That's what I'm
Are
thinking.
you sure about that?
Yeah, I don't think anyone can really reach that Kimi. Only Alot can surprise her.
See Danny picking out the Minoan Fury to try to get an extra knockup in the fight, allowing in the Gusion is actually a decent pick if you think about it, because you don't get crowd control immune when you teleport, but the Genius Wand as a first item is a bit of a statement, right? You're gonna just want to focus on farming. But look at the fight in mid
at this
lane.
point,
It's cooking up.
considering there are 3 big chunky people on the other side, I don't know if Genius Wand is really the best item. Those early silence row might actually be a problem. Just a few back and forth exchanges out there, as the Way of the World was also used up by the Bruno, but not really getting anything. And also, he's lost a couple of minions down in the bottom lane, while a bit of a gold was also being chunked by Pancrat there. We'll probably see the fight over towards the turtle, as again the river buff is there for the movement speed. And Starkey has picked up the Heart's Claw. Granger is up on the rotation now. This fight is going to be crucial.
Well,
and I
slash.
believe it's going to be
Look at
Birthright
the
to
fight.
eventually get the win, as well as they quickly move up forward. Again, the Praises Wrath almost catching Sakamoto, but Pancrat is there to do the job, complete it all the way done, fulfilled, and Vronsky will follow the same fate like his roamer. The Gusion could not do anything in that team fight, and there goes the turtle for Birthright.
Are we gonna
Zedel.
see an invade? Levi still has the retribution. Big stun, retrified, and Uzin gets it.
Yeah.
And it's really
Missed
hard
out
to
on
win a
that one.
Gusion on the retribution. I mean, he's 1 level ahead of the Fredrin. But they already swapped the lane. I mean, Slarky almost fully pushed at the bot tier turret. Final slash comes through, jumping on Bruno to give a little bit of a scare, but Ranger's gonna trade for the top lane as the Bruno's gonna take that bot lane turret. But look at the Minotaur's positioning. They want to invade.
And he was also probably going in for a Winter Crown maybe early on. Or could also be the Flask of Aces. We'll have to see on that one right now, as it's not really a full-fledged invade out there. Again, you can clearly see the wall of defense being made by Birthright right now. They know what Memento want to do. They know the win condition of Memento, and they are playing against it. They're making sure that Pancrat farms on this Granger. And I believe he's been doing a pretty solid job right now, but look at the position of Sakamoto. His Minoan Fury could be crucial for this one fight if they want to go in and engage, but look at the back line. Vronsky is eventually caught out there, but still, he's going to survive out with a bit of a damage on his face as Cristiano eats up a bit too. Everyone now rendezvousing over towards the mid with Levi, who will move back to safety now. But Logoi is out in the open, purifying out of the halfway with the Minoan Fury, landing on 3, and it's Danny to set things up for his team as they get 3 off 1. Phenomenal play from Birthright Zakota.
I mean, from just thinking a little bit, I did see a bit of Gusion getting played in the Philippines in some scrims. I seen some screenshots, but I don't think it's really great in the team comp. But look at the damage!
Oh! Outplay!
Almost catching Cristiano, but yes, the outplay was picture perfect. And guess what? Ozen's got nothing left right now. He can get 1, but 1 is all he will get. Eventually giving the shutdown away to Pancrat as well, and that still is a win for them. But guess what? They're trying to take it away from the other side as it's all down. Only Levi standing in with the turtle, and he will fall just like the turtle as well. And a nice trade by Memento Mori on the other side. But they still do not have the goal lead right now as they try to push down on that mid lane. It's going to be a 3v4 scenario. Pushing in upright, catching only 2 though, but they've been known Fury. Almost cancelling out the implosion of the 4v lands in 3. The bounce, picture perfect as Lolo. He gets the first one, traded instantly as well. A double kill for this Kimi, as he will take down the tier 1 of the mid. And finally, ZL, they get the lead.
ton of damage upon Levi just walked out of the base and is already halfway down on his HP. Pancrat is not gonna be enough damage. I agree with what Zedel said. Slarky and Lolo are just gonna carry the entire game. Fronsky is gonna be the front line they need, and Sakamoto is gonna be the set. That's the only thing they deserve. But even so, Holy Crystal in the hands of Uzin soon. I mean, he's gonna go to best of 3 series. I mean, hey, it's gonna be the same. First pick.
Probably. If you're blue side, you win. And ZL, it has been happening from the previous series, If you are blue side, you are winning. Do you think it is because of the draft and how there are just so many good heroes that blue side will always get one of the good heroes?
No, I don't think so. Because they got they actually first picked the Kimi, which is pretty deadly. So no, I don't. It's not that simple.
Probably possible though, but hold on. Conceal
no.
coming right now. They want to try and catch all of them though. But then Benoit Fury is going to catch 3 of them. And the Flask of OS is helping Sakamoto survive. But not for long enough. He will be taken down. And look at the position of Uzin. Ronsky, they all want to take one down. The Cristiano's the only man who's eventually being caught by that Gusion as the Benoit Fury on the other side go in and knock up onto 2. Loloi will move back as Starkey will also survive. They do not really have a lot of ultimate to play around in that fight though. But look at that. Pancrat out in the open. He still survives the combo of Uzil. The Rondo coming in at the perfect second. That is an outplay of probably this entire series, Zakota.
I mean, that was a pretty nice play, considering the fact that Tigger could have went for an implosion play, but he didn't. But the Purify is bailed out from the Kimi. That's a big waste coming there. Even so, I don't think the Frozen could have killed there, but we're gonna see the Malefic gun in the hands of Slarky. And the final slash!
On the back line right now, Slarky is going to be running back to the safety as Ronsky is going to be going face to face, head on with Levi as it's already got 4 stacks up. You don't want to be caught for the Appraiser's Wrath out there, which lands in a no man's land with the Benoit Fury on the back line, catching 3. Cristiano still falling as the first one. He will take 1 down before getting down as Slarky hops in. He's going to get the double. He wants to get the triple as well as the ball goes in and Danny falls to it. It's only Pancrat remaining, and the Lord is going to be taken down now as Memento are trying to push for a game 3.
Yeah, I really feel like every time Birthright is taking the lead is when they engage really fast. First, the Minotaur or the Phovius, because they can overextend easily. They don't have much mobility. And once Memento is together, I feel like they're always winning their fight. Once the Minotaur is making an ultimate, playing with his team, I feel like Birthright doesn't have any chance to win the fight.
I think so.
Implosion!
That could be a bit of a problem out there though. Uzin getting a bit ahead of himself out there. Thought maybe he could eventually survive getting caught by everyone, specifically the implosion of Mark. And that basically gives an opportunity for Birthright to now defend this Lord, Zakota.
I mean, I think the Lord was gonna get defended either way, just because the Granger is there in the front line rather than just zoning a tower. I think he's still gonna charge on the tower and take it below half HP. Yes, it does. Look at Levi all alone. But Slarky needs to be the target in the team fights. Arnold needs to go for him or for Loloy.
Yeah, they'll just be happy by taking that first one down. And the passive of mid lane is going to help them clear out the mid as well. And to be honest, it's absolutely fine to get the passive used up right now because it's only 20 more seconds so that it's going to be standing up. I like the idea of what Birthright did, but also good discipline from Memento. Tier 2 on the top side and then immediately decided to back off right now. Now, ZL, we will see Birthright getting caged and they will have to play as 5. But do you think, can they win this game?
I think if they get the good pick off, just like they always do, always taking one kill, they can definitely win the game. But I think if Memento is more disciplined, they will definitely win.
What about you, Zakota?
I mean, it depends who's gonna get the kill before the Lord. If they pick off Slarky before the Lord, I think it's in the hands of Birthright. If Pancrat somehow dies during this time before the Lord, this 40 seconds, I think it's gonna be GG. Birthright is gonna be done. it's going to go to a best of 3. It's all in the hands of Slarky and Lolo, I think, for Momentum Mori. That's the only two people actually doing the damage. Yes, Uzin hurts, but Uzin can get picked off easily. The Liv is there, Mark is there. The Danny has the Minoan rage to just knock him up. Lazaro is there, he can just stun him. I think they're gonna try to go for a concealed play.
I think so. They would want to, but here's the big thing now. Danny, even though on this Valentina, he's there, he needs to be probably the secondary damage dealer for the team because Pancrat is doing his thing. He's going 6-1-4. He's doing a ton of damage with 10.5k gold right now, already completing the Malefic Roar as well, and is probably going for the Blade of Despair as the last item. But Danny, he's setting things up with the Minoan Fury, but he does not have enough damage right now.
Sakamoto.
Probably can have, right? Sakamoto still going to survive out there as the way of the world is going to push everyone back, specifically now he has not fallen down, but his HP is low enough for him to hit back the recall or at least go towards the tower. Can be bursted down. Uzin it instantly. And ZL, now it's time for Birthright to defend another Lord.
Yep.
I mean, the second Pancrat got poked down. I think that was the time. Hey, guys, that was the shot call. Kill Pancrat or get him low enough, force him away from the Lord, and then we're going to have an advantage because they don't have a damage dealer. I mean, the Arnold have been better on the roam and a different XP laner. Maybe even a Masha would be great here to burst down Sakamoto, even Loloi, because you can't really escape Masha's ultimate. That is going to be a pain to deal with. And it's pretty good with the Fredrin as well. If you put Masha, Fredrin, you're going to have the frontline already, and the Arlot in combination, you're going to have the setters. You don't need an XP laner that does something. You just need him to be as proactive as possible. Just be killing.
I agree. At this point now, it's going to be a big thing now to try and make this play out here. Cristiano, the only man who's eating away all the daggers of Uzin out here, who's going to be standing idle for the next 10 seconds. Immortality picked up by Mark, a crucial item at this stage right now. But look at Phobius, he's a bit too deep out there. Ronsky taken down, a 3-man setup by the Minotaur, only to get the inhibitor down, as they will now Uzin! Another Danny and Pancrat, the play of his lifetime! As this one, Prince of House Baxley takes down the Kingdom of Birthright. What a win for Memento, and what a way to push this to a map 3, Zokota.
Insane play coming from Uzin. I didn't believe in the Gushin at all. It changed everything I thought about him. I mean, you could genuinely feel the Gushin's damage being there. I mean, he burst down everything and everyone in his spot. Zedel, what do you think of the Gushin? Are you going to practice him now?
No, definitely not. But yeah, what a clutch! Still got a clutch. And yeah, they didn't manage to find the back lane also. The Bruno and the Kimi was still alive, and GG's to Memento.
There's still one more game to go, Mr. Zedel. But the only reason I don't want Birthright to lose right now is because I want to see Wicked versus Danny in the finals. That's, a thing that's been cooking up for a long time. Zedel, I know you heard of it. What do you think if Birthright manages to get against Minerva Fury? Who do you think is going to take that W there?
Definitely the team of Wicked. They are above in terms of drafting and in terms of skills, I think. I think that the pick Fredrin was not bad for the CC on the Minotaur and the Phobius, but he really couldn't reach the back lane. I think that an assassin is way better against Kimi. Look at the job that Kimi did. Let's watch the damage that Kimi did, and Bruno also was here.
The team fans were really in favor of Team Momentum Mori. Sakamoto did an amazing job with the Minotaur. He was doing perfect sets, and Yorsky was just zoning out the best way he could with the Phobius. Again, you don't have the best job, but look at Sakamoto.
He was always so good with the Minoan Fury, be it for the engages or the disengages. Even in the early game, regardless of what was happening to his team, he was trying to set things up. He was not scared to face up all of that damage on the other side. And I'll have to say it one more time. I believe it was Ronsky on that Phobius who was allowing Sakamoto to play like how he was playing there. Slarky and Loloi did not have to worry about anyone dashing in on them because ZL mentioned that there is absolutely no one on the side of Birthright to try and jump forward and kill this Kimmy. But this play from Ozin, look at that. He pushed, he marked Danny first on the Valentina, and he dashed towards Pancrat. And that basically got a collab damaged out. Oh my goodness. Absolutely insane, to be honest.
Absolute cinema.
You could also call it a misplay from the side of Danny too, as well, Zakota, because he should not have flickered towards Pancrat in that situation. Do you think that could have changed the result of this game?
I don't think it could have changed. I mean, the Lord's marching down the mid lane already, and they didn't have an answer for Bruno or me. As Zedel said, they didn't have any damage to burst them down properly. I think that Tigre was a big mistake. That was the biggest mistake Birthright did. You couldn't do anything against them. It's just Sakamoto did perfect zoning, had that flask of voice, and giving Bruno that extra attack speed. And if you guys don't know, Kimi converts attack speed to magic power in the current patch, so it actually gave Kimi more damage than Minotaur's first kill.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of that Minon roar out here being sent out for the Kimi to deal extra damage. But again, I think so the thing still stands. If you're on the blue side, you're winning it. But that also means now Birthright has a chance to close this one out. But we also saw it in the first game, Zedel. Birthright almost lost that first game too. If not for that one misplay coming in from the side of Memento Mori over towards the last fight, this could have very well been a 2-0 Memento Mori thing. Now, having a look at the stats as well. Talk to me through it, ZL. Talk to me about the itemization coming in specifically from Valentina. 1-5-9, not the best record, but to be honest, he was supposed to be the secondary damage dealer for his team.
Well, yeah, the pick Valentina still. I don't know what she did. What this is if she did, because I think she couldn't really catch the backlane, even if she got the ultimate of Minotaur. It was pretty hard for the Valentina pick for me here.
I agree. And at the same time, Zakota, we were seeing a very different approach from the side of Memento Mori. Again, they had the Bruno for themselves, and Slarky was doing a phenomenal job on that. And Loloi on the Kimi, absolutely fantastic job, poking right from the first minute.
I mean, the second I saw the Gushan peak, I said, damn, they're trolling, they're just gonna play for fun. But as soon as I saw, he's doing a ton of damage, man, I changed my mind about it. But still, Uzin, I think, is a better jungler than Livy. Livy doesn't have that much experience compared to Uzin. I mean, it's a big thing to say, of course, but still, keep in mind, Zedel, you know this is true what I'm saying. Levi still lacks a lot of experience. He's not as good as Alejandro was, and he's not as good as Uzin is right now, currently.
Zedel, you've been laughing.
I don't know.
What do you have to say for
I don't know about this, because he picked the Fredrin, and I don't think that you can say that, because the Fredrin, you can't really do the thing here, so you can't really express your skills as a jungler. You don't farm really good. I mean, you don't farm really fast with this hero, and you can't really def as with your own.
Could be possible. Could be very possible, but
Fredrin is really hard to carry against Kimi, so don't say that.
To be honest, we'll have to see. There's one more game for Birthright to prove themselves right. For now, we're going to call them Birth left because nothing is going right for them. But right now, they'll be on the correct side, at least on the blue side. We've been seeing if you blue, you win throughout the evening right now. And it's going to be a first ban, Lapo instantly. Zakota, they're sticking with their bans. I'm expecting them to ban out the Uranus as well for the next one. Memento Mori have got to focus on those changes. They've got to pull something out of their own magic hat to probably steal this one game away. But they'll have to focus on that 1-1 ban. They'll also have to focus on that Kimi ban.
I mean, I don't think that Kimi was the entire problem. I think the problem was that they didn't have enough damage to deal with her. I mean, if they banned the Farsa, why leave the Kimi open and not pick her? They had the possibility to do so, but they still went for the Valentina for some unknown reason known to man. Valentina right now in the current meta is so useless. It has no point. There's so many better picks. There's the Zetian, there's the Juxin, there is the Novaria, who I think is a better mage compared to the Valentina. You have more use with that Astra. Like, what you can do with the Valentina if there's no good ults? Even if the Minotaur was there, Minotaur has his immunity. There has too many dashes. You cannot catch the Kimi. You have to waste your flicker. You have to waste your dash to get into their face, and you're still squishy your Valentina.
I think
You're not a tank.
I think Valentina is still a good pick, but you have to play with an assassin. You definitely has to play with a jungler that deal a lot of damage. Because if you just have your marksman to deal damage, it's really not good.
I mean, could be very well, could be the case though. Right now, again, focusing on those bans yet again, it's the Badang, the Basha, and guess what? It's gonna be the Minotaur ban coming in from Birthright. They're gonna respect that one, hero from that previous game. But the last one, Uranus, everything up for grabs right now. You've got the Kimi, you've got the Zushin, you've got the Farsa in the mid lane. Anyone that you want to pick up, you can pick it up right now. There's also a couple of more heroes available. Fanny, you've been mentioning so many times out here, could probably show up for the first time in the evening right now. Maybe it could be a Lancelot as well for the early pick. Or you know what? Maybe they want to throw everything out of the window. Maybe they want obvious first pick.
I don't know, man. I think we saw enough Fanny on ZL streams earlier today, but still, I genuinely don't think there's gonna be that many Fanny's getting picked in a tournament setting. It's such a rare hero to see because it's risky. ZL, you know best. You can pick Fanny, but it has to be a perfect draft. You can't pick it early. You can't pick it late. You have to pick it in the perfect spot.
I think that in the previous game, Fanny was a really good pick. I think that Fanny is a really good pick against Fredrin. Maybe not Arlott. Arlott is kind of hard, but against a Fredrin and the Valentina, they don't have the damage to punish her. And Kimi in the early game, she can deal. It's actually free for her to destroy the Fredrin and everyone. I think that if she picked the Fanny instead of the Goshen, it would have been a better early game for them. And then the Kimi and the Bruno could have carried this. But yeah, of course, if you hit the late game with Fanny against the Fredrin, Arlott, it's going to be hard. But you can definitely diff a lot in early game with Fanny, especially against Fredrin. It's a good pick against Fredrin. For me.
I mean,
True.
I don't think
Zakota
Fanny is a proper peek into a version because you still have to think. He has a knock-up, he has a taunt. If you don't know how to control the cables, it's still, you can panic. But we're going to see a YS and Roger 2 marksman jungle. But Zed, what about last game? What if they picked Ling? Do you think Ling would have worked a bit better for Memento Mori or for Birthright? Who do you think needed Ling most? Ooh, Selena. Cooking.
I think so. He's cooking. He's cooking. He's thinking about it. I personally feel that if you're really focusing down on that, picking up a Link could have basically worked out well for Birthright instead of that Fredrin as well. They would have had enough damage and someone to actually get that Kimi. But guess what, people? That happened in the previous game. We're going to throw that out of the window right now. Focus back down onto the Sea Senshin, onto the Selena in the mid lane. I still remember a long back meta when Farsa used to be one of the prime picks in the mid lane. Selena used to be one of the hard counters for Farsa. You can land in those abyssal arrows from a range. You can always come in from flank. You've got the Garrote available to try and dash away from back to safety as well. Get an extra bit of flicker for a lot more mobility out here. I think so. This Selena pick is actually a very solid pick coming in. And they also banned out the Yu Zhong. So now there's not going to be a very solid EXP laner to jump on the Selena to try and catch her with the Petrify. And I like that idea too. But for Birthright, banning out this Arlott, pretty decent idea too, but they have to focus down on their own EXP laner right now because the Phobius is the EXP on the other side. So they're probably trying to choke down that roam pool, right?
Zedel, I just received a message from one of your ex-team members from Farid. He said he always claps you with Fredrin when you play versus him. What do you have to say against Farid?
Farid?
Farid said that.
Farid is is not my old teammate. He's just a friend that's want to. he just said this to annoy. That's all.
I mean, before he went for the Switzerland ISF, wasn't he in your team in Old Miracle Gen?
No, he was never in my team. And the Swiss tournament, it was a tournament. Like, it wasn't my team. With him, like it was just two of my team plus him and a friend. So it was he was never in my team. Yeah,
Maybe I just remember wrong.
he said this to Chola. I know him very well. He's like,
I don't know, man. He's saying with confidence that, and you didn't really
No.
respond to him. But who knows? Farid, the next jungle player, he's swapping from gold. You're swapping,
Farid's main gold lane.
I mean, you played gold for Team Obsidian. You replaced Farid. I mean, who was better, you or him? Now say it. You are better, right, Zedel?
I know that I'm better in terms of.
Oh, you're better than Farid. I
The
like
silence
that. I
is
like
too
that.
loud. Oh my god.
I was just kidding. We're having a little bit of fun around here. But what do you think of the draft so far, Zedel?
I definitely think Memento draft is so much better. Like so much better.
I
mean, the glue pick is such a good pick here. But yeah, if glue wasn't here, I would have said Memento would have destroyed them in 10 minutes.
Here's the thing, whenever there's a Kufra, yeah, I mean, I think so they can. I think so they can, considering how Yi Shin likes to farm up till level 15 as soon as it hits 9 minutes on the clock. It is possible that in 10 minutes we would have wrapped up that game, but Slarky picking up the Irithel, he's going to have a priority in the gold lane against Danny. He should win out that one. The only problem that could eventually be on his face is going to be the Kufra on the other side. How are you going to try and dodge that Kufra up? So I probably think he's going to be running in on that Purify, but he also needs the Flicker to basically move out of the Feathered Airstrike of Farsa. It's so much, back and forth. It could go so much back and forth right now. I think so, Zakota. It highly depends on the Kufra's ultimate. If he can land some good knockups, if he can land in some good ultimates, I think so this could be a game that Birthright can close it. But if he fails to do that, I'm pretty sure Sakamoto and Slarky are going to carry it through.
I mean, keep in mind, the only target Kufra can really go for is the Irithel and for the, Selena, because YSS, he has immunity skill on the skill 1, of course. But I don't like the Kufra here. It's a really bad misdraft. Pankrat on the Granger again, a bit early. Nazardo on the glue, I like. And Danny with that Farsa, it's good, of course. But Kufra doesn't fit here. Who do you pick Kufra for? For Selena only? To deny her the dash? It doesn't make sense.
Kufra really bad against Phoebus also. Because I don't think he can make a good engage here. If Irithel has good positioning with the front
Sakamoto.
lane.
An early revitalize. Exactly, early revitalize being forced out from his as well. Could
Guys,
be a bit of a problem out there.
Something. Look at Slarky's spell. He's using that. He's not even afraid of Mark.
Bold. I'll just say that's bold. Absolutely bold from him. Running in with that sprint as well. But it also gives him a lot more mobility and makes it difficult for Mark to actually catch him on the Kufra. So I think so that's, again, a double-edged sword out there. If it works really well. If it's hitting, it's going to cut you through.
I think that the sprint of... Oh, there's a little fight. I think that
now
the sprint of Irithel is good because I think that she trusts the vision of the YSS.
Ooh, Nazardo.
And the vision of the Selena trap also, so I don't think the Kufra can really catch the Irithel.
Could be possible.
It's such a difference because the Kufra, you see, he got stunned, he got dashed on, he just got slapped, What's the Kufra gonna do? Zero impact here, as you said. But Nazardo has to be the actual front line. Mark has to be the front.
Danny?
Oh, Danny is gonna...
Danny?
Not enough.
Yeah, he basically got himself in a pretty awkward position out there, but the Feather Airstrike now, he wants to catch in a few more people. The bomb coming in. Yet again, Ronsky's going to be shut down as that's the first flood. Going in for this Roger. But not before the turtle's been taken away by Uzin on the other side. This Fleet Admiral is powering up again. Level 5 already, 2.5 minutes into the game.
2.5 minutes into the game, and still Memento Mori is in the lead. That gold lane advantage is already showing. Slarky just pushing a bit more than the Granger. I think that's the biggest issue right now. But look at Kufra, he's there, he's ready to get a jump on. He has his Tyrant's Revenge up and ready. But Lolo, I think he's gonna be a key player in this. He's already knowing that no one is on his left side. So he's just gonna try to focus on the mid and rotate towards top lane to get a kill on that Granger.
Zedel right now seeing this Yi and Shin and Ethereal combination, right? I know you're not a big fan of Kufra as well, though, but what if he actually ends up landing in a big ultimate, probably catching two out there, and one of them being either Slarky or Uzin? Do you think they can make it in that team fight at least?
Of course, with the Roger, they can definitely. And since the mid laner is Selena, yeah.
Ooh, big stun.
Ooh.
Oh, long Abyssal arrow out there, though, but again the revitalize comes in from Sakamoto, the AOG. Not catching anyone, but guess what? The Fleet Admiral from the black line, able to answer back. Levi getting shut down instantly. And that's already a 3 gain for the side of Memento Mori. The draft is now working for them perfectly.
That was such an amazing play from Sakamoto, just baiting them out into Uzin's ultimate. I mean, that's amazing. And Mark is gonna get punished.
A bit too aggressive from him out there onto the tower, not really being able to defend it or even survive it. That also means this next turtle is now going to go in for Memento. Their snowball that started with around, what, 100, 200 gold? It's now going to go over 3,000 in less than a minute, Zakota.
It's over 3,000. No way. But look at Dan, he's getting stunned left and right. Lolo is hitting those stuns like it's nothing. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The top 3 mage in the entire tournament, in my honest opinion. I mean, you can't really rank these mages. They're monsters. But still.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Recall, Lolo, come on.
Yeah, nah, he's not gonna do that. He's not really jumping on Danny after seeing Mark being there as well. Cristiano being forced to use the split out in the open too. The bottom tier 1 is gonna fall down and nothing is working correctly for Birthright. Everything is going left. And they can't really look up because all they see is an abyss down, and that's where Lolo is pulling all of them in. They're losing every single part of the map, and Uzin gets a individual kill on Levi. That is such a solid play.
That's an amazing thing. I mean, we said it. We said it. A better jungler. I mean, Uzin.
Oh, just a better
telling you
jungler
guys,
right
but
now. It just
AOG!
seems big AOG out there, the Purify. Absolutely, the Purify being used up right now by Danny, though, but Sakamoto is going to be the first one to fall because of that glue. You mentioned about that, but Ronsky still bonking on top of them, taking them down. The Abyssal Arrow marked a couple of them as again. It's going to miss the mark from Mark, who's going to run them back to safety. But the heavy crossbow, it's going to reach them all the way in their inhibitor. It's not even 7 minutes into the game, Zedel.
It's the Fovis, the Gato. Oh, lol.
Loloi didn't get a stun on that Kufra, but even so, look at Slarky. He still survived. It's only Uzin dying. Slarky is still alive. He didn't lose any KD. He's gonna farm that top lane like it's no one's business. But look at Pancrat. Oh, that was a quick reaction time. But still, 4,600 gold in the favor of Memento. I mean, it's an amazing game already. Look at Levi. He's gonna get that free objective in the top lane. I mean, they're gonna lose that inhibitors.
Oh, I think they can still fight this.
EOG.
Oh my god, 3v5.
Catching on to one, Pancrat is the first one to fall out there, though. Levi quick on that trade with the Lycan pounce out, catching the first, but this werewolf can't really see a full moon out here. This Admiral just blocking everything. Eventually helped him out take his red buff a bit faster than what he'd normally go for, but now Slarky is just going to have the time of his life. My guy just took down the tier 2 on the top side, and guess what? Not even 8 minutes into the game, not even 7.5 minutes into the game. You already have 2 items completed. 5.3k gold already.
But look at
for
Yi
Sun
Shin.
Shin.
5.
I mean, I'm just going to shut up right now. I'm just going to shut up, guys. This is, you know what? I normally am a believer, Zakota, but yeah, even I don't think they have a chance right now unless Memento make a mistake, which they are not making right now.
Oh, what is Irrital doing?
Whoa! Hold on! The second I say that they're not making a mistake, we see the first one. Slaki
Oh
just
my
getting
God,
caught
that-
out there. With the Tyrant's rage and revenge, Ronsky's forced to use the flicker as well as he jumped a bit too deep into that tower. A bit of a throw coming in from a mentor, rather a good capitalization from Birthright. ZL, do you think they can make a comeback now? Farsa
I
is
don't think
also
so.
dealing a bit of damage.
I think even in late game, the right side is winning this. Because of the 4Vs, the Gatot picks, they are so deadly. They can buy so much time for the Irrital to destroy.
Look at Azardo though. He's gonna get Sakamoto out of
Yes.
tower soon.
Oh,
Absolutely,
what a
Sakamoto is
strike!
going to be caught in by the Abyssal Arrow. Beautiful stun from Loloi. 3-0 and 6 on that Selena. An absolute monster out there. Every single one on his team has fallen, but he remains strong, standing on those legs. Perfect. On the other side, Birthright, Zakota, yeah, they are struggling a lot.
I think Wicked TZ is having a joyful moment right now, but still, look at Sakamoto. He is a monster. That revitalized all is getting used, but still, Slarky died for some reason, as Zedel said before. Apparently, he just wanted to walk there, man. He just you know, I'm taking this part. It's the closest one to my death. I'm going to base, I'm gonna heal. But even so, we're not seeing a lot of impact coming in from Pancrat. Like last game, he was doing a ton of damage, but right now he's doing something mediocre. But look at Mark!
Why?
Yeah, he's going to be caught in, though. Loloi, for the first time, falls down in this one. As even the split grab connected onto Rodsky. A big pick coming in for Birthright. And with that, they have lowered down the goal lead only down to 3k. They are getting the damage. And they will probably be able to defend this slot, though. In the next 10 seconds, both the players will spawn up.
Look at Uzin.
And they're not really clearing the wave. I do like that.
They are freezing, trying to sync up the mid wave. That's what they're letting it do. The dead lane is not gonna get cleared fast enough, but look at Mark. He finally got a blade armor to counter YS's crit damage and Irritals. But still, I don't think it's gonna be enough to save them. The tower still has ability. The Lord is gonna go to below half HP to 1/3 is gonna remain. Look at Levi and Danny just zoning out that Lord. Sakamoto is going in, but not enough. Cristiano Nazardo is getting stunned left and right. Uzin is gonna... Oh. They're gonna use the tower ability bot lane. They're going to lose both.
It's absolutely fine. Still, there's a bit of time remaining for that one. Probably 1.5 minutes out there. But I love the fact right now that they've been able to defend that one. Sakamoto charging up his taunt out there. Abyssal Arrow not really catching anyone. So the passive's still going to stand up though. But look at the top side. Pancrat still going to survive out there. The feathered airstrike will be sent in as well. It's a haywire chaos across all the fronts. But Memento Mori, they've taken down all the tier 2. ZL, now Birthright will be caged in their inhibitors. They'll not have any jungle to farm.
It's over, I guess. With the Selena seems so good since the first minute of the game. Her arrows are so on point, but a little throw, in my opinion, when they got the Lord, but they still managed to keep the advantage, and it seems very, very dominant in this game.
Dakota, any way that you can find for Birthright to make a comeback?
Luck, pure luck. Just hoping that Momentum More is gonna mess up on the Lord execution. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Nothing much. You cannot engage. Mark is too far behind. Levi is 2 levels behind Uzin. Even if he fights for the Lord, I don't think he's gonna get that retribution. And they have Loloi, which is hitting nasty stun. It's like a minor AOG!
Stun into the heavy crossbow, into the avatar of the Guardian.
Again, one
They're
beyond.
dropping like angels. Absolutely no chance for them to survive as this Farsa will fall. And no Phoenix out here to help her rise through the dust. It's a big 4-for-0 trade for Memento Mori. And they will now focus down onto this mid. Only Mark remaining. He's got the rage. He's got the revenge. But there's no one
still
to
got
help
stunned.
this
Oh my
dude
God.
out. He can't charge anything as Ronsky's there to taunt. And it's Memento Mori to win this series and reverse sweep Birthright.
Man, it has been dominating. I can think of a few people who are extremely happy right now, and of course, Momentum Mori are the people I'm talking about. No one else in particular, of course, but still, we have to give congratulations to what's gonna happen next. Birthright is out of the tournament, Zedel. What do you have to say? Did you expect this to happen?
I didn't expect this. I expected very big BO3. But yeah, with this draft, I think that we all expected this.
I mean, they won with a cushion in the draft. I mean, that is an achievement. I mean, I did see it, as I said, in Asian scrims, in Philippine scrim, but still, I didn't expect it to be already exposed in Europe. You know, it's like not unexpected, but still, it's unprecedented to see cushion this early.
But here's the thing. That cushion that is normally being played in the Philippines or even in the Asian scrims, it is actually in the mid lane. It runs with the Petrify. It is always there to probably hop in during the chaos, petrify one of the other people, and then go in for the Shadow Blade slaughter, something along those lines, for the team to clean things up. This time around, the Gujin was being played in a way that it can actually wrap things up and it can get those last few hits and last few shots to get those kills. And I think so. Zedel pointed that out. Zakota, you pointed that out. That Kimi will do the poking, and then Gujin will collect those kills. It worked out phenomenally well for them. And at the last second, it was just a perfect Shadow Blade slaughter. That was the point which marked the reverse sweep for Memento Mori, and guess what? They were able to complete it as well in this one, just sweeping it away. Yi Shin has got 100% win rate right now in the playoffs.
I mean, whose YSS is better? Is it Josh's or is it Uzin? Zedel, you're the jungle main, you're the expert here. Who do you think is gonna be the better YSS? Joshi or Uzin?
What a question. I already
Come on, you have
played.
to answer.
I already played against both, but I didn't play against Joshi YSS. But I know that both are good junglers, so they probably. Yeah, I can't answer like this. Yeah.
Come on, you have to answer it, Zedel. You've seen, you have watched. What do you have to say? You can't hide it.
I think Joshi is better.
Joshi. I mean, I agree with you. Joshi has a bit more experience using these mechanical heroes. Uzin has the mentality, but he wasn't really as implied in the pro scene. He wasn't really concerned about pro play. He usually played rank games a lot more, as you know. He had his own squad with Loloy, Wade, and a bunch of other people, and still he is making already an exposure that we can play as good as other people who have played in tournaments before. Birthright is a veteran in European tournaments. In other aspects, I mean, veterans should have won this. I mean, it was just, I think, a draft difference.
Yeah, and that's part of the skill of a team, the drafting phase. And I think that the Birthright just the first game was good, but in that game they would have lost if the Kaja was not Kaja, but so they would have get 3-0 if it was a BO5, in my opinion.
I think so. I kind of agree onto that part as well, with the way how things eventually went down and how the draft was absolutely chaotic for the side of Birthright. Picking up the Kufra in that scenario, I think so. It was probably because of the Serena itself that once you're going to see him jumping in, Loloy, you would want to catch him so that he can't really get out of the harm's way with the bouncing ball out there. But here's the thing. He was not really jumping in as soon as he saw a mark on that Kufra. He would just wait. He was patient enough to do that. And he landed some nasty abyssal arrows in one of the most crucial moments. In that very last team fight, you know what? I want to bring the attention back to that moment where he was far away, lands in a shot onto Granger, whose vision, by the way, was being given by Erethiel staying in that corner bush, which we normally call as blacklist bush as well, right? That's where he landed that stun from. And then Avatar of the Guardian, Granger just got deleted in an instant. Pancrat, once he's out, everyone else started to fall as well. Even though Danny landed in the ultimate as well with the feathered airstrike, it was just not enough to stop the onslaught on the other side. And again, this Yi Shin 6, 1, and 7 probably the MVP of the team as well, showing the power of this jungler out here, this time in the hands of Uzin. You've been singing his praises as well, Zakota, and he's gone in for a pretty solid build.
I mean, as I said, Wyzes is the strongest jungler in the current meta. I think only Fanny can catch up to him, but a hero as easy as Yusun Shin is. I mean, you cannot play Fanny in competitive as easy as you can play Yusun Shin. It's just a different mechanics. The micro is gonna be more important when you play Fanny. You have to manage energy more with the recent nerf to her cables. It's still playable, of course, but you need to be a really good Fanny. I mean, like MPL, Philippines level, MENA. I mean, it depends. But looking at the damage, I think it's a little bit wrong. I don't think they did 500,000 damage to Team Birthright, but still, it's just seeing how strong they are. But I think I disagree with the MVP. I think Lodoy should have been the MVP in this situation. He hit the arrows on Danny like it was nothing, just
Fair.
a magnet, just magnets towards Danny.
Yeah, Fovis was
Fair.
also doing a lot of job. Oh yeah, but I think that there's a little mistake on the number. I saw the 400,000 damage by Wyzes. I think it was more like five numbers instead of 6.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he did do 500,000 damage all alone.
400,000
I
damage.
mean,
Look at
they're
the
probably
little
counting.
DM.
It's probably counting all the damage on the creeps as well and everything else, including the tower structure. Who knows, my man? Who knows? But yeah, again, the full control being maintained right from the first minute as well, since we're seeing the highlights too. Look at that. It's not even 6 minutes into the game, and they are really fighting near the inhibitor. And those amazing Flicker S2 plays coming in from Ronsky as well on this Phobius. It shows you that yes, it might be a Lapu Lapu meta, it might be a Yuzhong meta, but it still is the territory of Phobius in the EXP lane if you can make some good plays. There were certain moments when we saw Memento Mori getting overheated, overeager, eventually getting caught in those Tyrant's rages as well. Some nice plays landed in by Mark, but it was just not enough because his team did not have enough damage to pull through the mid to late game transition as well. They were always around 4.5k gold behind in every single fight, and this was that one last nail in the coffin, which I mentioned. Again, this flicker is to play from Ronsky, just covering up every front, and Mark could not do anything. He was just all the way back. He was trying to survive out there, and that was a bit of a problem coming in from this entire team. But you know what? Again, pretty solid games coming in from both of them. Zakota, ZL, we saw this series. We expected it to go all the way to the third map. It went in for the third match as well. But what are your expectations from the next one, which will be between Team Entity and Nightfall? Zakota first.
Well, you really picked me out.
Yes.
I know Team
Yes.
Entity is extremely strong. They have that. I mean, the best mage in entire Europe. I think Enzo is still the crown, the champion. But I mean, I like Nightfall. I just like Nightfall's playstyle. Leave Me is an insane jungler. I saw how he plays. I mean, a lot of heroes. His Fanny is good. His Fredron is good. His Suyu is very good. His Yisun Shin is also extremely, like, it's scary. I think it's, again, it's Leave Me. He can play a lot of these extremely micro needed heroes. But still, I don't think it's only one person that can do the job. You have to keep in mind Noel is, again, one of the best junglers as well in Europe. I believe top 10, I mean, currently. But still, Zedel, you know a little bit more about these two teams. Who do you have? Who do you choose between Nightfall and Team Entity?
Very hard to say again, but I think that I don't think it's impossible to predict.
Come on,
But I
just
know
say it,
that
man.
Leave Me is so good. Leave Me is really, really, really good. It's probably the best for me. And but yeah, and Team Entity is very, very known as one of the best team. Also, he has very, very good players. But yeah, Enzo is really good, but he can't do everything alone.
True.
I mean, it's not only Enzo, it's Tiso, it's Pelmetronio right now on the goal lane.
Everyone is really good, but
True.
And Laito on the XP, I think the best right now, or second best XP in Europe. It's two stacked teams. It's Nightfall and it's Team Entity yet again. There's Laito, there's Enzo, there's Tiso, there's Noeli, there's Metronio, a stacked roster. I mean, I think one of the favorites to win again. But I
Highly
think,
possible.
as you said, it's too early to call. We have to see a little bit of the draft. We have to see what is going to happen in the game. How are they going to play it out? Who knows? Maybe emotions are going to take over them.
Could be possible, anything could happen out there. But ladies and gentlemen, Zakota, Zedel, I know that you guys are also tired after this entire series. We all need a short break, people. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this one. Entity and Nightfall after this short break. Peace out. The European Mid-Season Cup is in full force, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our third quarterfinals for the evening right now. And joining me is going to be Warren right here. How are you doing, my man? The past two series have been bangers. What are your expectations for this one?
It was absolutely wild. I don't want to yap about what already happened, but the second series, it went right, like reverse sweep. It's BO3, but still reverse sweep happened there, and it was so wild. Like, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was looking at it, and I was like, Berber, I got it. They have it in the pocket. Because in first game, Yusin especially wasn't looking so hot, but the second and third game, he just took it home, and he was right where he needed to be. But no more yapping about this, because we have new Titans on the field that are just getting ready. What can you tell me about them, Skirt? Do you know those names? Do they ring a bell?
Team Entity and versus Nightfall. These are two of the most anticipated teams out here. I mean, I've seen few of the players of Nightfall out here. Leave Me, Kree, Vansky, Rusik, Allen, and they've got a couple of substitutes as well, Nix and Rise. I have seen these players previously as well, and to be very honest, this is a very stacked lineup coming in. But the team that they are up against, that's going to be the main problem out here, right? We have already seen how Team Entity plays around. We've seen a lot of their players previously as well. Noel, Enzo, Tiso, Laito, Pelmetronio. I still remember back during the MESL as well, I was there casting for all of these lads out there under a different banner with a different name. But if we're talking about the experience, Entity is full of experience. So Nightfall, they're going to have a tough battle against this team.
I must absolutely agree with you, because I'm looking out especially for Laito, because I saw his journey through Search Europe. He is a very well-known face here, especially under Search, and I saw his journey, and what a journey it was. And here he is in the top 8 right now. Moving on, trying to qualify for the rest, and I wish him the best of luck, of course. I will try not to be biased, but I saw him grow, I saw him play, so I am looking forward to his place happening on the XP lane, because what a guy to see him play.
Absolutely. I mean, and it goes really well as well with Pelmetronio and Tiso, how they have been playing together for such a long time. The synergy kicks in well as well. But all of that is now going to be kept aside, because draft is where 60% of your game relies on. And they banned out the Fasta early on along with a Lancelot and an Arlert. I'm pretty sure they're going to force a Kimi early first pick, or at least a Zushin early first pick.
This is what I see as well, but I'm kind of thinking when Farsa is gone, you can go for Zedian, because who else has that big of a range? Of course, Kimi, as you have said already, but other than that, you don't have that many options, and Zedian, especially in the early game, is kind of packing a punch, so you have to respect that, but it's not going to be about Zedian just yet, because there's Baksha. Baksha, super strong frontline, anti-heal built in, so not that much healing for the enemy team.
I 100% agree. That basically roots out all of the utility roamers as well for the other side. You can't pick up an Angela. There's no use of a, Rafaela as well. But there's still a possibility of Florent. But all of that kept aside right now. Bashia picked up on the one side. Yi Senshin, Kimi. We have seen the success of Yi Senshin throughout this evening right now, Warren. And I think so. You really do not want to let him through this drafting phase as well. But there's still certain options in that EXP lane that right now ET can pick up.
Absolutely. The thing is that for the side of Nightfall, we already are establishing very strong combination of two late game hyper carries, which if they go into the late game, it's done. It's done for. It's very hard to play your game after that moment. But if you are able to play it out through the early game, which I think ET in Entity are going for, because you have Uranus, super strong SP laner, no one can match him during the early phase, and Hayabusa going for those squishy carries and also being able to snowball super hard. I think that's a right call to make.
It's a very fantastic pick. We were seeing Uranus being banned out throughout the previous two series as well, along with the Baxia. They were let through, and ET instantly decided to pick all of them up, regardless of a Yi Senshin and a Kimi on the other side. Now, here's the thing. If they decide to go for another squishy gold laner, that's going to make things pretty difficult for them, because they'll have 3 squishy laners in front of them and only 2 of the main front line. And there's a Haya on the other side, a Baxia, who will dive on your back line. So it's going to get difficult for them to protect them. unless they go for a very hard crowd control composition. And I think so that kind of limits their pool. But at the same time, Yuzhong is a very solid pick in terms of that. You've got the CC, you've also got the front line.
I agree, you have the CC and you have the front line, but let's think about how Yuzhong plays. His playstyle is very specific, where he's trying to dive into the backline, but who is he going to dive on? Right now you see Baxia, right now you see Uranus, and you see in the jungle, of course, Hayabusa, and those are not the targets you are trying to dive on for. So I feel like Kreve probably was thinking about a takeaway for the opposing side. Maybe, I don't know if I like the Yuzhong lock-in. Actually, I might have liked something else, something that would beat your front line, that would peel your carries, because Yuzhong going straight into the backline. If you are Entity, I think you can adjust your draft and not really make it easy for him.
I kind of agree as well, but at the same time, I also think that this Yuzhong pick limits certain picks for the other side now. You can't really go for an immobile Goldener as well. You can't really pick an immobile Roamer too. I think so those are a few problems out there. The only thing that I am concerned about is the fact if Zacian's shield gets triggered, or rather her passive gets triggered by Yuzhong's Black Dragon Form's ultimate. If it gets done, then I'm pretty sure that Zacian is going to be a pretty difficult pick to pull off after this Yuzhong pick on the other side. But yes, I agree with the point that you mentioned. Your backline is going to be entirely opened up right now since Yuzhong wants to dive in. It's a very one-dimensional playstyle. However, I think they're kind of relying a bit too much on the new Yi Senshin ultimate, thinking that if enemy dives onto him, he can just try and stun them and then survive, or rather play along with one of their teammates. And I think so that's also one of the reasons why they banned out the Zushin, banned out a Granger. Those two picks can survive against the Yuzhong as well. So it's a straightforward draft coming in from the side of NF, but ET, they have to play it smart. They can't play into their hands.
I mean, right now for the side of Nightfall, depends on the rest of the picks that they will pick up. But right now, Kimi's ultimate will be super important as well as this Jisun Shin ultimate. Now with the Bedank, that's something completely different. That's a completely different story, because now you have that peeler who can either engage in or wait for Haya to go in and then fist crack into the wall and let your team do the rest. So I like this Bedank pickup. Actually, Bedank slipping through is not something that would happen like 3 months ago, but right now we see Bedank slip through more and more. But in the past, he was like so much picked up as a first pick.
I agree, and it clearly shows as well. Even right now, he just can set things up so good for your team again with a stun. Fist crack lands perfectly if anyone's around the wall as well. So pretty solid one. Now I'm looking something for the side of ET to poke around this Badang to try and force them off the bushes as well. Zushin has been banned out. The only other pick I can think of is Zacian right now. Because again, the skill one, if there is someone in the bush, you can try and find that out. It's going to be a Zacian pick along with an Erythiel too. Now the question is, do you run a Purify Erythiel? Do you run a Flicker Erythiel? Or you still try and brute force your Sprint Erythiel? Because there's a Badang on the other side, there's a Yuzhong on the other side.
I mean, the thing is, if Badang gets to and you're Erythiel, something's wrong. I mean, either your team did something wrong or you just slept for 3 seconds and walk into him. He shouldn't probably be getting to you because your range is crazy. He shouldn't be really getting near you. I think that's a fact. So, I mean, you could still be running that sprint. Of course, Yuzhong can hop on you and then you are in big trouble. But if we look what is there, there's Baxia, there's Uranus, and there's Zetian that can peel for it. And if Erythiel is standing next to Zetian, even Zetian's passive can work for her and she will be pushing away everyone approaching them. So I think that's a great combination actually, coming from the side of ET.
I like the combination from ET as well, and to be honest, I'm a bit skeptical about this carry pick out here. Now I understand the idea, 2 beefy frontliners, Tiso, Enzo, both on Baxia and Uranus. You need someone to burst them down. The true damage from Erythiel can actually do the job, considering you already have the Yi Senshin for your jungle as well. But at the same time, it's a very squishy backline. 3 people that you need to protect, and one of your teammate will be diving on the other side, and that one teammate is the frontliner. So it's gonna get a bit difficult, ladies and gentlemen, to try and pull this off. But can Nightfall do that? Can they make the sun shine on their side and set on ET's side? We'll have to see right now as we move into the Land of Dawn on this 3rd quarterfinals right now. And holy smokes, the poke!
Trevor doesn't really care, he just pews his way into Enzo's health bar as he stalls most of his HP away, but right now the regeneration is taking in, so Enzo is back on health. Wansky and Kreve are already high on XP though, because Kreve hit him that level 2 and already going for the division crab, trying to help out his jump. Bobo he could be in trouble, he needs to jump the wall, he can, he lives for now, but he's in danger because no more Petrify for him.
Yeah, and also he's gonna miss on probably at least one of those cannon minion as well. We saw that happen. He missed on one of that. That means the Uranus is now gonna have that advantage in that EXP lane too, which slows down the rotation of an already slow Yu Zhong, because he does not have a good amount of rotation speed before that level 4. It's a bit of a problem out there though, but my full focus will be on that gold lane. The one who wins that gold lane will eventually pave the way for that mid to late game transition now. And right now, Pelmetronio is having his time out there.
Pelmetronio is definitely having the better matchup in this gold lane, since Alan is a little bit shorter range and a little bit less mobile than his opponent, so a little bit rougher on this side. But right now we should be approaching the first turtle, and that will be super important, because if ET takes that, that's super strong early game for them, and if NF are able to stop that, that's more scaling time.
Yeah, but they don't really have a lot of damage out here to burst this Uranus down.
First crack already going, stun on Leave Me, and now Wansky is in trouble, they have to run away. Wansky is trying to heal up, Kraven needs to run for his life, and there's Yu Zhong going for the backline, Petrify on 2 targets, but he needs to run away as Kraven runs back with him.
That's the big thing about now Yu Zhong out here now. Most of the sustain of Yu Zhong comes in from his Sha Essence and Sha Residue combination. That's basically lifesteal and healing. Now, when there's a Basha on the other side, his passive works as an anti-heal. He does not really need to focus on that dominance ice instantly. So he can force onto the Dreadnought armors early on as the defense. That basically makes things even more difficult for an already difficult matchup for that Yu Zhong. And I think so that's going to hurt them in the back now in this mid-game transition.
I mean, right now what we can be seeing in the goal line is that Alan is definitely being the victim here of this matchup. As Vansky approaches Pelmetronio, looked like an engage opportunity, but not really, it wasn't there.
Yeah, and all the other neutral objectives right now are being stolen away by ET as well. They've got a 100 gold lead. That's not that much out there, but it can very easily snowball out of control if they're not careful, because Hayabusa, even though for the early game, he's not that strong, in the mid to late game transition, once he hits the level 8 and level 12, that's when he gets deadly.
And just look at the gold difference. Right now, Iritel has built for herself 400 gold lead just in the lane. What happened there? Did she stole the playthings on the tower? I don't know where she get in that, but he's either pushing Alan from the wave. Yeah, I think that's what's happening, because Haya is lurking and Alan needs to play it extremely safe.
I think so. A couple of $100 of that gold lead is probably because of the go crab that Irithel is constantly taking, which has been stolen away multiple times from the carry. That has been acting against them. And also right now, there's a gank. Oh, lucky. Kreve is lucky to survive out there. The shadow did not land onto him.
But no, not new turtle. Second turtle of the game will be spawning onto the Land of Dawn as Lighto will start it with the rest. I don't know if you want to contest if you're Nightfall, but you look for it. Leave Me going for Tisokite. First target is going. Half HP gone as Kreve engages on Bob Rusik for the backline. Noel had to escape, and now Kreve is bombarding them with these plasma shots, pushing Lighto away. Tisokite half HP still. Noel as well, and now Vansky freeze crack combo goes in. Alan follows him, but Hayabusa goes for Vansky as he goes down. Leave Me able to finish the turtle, and now Lighto in the enemy backline. Alan needs to run for his life, but he's not fast enough. His sneakers get stuck in the floor.
A big play out there. It was such a scrappy fight, but again, 3 squishies for your team, not really having enough damage out there. Uranus was sustaining every single thing. Lighto just standing up in the face of Kreve. He was absolutely fine with that. You cannot win against a Uranus with just a poke. You need to burst him down. But this glowing wand pick now for Kreve.
Pelmetronio is now in trouble as he goes down. Leave Me is like, alright, I will carry this game myself, as he goes for Tisokai and attempts a double kill as he gets it.
Finally, at the last second, the fish crack worked out perfectly, but look at the bottom side. Should be just a back and forth out there. One of the most boring matchups we've seen. But again, that early gold lead which ET were trying to make has now finally been countered out by the side of Nightfall after that win in that top side. I think so it was a bit of an overextension by ET, or rather just an opportunity that Nightfall found and pounced onto it. They considered their item power spikes as well, with the Warriors look at
Bobber
bottom
is now in
side.
trouble as he gets dove by 3 members. He tries to survive for the longest. He can, but he cannot, because he is dead right now, lying on the floor.
Absolutely, but in the mid side, now it seems like Tiso is the
Now
problem.
Tisokite is the target, he gets immobilized, tries to push on through. Now Vansky off HP, Alan needs to run as well. Noah is trying to chase them down, Vansky goes down. Kreve tries to run for his life as Alan makes his escape. Immobilized Lito. Looks like Kreve will be briefing a couple of
It's
minutes
gonna be
more.
surviving. Absolutely, it's going to be surviving, and through all of that chaos though, but bottom tier 1 has also been taken down. So you can see that Nightfall are focusing on their common objectives, the neutral objectives, and those towers. That's a big thing.
Bobber goes in as he immobilizes Tisokite. He goes down. First kill for Bobber as he comes refreshed back into the game. Third turtle will be spawning on the map, and Lito looks like he wants to do it.
Oh my god, Leave me just pushing Enzo away from that turtle pit. This is going to be an easy turtle for them, uncontested as well at that. And guess what? Leave Me already has a 2-level advantage over a Hayabusa on the other side. That is a big problem.
Lito needs to run now because he could be the target as 5-man. Hammer tries to hammer down this tower. Vansky now has to run because Palmetronio is shooting with his crossbow.
Pelmetronio almost trying to catch all of them with a heavy crossbow, as you mentioned, but just does not have enough damage right now. And this Yi Sun Shin is such a solid farmer. Even Zakota was mentioning the same thing, Warren, that once he gets going, it gets very difficult to stop him. And that's basically been the storyline even now. The gold lead has always been in favor of ET, but it has never basically been a problem for Nightfall till now. They've been getting those turtles as well. They've been winning all those neutral objectives. And look at that. They're now 5 men rotating together into the jungle of ET. ET will get the tier 1 on the top side, but they might lose the tier 2 on the bottom, or probably the tier 1 in mid.
Gosta finish on Alan, big spike for him. But right now, 5,300 on Leave Me. First time in the game he's actually ahead of Iritel. This wasn't the true just 5 seconds ago, but right now another fight could be happening in the bottom side as they pick up another tower. Lito is trying to push his way through as he goes down. Killing spree for Leave Me as he continues to go on. For Tisokite immobilized, he goes down as well as Alan finishes him off. Now Yugi shadow kill, but splits between 5 members, so not really that much damage as NF make their leave.
2 for 0 trade as well, and also they took the tier 2 in the bottom. Mid will also fall. That gives the jungle access as well to Nightfall. ET are struggling so much with this composition of theirs, and it's again that Badang was having the proper priority. He's doing that frontlining, and Bobber on this Yuzhong is just making things so difficult for Pelmetronio. Even in that previous fight, he wanted to go into the fight, but he just could not. The Dragon Tail just zoned him out. And now they're even pushed off of this river as well because Creep is constantly poking down everyone on the other side.
Yeah, but there's a super big problem for the side of ET, for the side of Entity, because every minute that goes on longer, that prolongs this game, is just worse for them, because you on the opposing side have 3 carries. Kreve on Kimi, Leave Me on Jisunshin, and then, of course, Alon. If those carries get to the late game and get to full builds, you are done for, and doesn't matter how well you play. So you are ticking, tick-tack, tick-tack. You need to make something happen.
And you need to make something happen right now. Don't really have any more time now to do it.
So he's going in, he goes for Alan, he tries to go for the backline, gets immobilized, pushed away, and now Jason Shin with that ultimate trying to make some space. Vansky could be the target, first cracks, flickers away, he's alive for now. Bobber goes for more, as he lets his teammates go away. But this was a great fight coming from Entity, because now Nightfall needs to push on through with low HP bars. As CC Immune Leave Me tries to go for Lito. Oh, it was finished by Noah. First Lord Vansky goes down, now Petrify Bobber, he's to run. Noah is still alive, he's dancing around on the knife's edge.
Absolutely on the knife's edge, because even the Glowing Wands passive was there. But it still was not enough to take him down, and now Pelmetronio just wants to brute force this mid-tier 1 as well. The Lord being taken away, lovely play from ET. But look at Leave Me.
Leave Me could be cooking, but I don't know, he might be burning it, because this was maybe too deep. No, he will be alright, because Lito has nothing on this guy.
Fair. Now they're going to take the bottom tier 2 as well. The mid is actually defended, so that's one big thing for them. But here's the thing. I like the macro play coming in from Entity because they did not clear the top wave. That means an additional wave might also spawn. Those extra bit of minions means more waves crashing onto those towers, means more objectives that you can grab and the chances you can get. I absolutely love it. And Tisso, he's been doing a phenomenal job breaking through this front line.
Vansky could be the target. Laito pushes in. True goes for Limi. Now he's out of HP. Vansky is gone. His elbow disappeared instantly as you finish the Lord. But Aura is gone on top side. And the rest of the ET go for more. Laito super D as Spellmatronium falls in. True. Bob Rusick goes down as Noel gets a mega kill. Double kill. Another tower destroyed as they go for the crystal. Can they finish it in time? He's out of HP. Can he defend it alone? I don't think he can.
Holy smokes, we expected the later this game goes, the stronger it's going to get for Nightfall. But guess what? I think so Entity were like, we absolutely do not care about how long this game goes. If it's prolonged, we're absolutely cool with that. We've got the Ethereal with the heavy crossbow who's going to scale up with the damage. We also have the extra bit of dominance ice stacking up so the Yuzhong can't sustain. And the fear that you had, Warren, it came true. There was absolutely no one to protect the front line once the Badang was out of the picture. As soon as he got picked off in that last team fight, it was an instant end from the other end.
And it was so tough for Vansky because he was the solo front line except Bober, but Bober was trying to fish for that backliners, so he couldn't just front line and just be there tanking. He needed to look for those damage angles, and it was so tough for Vansky because he's a roamer, he has the least XP, he least gold, so he cannot really tank that much, and it was shown in those later stages of the game where even Tiso was burning away, but Tiso had Laito near him who could tank in his stead, and then they had even someone else who could tank for them even more. So this one was just better draft from the side of Entity. And just as we were approaching that moment when the carries of Nightfall would be after that cross line, after that line, where they would just outscale, just at that specific moment, they went in and ended the game. Like, immediately. If you told me 1 minute before the end that they can end, this is the end angle, I wouldn't believe it.
I 100% agree. Even I thought that maybe they lost that window as well. That threshold is probably out of their way now. And maybe it's about time that we're going to see the entire game being closed out in favor of Nightfall. But it's like they had an entirely different idea. Controlling the pace of the game right from the first minute. Even though they were not getting the picks, they were still getting those neutral objectives. They were trying to take some decent fights out in front of them. And also they were picking off good, Vansky multiple times out there. I think so that was one of the big key for them to win out in many of those crucial engagements. But yes, I agree. If this game would have gone for 1 extra minute, we might have seen an entirely different storyline out there. They found the perfect timing through the chaos, and then they took on to that opportunity.
I mean, if you are looking at Team Entity draft, you could be saying that they are risking it as well. But the thing with Hayabusa is that even though he won't be tanking that much, he is making trouble happen on your backline. So basically, he is getting that time for your own backline, and he's creating that space with his Yugi shadow kills, with being annoying. And this makes it so much harder for the side of Nightfall to really try to focus the ones that they need to focus.
I agree. And this is the thing with Hayabusa. Early on, he starts a bit weak. He wants to find individual targets and then he wants to take them out. But as soon as the game goes to that mid stages, the later stages, or the transition time, that's when he hits his level 12. That's when, you know, all of those Yugi shadow kills are going to do so much damage to you, right? And he was using his quad shadows perfectly, making sure that he lands it on the right target so that he gets the maximum shadow stacks on top of them, so that Yugi shadow kill prioritizes all those people. Those are the few minute things on the Hayabusa that a lot of players might miss out. But he did a phenomenal job on that. And again, that transition phase was their best time to close this one entirely out. They did that perfectly. We'll be moving on to the damage charts as well in a while though for those statistics. And I'm pretty sure it is going to be a bit more dead even on both the sides. In terms of poke, Kimi was doing a good job. Kriv was always there on the face. But here's the thing. Uranus is absolutely fine taking that poke. Baxia is fine taking that poke. They've got some of their ultimates as well that they can use up so that they can survive after that. There was just not enough burst damage coming in from the other side to try and close it out. And I personally feel like Yi and Shin should have been more involved in the fights, but that was not really the case.
I mean, for Bulber, he would be so much more tanky, but if there's Baxia, immediately cutting that healing so he cannot even start rolling in those early fights where there is no C Harbor, because usually you don't go dead as a first or second item, you would go that later, but immediately with that Baxia passive, he is immediately getting cut on healing, and it was so visible that he was lacking on the tanking department, whereas Lito was just tanking, and he just didn't care. Because there is no anti-heal available yet for the other side, they need to build it later, and they were probably thinking about it later, but you look at Talent's items, look at Leave Me items, they cannot build it sooner, because there are the crucial items to their build that they need to build before that.
I think so. Maybe Rusik could have prioritized the dominant size first. I do understand the pick of the silence rope as well, because the Zacian was there, Uranus and the Baxia, all of them, they kind of deal a decent amount of magic damage to you, so you don't realize that, but it stacks up pretty well. But he was still prioritizing the blade armor, and I think so that was to probably counter the Erethiel based on that crit damage too. But I still feel that the dominant size was a bit more crucial, considering there was a Uranus on the other side, and Kree may or may not hit Uranus out with his basic attacks as well to try and add onto that glowing wands passive onto him. I think so that was also kind of a problem coming in from their side. But yes, I agree. They had to build their main crucial items first, and then they could have transitioned on the other side. Alan, though, I'd have to say, even in a scenario where there was a moment where we thought he had an opportunity to get that extra bit of gold lead, he still focused on going for golden staff as the priority item instead of a demon hunter sword. I think so there was a bit of a mismatch out there in priority as well, because there's too much tankiness on the other side. You'd want to prioritize DHS there, but guess what? It's all in the previous one. Right now, we're going to be focusing down on the other one. ET up against NF right. I think so. ET is still sticking onto that blue side right now, and Farsa is the first one.
Oh, they are indeed, and it looks like they want to run it back, as they say, because this draft looks eerily similar to the last one we saw before. I think the first ban was something else, but I think Farsa was second. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I might be wrong, because everything is a blur now, since the game was so explosive, like from the start to the end. Constant action happening, going back to back, to one side to the other. But now, as you said, second draft, second game, that could be completely different story. And as we saw the game that we were casting before this one, it was a complete reverse sweep. First game BR, and then Montemori stepped up the game and went back into the series. So that could be the same story happening. Let's see if Nightfall have it in them and if they can turn it around.
Depends entirely if they're able to crack through this draft of ET right now. I think so they had the opportunity as well, but some of the micros out there not really landing in for them resulted in that result. But it could be possible right now that they can pull themselves back up. But the question is, do they ban out the Baxia? Because previously they did let it through. It was instantly picked up from the other side. I kind of want to see them this time take care of it, or at least the Uranus, right? You don't really want these two priority picks to go on the other end. So hoping for one of those to be banned out. Even the Kimi is up open right now, which NF really picked up. It was doing its own job, but at the end of the day, was not really fruitful. But Baxia taken out.
Yeah, Baxia is gone, so now probably Uranus is the first pick. Like, what else are you going for? There could be an argument made about Lapu Lapu, but as we saw the game's progress, Lapu Lapu seems like the yesterday's performance. I don't know if you saw that specific game, but Lapu Lapu in one game absolutely popped off, and since then, I think us casters and even the viewers were gaslighted into Lapu Lapu being like super strong first pick. But based on the teams, how they approached it, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he can fit in the right draft, but not with first pick material. As Entity go for Kimi. That's a classic. Old as like 4 months or something like that. Kimi first pick. Here we go.
Uranus Ascension. That seems to be the answer on the other side. Instantly picking up it as well. I understood that this is going to be the way how this draft is going to go. Kimi is going to be prioritized first, and then the other side picks up the Ascension Uranus. Now, that leaves room open again for you to prioritize your jungler as well, alongside picking a flex pick for the EXP or the roam. I'm not quite sure if you'd want to go for a Gatot Kacha instantly, or something along the similar lines, but maybe this is the best time for them to lock in their jungler, considering they've already banned out the Lancelot as well. And then for the next 2 bans, they can try and prioritize some of the other picks out there. I think so. Maybe we're going to see the Hayabusa come up again.
I mean, or you could go for your gold laner. Of course, then you are revealing that. Of course, then you would be revealing that Kimi is mid lane, but I think that's highly likely. And if you go for Moscow, right now in the second ban phase, your enemies have to go for that gold lane or you ban them away. Because you have Moscow, you can aim for that.
It is highly possible, and now it basically makes things a bit more easier. You can ban out the Granger, you can ban out Erithiel. 1-1 has already been taken care of. Moscow's gonna have at least a bit of free time in his own lane as well. And I love this Gatot Kacha pick as well. It's a flex pick, can go into the EXP, can also be put to roam considering how this draft goes. You're just making things a bit more difficult for Nightfall now. It's their time to lock in probably their own mid laner. Oh, what do you pick to counter that Kimi now? I think so. Zacian could be a decent pick. You can clear the wave. You've got the passive to survive from the Gatot Kacha, and you can still technically outrange a Moskov.
Yeah, Zhuxin could be nice to let Leave Me scale into the late game, but look at that, they go for Irito because they were worried about exactly what I was saying before, and that's your opponents could ban out gold laners, and then you would be in big trouble. Irito probably, from what I saw, should be a decent matchup in the Moscow. She's super mobile, and she should be outranging him. So, for those late game teamfights, you should be in a good spot.
I love it. I absolutely love it because now they've turned the draft around on its head on the other side now. Banning away the Erithiel though, but the Zacian ban is a bit interesting for me. I mean, Kimi is already there. Why would they want to ban out a Zacian? Unless it is a miss show because I probably saw a Hayabusa there first. So
you're absolutely.
Yeah,
shoot.
We got the confirmation. It's a Hayabusa. Fair enough. High is a decent ban.
Alright, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, why would we be doing that? So it's Haya, alright. Very smart move. You saw them play it before, so could be a pivot that they could go for. I mean, this composition would work even better with Hayabusa because imagine, you go with Gato, you engage the backline with your ult, and they need to spread out. They try to run away, they flicker away, maybe, or something like that, and Haya goes for that alone target, or maybe 2, chunks them half HP. Oh, perfect. But that will not be the story of this game because he is gone. Together with Fredrin makes a lot of sense again because he can go for your carries. Of course, Irita would be kinda high to reach, but Jisanshin could be in big trouble.
Now my big question is, what are you going to pick in the mid lane? Because it's more or less like same story on the each other side, right? We've got a jungler, you don't have a jungler, we're going to ban out the junglers. The other side is saying, we've got the mid lane, you don't have the mid lane, we're going to take care of those mid laners, Zacian, as well as the Selena banned out. Now, Zushin is one of the good picks that I can think of, which will work, and it kind of pans up pretty well with this entire draft too, considering the Hayabusa has been banned out. But okay, this is the first Kadita that we are seeing in the entire event.
Yeah, it's first for me. I mean, it's first for me completely. Like, first competitive Kadita that I will be seeing. So I am maybe even more excited than you are. So yeah, all right. I'm just thinking about what can be picked into her to make her mid lane be less effective since you have that counter pick. So I'm kind of thinking it through. What could be the pivot that Entity would go for? Do you have any ideas what would be a decent pick into Kadita?
I mean, you probably want to just pick a Franco at this point to try and suppress her instantly. She received a buff as well on the knock-up, and the amount of time it takes for the rough waves to charge up, it's not as much as it used to be before, and I love that buff because that makes Kadita the kind of assassin that you would want to play around with, and that makes things difficult for both Moscow as well as the Kimi, because they can't really build a proper defense against a Kadita, otherwise they just have to fully focus down on the Athena shield. The Sakai is a good pick. I like the idea. The heavy spins can disrupt the formation, but I still don't see a way how you can set things up for your team. Now, since the Lapu has also been picked up for the EXP lane, that leaves the entire damage in the hands of Enzo and Tiso, or rather the Moscow and the Kimi. If one of them gets picked off, their entire composition will fail.
I mean, I'm a little bit worried for how the synchronization, like how the combination of Akai and Lapu will work together, you know, because Lapu probably wants most of the people in one spot, whereas Akai will push them away with that heavy swing, and this is not a great combo, so I'm a little bit worried how will they mix and match it. But of course, if Akai pushes them into Lapu, could be a decent combo. Maybe Moscow tries to spear into that, could be working like that. I kind of have that idea in my head, but I don't know how easy it is to execute during the game.
It's going to be very difficult. I agree with the win condition which you just mentioned, that Akai pushing the people into Lapu or either in into Moscow as well, but it's going to be super difficult to make it work unless they try something out of the book right now. But how will that work out is going to be a big question, as there's a Minotaur on the other side. Again, those Flask of Oasis is going to be a big bit of a problem, and you'll have to rush down some of those anti-heals early on. I like the composition from Nightfall again. I think so they've got what it takes to make this comp work as well, but they will have to land in that Minotaur Kadita combination to perfection. If they're able to do that, if they're able to catch on to Moscow or Kimi, I think so they're going to be good. And they also have a very solid mid to late game scaling composition with the Erithiel and the Ascension. I think so they should be able to take this game, unless Kimi snowballs early game.
I mean, she has super high middle in priority. I think Kadita shouldn't be able to push her away. As I said, didn't see this matchup specifically a lot, so yeah, we'll have to see. But all right, Krell looks like he can keep the pace. He looks like he can keep the pace, but of course trading a little bit of HP. Oh, a lot of HP actually. Krive, look out for yourself, brother. You're getting hurt.
Yeah, it's fine. It's got the thalassophobia as well, though. But Bobber, he's just annoying Tiso out there. Now Noel is going to be a bit more slow in terms of clearing that wave. Hold on!
But now Bobber could be in trouble as he gets immobilized. He's forced away from this jungle and might be even dying. No, he's alive until now. We will see if they can get him. I don't think they can, as Krive pushes them away with great positioning spells.
Lovely coming in from him at that point. It was important as well. Krive. He's gonna miss a minion.
This is exactly what you were talking about. Like, look at Enzo. He's 1v2ing them. What can they do? They are getting out range, and for Krive it's super hard. Look at him. He might be dying, and he goes down. Enzo first blood them.
That's the big thing I mentioned as well. He's gonna miss out on a couple of minions, and in order to catch them, he gave up on his life. Now Vansky is trying to keep those minions safe, but Enzo is just gonna try and choke him down too.
Leave me level 4, he has his ultimate available. It looks like he will be leaving his opponents alone because New Turtle is spawning in. I mean, the first of this one. Oh, 1v1 Allen! Doesn't want to let it go. 1-1. They are back.
Absolutely perfect. They needed to win in the gold lane. They already have the priority, and they're able to take that as well. I don't think so Krive is going to get his level 4 after these minions too, so it's going to be a bit of a problem for this turtle fight though.
Yeah, I mean, they have to give it. Leave me needs to go away from this one and only can cry about it because that's all he gets. And now Bobber pushes Lito away as we see Lapu doesn't like this matchup a lot. Oh, wait a second. Who doesn't like it a lot is Krive, who was able to run away just in time. But leave me now getting pushed away from his purple buff. I think he got it though.
Yeah, he got it with a red tree at the very last second. Enzo?
Oh wait, Enzo could be in trouble, getting pushed away by Leave Me. It doesn't hit though.
He's safe. He's safe out there. It's absolutely fine for now though. The Petrify is up as well for Krive. He's already level 4, so now Enzo would need to play it safe. But here's the thing. He is running with the Purify, so it's going to be a bit more easy
Bobber
for him
didn't
right
know.
now.
He gets immobilized, gets pushed away, but he speeds away with his life.
Yeah, Consecration. You can't really force Uranus off in an awkward spot when he's got that ultimate available, right? But here's the thing. ET are constantly taking these neutral objectives as well. This is probably the third Little Wanderer that they have taken. Already were able to take away the first turtle as well. But even after all of that, the gold lead is still favoring the side of Nightfall. Now it's solely because Alan was able to win in that gold lane matchup against Spell Metronio. And he's already focusing down onto his Heart's Claw as well early on. Uranus is going to try and build up onto that Blade Armor.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the gold because I didn't really know, like, where is this gold advantage coming from the side of Nightfall, since It's 1-1?
Yeah.
And Pelmetroni, alright, he's 1 kill down, but in the mid lane, Enzo has a great lead for himself, and when I saw it, I didn't believe my eyes, because there is that 300, oh, it's disappearing right now as they go for purple. I've taunted, but it's still Bober super tanky as Leave Me goes in, as no one needs to run away.
Yeah, Creep seems to be up in a pretty awkward spot, but the amount of damage they've already dealt, that
Bober
means
doesn't want to even let them start it. He's pushing them away. He's trying to burst them down. I mean, poke them down. Now there is Krive. I think he's too late. Minotaur gets taunted. CC locked. Now Bober cannot retreat this if you don't have retreat. But Lito is gone and Minotaur takes him down. Tiso tries to ult away. Can he do it? He can. But there is Alon, and Alon is shooting for Enzo. Hunting season is on, boy.
he wants to try and catch that. Tiso is all out there with the revitalize, saves him as the rest of the people as well want to jump in, but they will still survive. But guess what? I believe they have stolen away the buff.
Wait a second, Pelmetronio, if you've only one against Alan. Alan, you shouldn't face check those bushes because Pelmetronio is hungry for revenge. He gets that kill as he gets those playthings.
Beautiful play as well, and also using up the flicker to try and survive from that turret. It was very crucial coming in for Pelmetronio. He's now got his corrosion strike up as well, and is probably building up for his golden staff too as he takes down the tier 1 on bottom side. That is a big win coming in for ETN. Now they take the gold lead back.
Noel with a sneaky steal. Oh, he gets found. He has to run away now. Oh, taunted. Bober cannot follow through because he gets pushed away. Tiso, great taunt from his Gato.
Lovely play coming in from Bober. I'll have to say, he just pushed Enzo so far back in this engagement that he could not force out any of the skills or the ultimates on the other
Wait
side.
a second, Bober dive in this tower. I don't think he wants that. Krevik goes in. All right, that's a wild play. Half HP gone for that one.
I mean, he did
Oh,
not catch
Permatorial
anything.
missing his spear as he gets dove. Oh, he jumps away. Bober has nothing on him.
Lovely. He's gonna survive out there, but the mid is probably gonna fall. The tier 1 taken down so very low. Alan jumping in at the last second to try and save that turret from falling down. It's a back and forth fight on every single front, and both of these teams know they cannot let the other one take the mid-game power spike, because they're gonna then snowball out of control, be it Pelmetronio on the Moscow or be it Yi Senshin in the hands of Leave Me. So they're trying to take that control away. But again, bringing the attention back onto Bober. We'll talk about that in a second though as this turtle spawns.
There is 4 members of NF as they go in. CC immune. Enzo tries to run for his life, but Lito goes down. Enzo is the next target. Unfortunately, it goes to Minotaur. Taisoto is trying to run away, but I don't think he can. He just gets some time for the rest of his team to escape.
Absolutely. A lovely trade of 3 to absolute 0. A nasty play coming in from Leave Me, and Light now. Again, Bober was just able to
getting
zone
dough.
away
Bober doesn't care. There's a
Pelmetronio.
tower. He doesn't mind. He doesn't see it. He has his eyes closed. If I don't see it, it's not there. It's not hitting me. He's thinking Bober to himself as he gets almost this dive completed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's a spear connecting. He can go in. Moscow is there as he goes for Kreve. Kreve is in big trouble. No, not really. Pelmetronio is the one in trouble as Leave Me tries to finish this fight. Gets for a double kill. Lito goes down and Tiso needs to defend their tower in the mid lane.
I want to have a look at the itemization right now because Lito is being bursted down like paper. And that too in an instant. We don't really see a Lapu Lapu being this easy to be picked off out here, but Bober, I don't think so he's gonna have problem. Now again, he built up the blade armor as the first item, and it not just counters Enzo, it also counters Pelmetronio. The more they shoot him, the more they're gonna die instantly. And he's also running with a vengeance, so once he pops it, you're done for.
Oh, Alan could have been done for, but it's a bait. It's all bait all the time as they hurt Lito and Tiso.
Right now, still not really stopping out there though. Bober wants to try and choke them down.
Noah is trying to fish for that backline, but he cannot connect through. Oh, he can! That's the hard slam pushing him away. Alan gets pushed into Lito as he gets damaged, and that's the combo we have been talking about.
Oh!
I don't know if they can win the fight though. Lito goes down, big taunt coming from Tiso. Bober goes down as well. Double kill for Enzo. Beautiful performance from Entity.
And that is all in understanding that Leave Me is not there in fight. So if they're able to pick Alan off, who was in an awkward position, they will be winning entire engagement. Lovely anticipation as well. And on the back of it now, they're trying to They were trying to force down the tier 1 on the top side, but Creeve.
Oh, wait a second, he gets time to do the wall and Creevy is gone! He doesn't have the best game right now. 1-3, poor Creevy. And it's now on the back of Leave Me as he needs to carry his team because Alan is not yet on those spikes. But Tiso gets bursted down. Lito half HP pushing away and Leave Me hit it almost level 14. He is the highest level on the map by far. It's all on him. All on his back.
Absolutely. 3 levels ahead of the Akai, so he will have the advantage in the retribution
Tiso
battle
is getting
too.
super low. I don't think this is a fight he should choose. He needs to escape away with his ultimate, so this is useless for his team. He goes for that recall as the rest continue to fight on. Goes for Vansky, there's big Petrify. Panda goes in, pushes everyone away, but now Kreve pushes them away with his damage. Pametronio goes down, mega kill for Leave Me as they chase for more. They try to go for more as they realize they can go for Lord instead.
That was such a ballsy play from Pelmetronio, jumping all the way back alone just to take Vansky down, putting himself in the harm's way now. He's given the other side an opportunity to take this Lord and steal back the gold lead that they lost. You could call it a big, bold play, but man, it's a big punish.
Oh, they go for it. They go for the dive. Oh, wait a second. It was just a prank. Tiso gets bursted, but that's all they get. It doesn't look like they will be going for more. They just stole his jungle camp and they retreat.
And Bobber as well, just trying to hold down onto that wave so that the Lord could march down on tier 2 faster. And they can basically level up the mid and top side. Nice anticipation from them. And now they're also stealing away the purple buff as well. That is just such a good macro play coming in from Nightfall.
Leave Me bursting them so hard. Tiso almost dead and it's a roamer. Shouldn't he be tanky? Wansky goes for more, but he gets bursted by the tower. He needs to retreat right now, but Laura is pushing onto the top side. I think Aura could be gone. I don't know if they can defend. It looks like they can if something else won't happen. Alright, no, they won't be able to. I think the Aura will be gone. Yeah, it charged. The Aura is gone on top side.
Absolutely, but I don't think so they're going to be very worried about it either ways because it's on only, 50 more seconds remaining for that Aura to be there. So the Holy Shield not really standing strong. Look at Bobber and Creeve though.
Bobber could be looking for something together with Creeve. Noel is not the target you're looking for though. Immobilize goes for Vansky, but he is still a Minotaur as he jumps away. Should be fine now. You should probably be waiting for the Lord. Noel gets bursted a little bit, but there's not enough damage for Akai. Kreve fishing for something. Needs to run away though. This Panda found him.
I almost thought Pelmetronio just 1 or 2 tile on the other side. He would have been meat out there, but lucky to survive.
Wait a second, should you really engage on Bobber? I think you had enough of him just dancing around. He gets pushed into the wall, but this is not the target you should be aiming for. Look at him, how tanky he is. As he gives you a thumbs up for your actions.
For basically giving him some more stacks on his passive.
Enzo, ooh.
But Bobber, it's fine. He's just gonna dance around. Now here's the thing. They're just gonna dance around in front of them because both Vansky and Bobber, they're gonna heal themselves back up as well with their own skills. So
no, he's trying to steal it, but he could be getting his life stolen as he needs to jump away. Bobber still pushing his presence there. Alan will be joining the fray as he goes for Tiso. Tiso could be the target. He tries to town them into the tower. Kreve gets pushed in, but Tiso half HP. He should be worried about his own life as he gets pulled in, knocked up, and needs to run again.
The Revitalize again coming in clutch for Tiso to save his life. Otherwise, the burst would have been enough. Unlike the previous few games, this is such a low-scoring game coming in from both the teams. But finally, we get a look at the itemization. Already 4 major items being cooked up by the Sea and Shin. He's going to burst through everyone on the other side. And the Radiant Armor, Blade Armor in the hands of the Uranus, it's going to be a big problem.
Tiso has a flank. Can he go for it? Can he go for the right target? He tries to go for Leave Me, but he doesn't hit. Lito goes down. Unstoppable Leave Me as he tries to carry his fight once more. Enzo gets pushed away. Half HP gone. Pelmetronio tries to play it. He is Moscow with 4 items. Can he play it? I don't think he can. He doesn't have enough fingers. He doesn't have enough items as Leave Me carries another fight as they go for probably, possibly, last lot of this game.
Highly possible now. They've got all the items that they needed. Vansky also has picked up the Radiant Armor and Bobber with the Blade Armor and the Dominance Ice combo. This Kimmy is not going to do anything to them now.
Over trying to tank the tower. Tiso pushing them in with a taunt, but he's super tanky, he's still surviving, but the rest are as well. As Alan finishes him off because Irritel has Cam online. She's almost level 15, 227. Not a crazy score, but she's on her items right now and she is shooting pretty serious arrows from that crossbow.
The Berserker's Fury always is a massive power spike for the Erythiel. And they're just bursting down the entire front line. Both Tiso and Noel, they can't really do anything in terms of that tankiness. Lito is struggling so much onto this Lapu Lapu. And it's the exact same problem that you mentioned, Warren. That Akai is going to push everyone away. Lapu can't land in his Land Shaker onto them. So they will not have any stuns working in. No combo plays. And you'll have to use your Flicker as well. Alan has saved his Purify. This could be the last Lord.
Nightfall will try to finish it off. Lord pushes. Mega kill goes for Enzo though. Enzo 5 kills, but his base will be gone probably. I don't think they can survive that. Oh, can they? No, they cannot.
Absolutely good prioritization for the targets. They knew what they needed to do. Not going in for the fight at the end. They focused down on the base entirely. Lovely idea from Leave Me. Like, it's absolutely fine. You guys can do whatever you want in the top lane. I'm just going to go for the bot and end the game. The draft properly done this time by Nightfall, and yes, I think so, Warren, that we might have another reverse sweep on our cards.
Could be, but the thing is, like, at the end, I think Entity could have postponed the fight a little bit. I was saying that it could be the last Lord, but the way it looked, I feel like it was a big fumble on their side where they kind of slept off on the top side and they kind of missed the part where Lord is marching into their base and already hitting it together with Leave Me, and then there was no hope for them. But if they notice it a little bit, I don't know what happened there exactly. Maybe they were fishing for something. It's very hard to know what exactly happened there, because when you are playing, you're right in there and like you don't see that much around you. You are seeing exactly the thing in front of you, so some of the things can slip out, and I think that's what happened.
I think so. That was also one of the case though, but there were certain moments where we actually saw certain good combinations coming in from the side of Entity when the Akai was able to pin probably 2 or 3 people all the way up towards the orange buff wall, as well as the wall between the tier 1 and that crab. That was a point where I thought maybe this combo can actually work. Maybe they can win the fight. But then Pel Metronio jumping in on the back line, trying to catch on to Vansky out there who was low HP. That one mistake, that eventually costed them the Lord. And it turned out to be another snowball effect for Nightfall to eventually close the game out. It worked out really well for them. And I'm not quite sure though, Warren, that if I would want Kriv to play the Kadita up back again, considering the mobility there on the other side was just so much, and he was actually struggling to land in some of the big rough phase, but he was still doing his job, trying to position the other person into the rest of his team.
I mean, the thing is that Kreve was mostly just trying to be menacing. He was like standing menacingly and trying to force them away from bushes, from some places. And if you look at it this way, I think he was doing his job. Of course, if you look at the score and if you look at the flashy plays, it would all be on Leave Me, because he had that hero that's really 1v9 that can really carry those teamfights. We see this highlight triple kill as he will finish the base by himself right here as we see the end of the game. Great game from Leave Me, but yeah, I think Krive was doing what he was, what hero he like the best that he could with the hero that he had. But maybe go for something else. Yeah, that could be the thing, because if you compare that to other mid laners that could be played, Zhuxin, for example, that was still open, she would have more priority mid lane. She could be going for those pickups. She could be peeling that back line. Yeah, I feel like Kadita could be working, but maybe in a different route.
I agree as well. And to be honest, yes, Kriv, just as you mentioned too, he was trying to just be a menace to the entire lineup of Entity and push them up in an awkward position. And at the same time, I wouldn't really blame him too. It's difficult to pull a Kadita off against a Lapu, against an Akai, and just the kind of lineup that there was on the other side. So it's absolutely fine. Still, he was actually landing some good knockups, right? Which set his team up for success. If he could not land in the rough waves, it's fine. He's just going to set things up for his team so that they can land in their own combinations. And that worked out brilliantly. Now, we'll have to see how this one eventually pans out, because guess what? It seems like tonight, for all the games, we're going to go on to that third one itself, as right now the score is 1-1 against ET against the side of Nightfall. It's going to be super fun though, but now the draft is going to look a bit more different. I'm expecting a Yi Shin ban from ET.
Would make a lot of sense. Jason Shin was making so much work done, and from what I saw of today's games, it looks like the team that has Jason Shin just wins games. Like, he looks like he is it. He looks like he is the SSS tier hero right now. He looks super strong, at least from the competitive games that we saw, and I think he kind of fits the bill of, for example, what Suyo used to be, where Suyo was also trying to scale up on his items, trying to snowball his power. But Jason Shin has even stronger late game, and he is even more safe since he is range compared to Suyo in the past. So
Yes.
super strong thing, and I think every time that a marksman hero, like a ranged hero, is able to work in jungle, it's always troublesome in that late game.
I agree. Yeah, it's always a big problem out here because that marksman will not show up his face until the last second, and that's when you've already used up almost all of your skills as well. It's a bit of a scene out here though, but looking at all the stats and the itemization, I'll have to say bold of Allen to not actually go for a Wind of Nature, considering there was Pelmetroni on the other side, but it just came down to the fact that Kriv was always there to protect Allen, and that was one of the reasons why Pelmetronio could not make some of the flashy plays that we've known him to make. And I love the itemization from Rusik. We've seen so many times how normally, the EXP laners are poked down instantly though, but him making the plate armor into the radiant armor, that means Kimi is just going to burst himself down. He cannot freely attack. He's got to choose his right targets. And for the other side, Rusik can jump face head on onto Kimi and can force him off into those fights. Now, we were discussing about the draft, how crucial Kimi and Moscow are, since they're the only two main damage dealers for the entire lineup. You push one of them away, the entire lineup falls. And that's exactly what we witnessed right now as well. So this time, I want ET to maybe draft in a certain manner which does not put every single egg in one basket.
That could be the thing, and also I feel like they made it really hard for themselves because, as we have spoke about it, Aka and Lapu Lapu together, it's pretty hard to pull off, and sometimes they did, but most of the times it wasn't even that they kind of fell, but it was more like someone had flickers, someone jumped in a little bit strange direction, and it already fumbled down. I think it's super hard combination to execute. I think for the third game, if you are ET and you are trying to come back from that defeat, maybe look for a draft that's a little bit simpler. Maybe try to look for something that if you set up one thing, then everything else just go pam, 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 and it builds up to each other, and don't make it so hard for us. I feel like that could be the idea that could work for them, but of course, maybe they will double down, go for Lapu Lapu Akai, pull some crazy combos off, and they will change my mind completely. But right now, this is what I feel like happened in the second game.
I agree. I want them to pick something as well which is easy to execute rather than some very hard win condition type heroes out here. But I feel sad that Lapu Lapu is one of my favorite EXP laners out here. He's still getting thrashed. He's had 0% win rate today. He's been on the struggling end. While on the other end, I agree, Yi Shin has basically had it. It's been his time out here. Over 90% win rate out here. So you probably, Yi Shin, you win out here this time around Nightfall. They're going to be on the blue side, and they're going to take care of the Mathilda instantly.
I mean, when you're speaking about Lapu Lapu getting a lot of defeats, you should definitely check out yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream, where there was that crazy Lapu Lapu game. I need to make you happy and send it to you in DMs. But less yapping about Lapu, because this game, this draft, new things. So let's not talk about it. Let's talk about our two Titans clashing against each other. Nightfall on the left side, blue side will be their side for this last game, and Entity on the right in the red corner, as they will be clashing it out. Bakshaban from ET, so they respect it and they know it's a great first pick, so that's an idea from them. And for the side of Nightfall, Matilda gone, as well as they were banning it from the right side before, and Uranus gone.
Yeah, they also realized that they can't really let this Uranus through on the other end too. Now this is one of the dilemmas of the blue side too, wherein you will have to ban one or the other impactful pick, which you would either ways want to pick if you're on the other end, just because of how many good picks there are. If you're on the red side, you've got an opportunity. Let one through, take two for yourself. that's what Nightfall did in the previous one. They let one Kimi through, and then they picked up the Yi Senshin as well as the Uranus. So they've got to respect it. They're banning it, one of them out now. Now my question is, do you ban out the Farsa to try and pick up the Irithiel early on? Or do you ban out the Yi Senshin, but they pick up the 1-1? Interesting.
I mean, Van has been like a classic. You could maybe randomly open one of the drafts here on EMC and probably one would be banned. I don't know how high a rate of bans she has, because we would need to see her picked, I think, for the statistics to show. And I don't remember what was it exactly, but it should be super high. She's right now super crazy. If she goes with that attack speed steroid on her, she goes ham, she goes to town, and she just destroys you. We see it from Wicked, so a shout out to him, as he will be playing in the next round that will be approaching later today. But yeah, Van gone, so no more Wicked plays, at least here. But ET now in front of a big decision, that last ban, what they will go for.
It's a big thing now, and they decide to ban out the Yi Senshin. So Farsa and Kimi, both of them are open, and I'm actually expecting a Farsa pick right now, because you'll have a big priority out there. But guess what? That's an early Lancelot pick. All right, I'm down for it.
It's a Lance, 53% very not so high, but you have to keep in mind that those win rates are kind of tricky to see, because like you probably won't be seeing someone with 95% win rate, because it's a super competitive thing.
Yeah.
But Lance 53, that means probably he was picked up a lot, and if I remember, he was quite a lot being picked up by teams. The thing with Lance is he's invulnerable, he's super annoying, and he's super mobile. So for you to pick a backline, it's super tough, because he can always have the jump on you, and he can always try to hop on your carries. But from the side of ET, it looks like they were like, all right, you hop on ours, we hop on yours. Farsa will ult. She can even reposition with Flicker. That's a thing we saw many times. I didn't know that's a mechanic before, so the players showed me that. But yeah, you can just feather airstrike, flicker around to change the range and go for the backline.
That is one of the big reasons why Farsa, as soon as Farsa is picked up, the other side just decide to quickly go in with a lot of CC to try and hard counter the Farsa. So I'm expecting a Ghatot Kacha pickup right now for Nightfall. It will also create a question mark as to where that Ghatot is going to go. In the EXP lane, in the roam position, nice flex pick coming in for them. And maybe they lock in their jungler as well, because, or rather not the jungler, but the gold laner as well. I'm not really a big fan of Moscow in this case, maybe an Irithiel, but they lock in the Irithiel and the Kimi. Interesting.
I feel like that's a risky move coming from the side of Nightfall, but yes. I mean, before they won with Irithiel, they won with Kimi, so I guess they are like, all right, we pick it up again. Let's go for that. I guess that's the idea.
But here's the thing, that time there was no Farsa on the other side, and the Hayabusa was banned out. So there was no one to actually close that gap, no one for the gap closing thing. And I think so that was one of the big reasons for the success of that draft. This time around, the jungler is not an Akai. It's a Hayabusa that can actually pop onto your face instantly. This Hayabusa worked really well for them in the first draft as well, for ET to win out that first game. They picked it up again. They've got a good range. Phoveus is going to be so annoying to deal with right now, as he'll be on your faces as well. I think so. A lot of things will be into the hands of Leave Me on this Lancelot to try and close that gap towards Farsa and pick it off. And I like the ban of Badang as well coming in from the side of ET, because they know that the other side need a front line. They need a hard CC to counter the Phoveus and the Hayabusa. They instantly ban one of them.
I mean, we were just talking about let's make it easier for ET, Entity, make it easy for you, and this is what I feel like is the draft that could make it easier for them, because what do you have to worry about? Like, you just see a target, you log him in, doesn't matter if it lands, if it's Kimi, if it's Irithiel, you don't mind, you just go for one, you hop in Haya, Phoebus, Farsa's bombardment, and it's done, he is done for. Who can survive that onslaught? No one, at least from the heroes that are picked up right now.
I agree. And that's one of the main reasons why this could actually be successful. But I like the Moscow ban as well from the other side. Don't really want that one to deal a lot of damage to you. Can push back the Lancelot as well. So you want something that you can deal with easily. Glue ban coming in from Entity. Now, again, could be a double-sided thing out here, right? Because they had the first pick right now, so I'm pretty sure they could have prioritized the glue, but maybe they want someone that can actually dive in on the other side along with this Hayabusa and along with this Phobius, or maybe they can decide to pick something that can actually frontline for this Farsa so that no one actually reaches Farsa, and Cutout can do both. I love it.
All right, yeah, exactly as you said, he can do both, and he can do it very well. He can just go in, go for that backline, or he can peel for you. If you hop on Farsa, you get taunted and you can get comboed. But if you don't hop on her, he will hop on you, and you get instant feather to airstrike, and you are done for.
That's a big problem right now for NF to deal with. This draft is already turning out so heavily ET favoring. The last two picks, what are they going to go for? Something that can actually lock Hayabusa down. I was hoping for a Cho. I'll have to say, I thought maybe they can pick up a Cho that can set things up for the team, but a Terizla into the Minotaur again. So the core kind of remains the same with just a Lancelot instead of a Yisun Shin, and then Rusik onto the Terizla. It's not exactly the same Uranus playstyle, but more like setting your team up with the penalty zone, but it's difficult to execute though. It's a Melissa pick, first time in the tournament as well. So that's interesting again, considering there's a couple of big range heroes on the other side.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like Melissa. I'm not sure how well she can join those fights when everyone explosively jumps in. I don't know how well she can follow, but based on the carries that were left, I don't know who else would be better. Would be better choice. I don't think there was much left. Maybe you could make an argument for Ranger, but he would be super susceptible to something. Of course, his super high range would work in your favor because he could always join in with that ultimate, and he would be able to join it with his range.
True.
Yeah, that could be an argument to be made, maybe. But what I like for the side of Nightfall is that they double down on that Minotaur, and now it's again boosting two heroes that are relying on attack speed, or at least for Iritel it's an attack speed sword, but for Kimi it's a booster for her magic damage, as we were talking about it before, and that's what I love. That's great if you are not thinking only about how well the spells can work together, but if you're also thinking about if there's some utility that can be brought to the table. And I think for the double carry composition, it can work very well.
I think so. There's both the ends of the sword out there. One can either work for you, one can either be against you. But ladies and gentlemen, all of that's now set. Since the draft is all logged in and we move in for this last game in the Land of Dawn between Nightfall taking on ET on the blue side and the red side respectively. The winner of this one takes the series and becomes the third semi-finalist of a European Mid-Season Cup. Let's see which one of them will get the win.
I mean, based on the draft, I must say that I am slightly favoring Nightfall. I just like what they did. But for the side of ET, I must say, except that Melissa pickup, but even with that Melissa pickup, I feel like they made their draft easier. So could be working. This okay gets bursted down as Noah tries to peel for him and pushes them away. But we see again, Kimi has absolute mid lane kingdom. She cannot get out.
Yeah, but here's the thing, there's a bit of a wave freeze out there in mid lane as well, which can eventually help the Farsa, and this dominance of Creep is actually going to rely only till level 4. Hold on!
Wait a second, immobilize Hayabusa as he goes for that. Oh, Yogi Shadow kill. First blood, Creeper goes down, and that's a big problem. If you have a lot of squishies, this is what can happen.
And I love what Noel did there. He had his shadow landed on Creep, but he did not utilize that instantly. He used his shadow kill on Vansky so that he can jump on Creep and then finish it up later on, since Creep survived for a second though now.
Wait a second, Vansky could be dying as well as he jumps away, but he goes down, he is back into the base.
Holy me. He's gonna be running away back to safety, but not for long. Like the catches him.
He just got bursted down as they go for Bober. Bober is 1v4. I don't think he can play that. There's Kreve. He's trying to help him, but another Yugi Shadow kill finishes him off as Kreve is trying to jump around, dance around, but not enough blaster shots in his gun to survive 1v4.
That's absolutely done. Early game demolished for the side of Nightfall, and a 1.8k goal lead already in favor of ET. they're going to struggle so much right now, and this Lancelot being taken down early on is a big problem. Now their only chance of success is Pelmetronio on this gold lane, who's again getting outranged by the Idrithiel.
Yeah, but the thing is that Pelmetronio is standing his ground very well. He is almost hitting level 5, whereas Alan is kind of behind on XP, if I saw correctly. And if you are already being ahead from the early game with that composition that you have, you are kind of expecting that. So the thing is, can you close it out in mid game or you get outscaled?
Yeah, that's the big thing now. Oh, look at Noel.
Vansky could be in trouble as he gets bursted down. Third airstrike and Hayabusa goes for that finishing. Yugi Shadowki, he doesn't go for that actually because he already used it. And unfortunately, Tisokai was trying to make space, but he was killed for that.
If only there was a Sky Piercer for Noel, maybe he would have finished up Vansky. But now, since he does not really have that, oh my god.
could be in trouble as he gets pushed away, but it's still to Rizla, pretty tanky target, so he will be leaving for now.
As of now again, and leave me. He's just trying to get as many neutral objectives as possible. Oh my goodness, Lito. He steals away that EXP crab, denies level 7, and now look at Noel. He's about to have his ultimate up as well, and he wants to gank Bobber.
It looks like he wants to do that, but Bobber has his flicker online pretty soon. But look at bottom side, Irito is getting pushed away from her tower as they are fishing for something to happen.
Yeah, you can't really... Enzo, he knows that they've got the priority. All they want is Pelmetronio to take the gold. He was already a bit in lead, and now that's going to increase further.
Oh, wait a second. Noel is bursting him immediately as he moves into mid lane. Vansky will be going down. Killing spree for Noel as Grief dances away.
Oh!
Wait a second. Terizla goes in, goes for Noel, but I don't think this is the right target. You are here. 3v4. I don't think you can play. You can! As they shut down Noel. Bobber with a crazy play. Crazy angle that he found. Can he live? He's trying to, but he cannot. But the thing is, kill goes to Tiso.
Absolutely. That's one of the big problems out there, but this time around...
Leave me! Oh, they don't leave him alone.
Yeah, they're not leaving him at all. It's not a name out here now, it's a request on the other side, which is denied. Entity, they've got full control now, and Pelmetronio as well. He's just having so much fun time. He almost even caught Creeve out there with the Cuddles and Muddles combination. Aaron is just down to level 6 and he is struggling so much even in the farm. And heavy crossbow. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that was the right move to use if you wanted to push the tower.
But the thing is, Nightfall are in 3000 gold deficit, right? But we just saw them play out this fight very well, all things considered. And that's the thing, if Nightfall are able to play those fights like that with a 3000 gold deficit, with their heroes not even on their spikes, I mean, if this game prolongs, they could have it.
But that, again, is going to be very risky out here because Noel is scaling up so very well on this Hayabusa. Already level 9, he just needs 3 more levels to get the maximum power spike. And by that time, Alan will be still building up on his core items.
Wait a second, he goes for more, he tries to go for curve as he gets killed off. And Tiso is trying to make some space, maybe not even going for something else. Yeah, just making space, letting Noel run away with his money. And he extends his lead.
He's gonna go even further now, almost reaching that level 10 power spike. And the bottom tier 1 has also fallen. Okay, he wants to take the fight.
Right, Lance, can you live that? Oh, you can! Great work from Leave Me, living through that.
For now, but for how long? That's going to be the main thing. If you have got to survive like that in mid-game, Lancelot is just gonna hit. He's not gonna be able to hit his power spike. And Noel...
He stole it! Did he stole it?
Yeah, he did.
Noel took it.
No, yeah, Noel took it. Leave Me does not have his retribution up. Noel just doing so much economical damage, even stealing with the gargoyles.
Wait a second, Levy is going for the backline, going for Enzo as he got forced away. Feather airstrike on his head as Tiso is making some space. Levy needs to run away now. I don't think he can because he is dead. Kraven needs to flicker out. There is that engage from Gano. He goes for more. Bobber is getting chunked as well. Tiso is still alive. Pelmetronio is trying to play it out. Noel is there, back in action. Tiso goes down, but you don't care. It's your roamer. Double kill for Noel as they go for the third turtle of this game.
And the fun fact is he did not even utilize his ultimate throughout those engagements. Imagine if he did. No one would have survived on the other end. And even Enzo now has made the blood wings. extra bit of movement speed on that Farsa and lot of burst damage. Leave Me tried everything he could to try and catch on to this Farsa, but he could not. And that already tells you stories about how this game is going. 6.5k goal lead in favor of Entity, 12 kills to 3. They're already on that 26k goal mark. Once they reach the 33k mark, that means it's all done for you. You'll not be able to make that comeback unless the other side kind of gives you the opportunity and throws it away.
But the thing is, if you look at the gold, it's pretty much dispersed all over the place. It's not really that one hero is super far ahead, because if you look at Noah, he's 6-1, but he has 6k as well as Pelmetronio. And if you compare that to your carries on the opposing side, it's not really that far away. I think it's still playable, but you need to stop making those mistakes and let in Noel pick you off.
Almost trying to take them out, already hitting that level 12 before the 9th minute. He's just taking care of everyone on the other side. And they need everything to just sustain through the Yugi shadow kill. This is getting so difficult. And Bobber has also made the blade armor. He's not gone for the anti-Curious right now, or even the Dreadnought armor. That means Noel is actually free hitting them through that physical defense. That has been one of the big problems coming in for Nightfall, those itemization right now. Leave Me has also got the Endless Battle, so maybe he can deal some damage. But I'm pretty sure Pelmetronio is also pretty far ahead in terms of the itemization. And he's about to, yeah, he's got the golden staff as well. I'm pretty sure his Holy Trinity is complete by now.
Look at Leave Me. He could be approaching that dangerous bush on the bottom side. No, and they took it. For a second, I thought they are fishing for him and they will let the camp be spawned and they bait for him. But in the end, they stole it.
It's absolutely fine. They don't really care about that anymore now. Sitting comfortably at almost 8,000 gold lead. Got the full river control. They've got all the level advantages that they need. Lighto with that flicker Phobius is doing so much damage to them. And they're going to take the Lord as well.
They already started the Lord. I don't know. It's been taken. How much HP is there left? Can they even get there in time? Do they even respawn? No, they don't. They just give it. But it's the first Lord. Shouldn't be that big of a trouble. But this target is T, so you don't really care about him as Noah goes for your backline. Krive gets bursted as well as Wansky. Federer Airstrike tries to move them away for Noel to escape.
And in the meantime, Leave Me was just trying to take down the bottom tier 1 as well. His minions are going to do the job for him, at least for now. And that actually is a good move now, because the bottom lane could be stopped for a few seconds.
They got it!
Yeah, they got the tier 1, but here's the thing. Hayabusa moved to the bottom side, so the wave is going to push together like the top wave.
You're absolutely right. You will be getting pushed from 3 directions, from the top side with Lord and from mid lane with the rest of the team and Haya on the bottom. Pelmetronio gets pushed away, but Krive already used his ultimate, so it will not be available for the defense. Enzo pushes them away with his Federer Strike as they try to defend their tower, but can they really? I don't think they can very well, as Bobber gets half HP as he goes in. He doesn't care. Lighto gets bursted as well as Tiso. Tiso goes down and there's Noah. He's trying to fix that fight. Can he do it? He can, as he gets Alan.
Noel, through the mix of it all, was able to take the Erythiel down on the other side. But that was such a big play from Bobber. The flicker penalty zone catching 3 of them. It's just that the rest of the team were focused on killing the Lord. But I think so that was the play.
Might have misstepped. No, he has another shadow, so he will be fine now. Enzo pushing them away with the third strike. 90 seconds for new Lord. So for now, we should be in chill zone for a bit.
For a few seconds though, but that chill zone is for ET, not really for Nightfall. They still have to find a way to figure out to lower down this goal lead that's going over the 9,000 mark as well in a few seconds. So they don't have any control of the map. They'll have to open it up. Level 15 already on the Hayabusa. Pelmetronio level 13. I just want to have a quick look at the itemization right now to see as to what they've already built up. And again, there's the Wind of Nature as well. So yeah, Lancelot, good luck trying to take them down. He's already got the Brute Force breastplate to try and sustain through some of that damage. And there's no Wind of Nature right now. No Berserker's Fury made till now for Alan. And that is a big, big problem on the Erythiel. You need the Berserker's Fury for the burst damage.
But if that last Lord show us something, that's Nightfall are able to defend, and they were able to defend right now when they are in super high deficit, and ET are very close to their full item sets. So the thing is, if Nightfall are able to stall for a little bit longer, maybe 2 more Lords, it could be playable. There's still hope for them.
there I could see the ray of hope. And to be very honest, yes, they were able to defend early on. However, I think one of the big reasons for that was that the tower passive was there, the Holy Shield was there, which took care of the first Mega Minion wave. And that was the reason why they still were able to take the Lord down. But this time around, they do not have that luxury. They don't even have the inhibitor on the top side, too. So I think so it's going to be very difficult. But yes, I agree. If they pull that off, I think so they'd be able to make a comeback in this game though. But Allen needs a wind of nature early on. And he's not going to get that before this Lord fight. So his position is going to be crucial as Noel is finding so many good angles to try and catch either Creeve or Allen.
And you are already given this Lord. The call has been decided. You are giving it and you will try to turtle up in your base and defend. 10,000 gold difference, 4-13. Last game before semifinals for one of those teams, but only one can go through. The second one will fall through. And the question is, who will it be? Nightfall or Entity? Who will take the cake?
A big question out there which will be answered in the next few seconds right now as the Lord marches down the top lane. I like the idea right now for Nightfall. They're not clearing that one cannon minion, making sure that the Lord barges first, but all the waves are managed perfectly. It's all in sync, and ET are ready.
Arsenal is there. Creve is almost dead. He needs to flicker out. He lives for now, but the rest of his team is trying to defend. The tower is getting bursted super low. TSO is trying to push on through. He has immortality now. He can play to his limits. Leave me trying to defend mid line now. The Lord at 5,000 HP. He's getting bursted down. Can they defend? It looks like they can, but two more inhibitors are gone.
The macro play coming in, but hold on a
kind
second.
of slept there. Now Noel goes in. He goes for the backline. Alan is unstoppable. He goes double kill. Wansky is gone. Alan as well. And the rest is trying to defend. Can they do it? Leave me is gone. Bomber will be the next target. And the next target will be Crystal.
Picture perfect play from Entity. Making sure that the first wave is going to take the inhibitors down. And then after that, they're going to take everyone else off the picture. The big mention, which I was saying again and again, no wind of nature for Allen. He's going to be instantly killed by the Hayabusa with the Sky Piercer because Noel has been finding so many good angles, so many good opportunities. I think so. It was just their one urge of taking Tiso down that led to their downfall in that last fight. Had they decided to stick together in the backline as one and just cleared out the waves, maybe they would have had enough to try and make it to the next Lord, and then things could have turned around it. But ET, they saw that one small window, they quickly jumped through it and were able to take the game away.
I mean, Noah was so clean on Hayabusa, trying to look for those angles, tries to fish for those angles, and he was finding them. I mean, there was no angle that was left out. Every time you opened the door, just by a little bit, he was already inside, stealing all your food from the kitchen.
Absolutely, and there was nothing you could do, to be very honest, because there was no one to hard lock down this Hayabusa. You've got, yes, the Minotaur, but the moment you try to land in that Minoan Fury or the knockup, by that time the Hayabusa is already off onto one of his other shadows, and Terizla is not really the best pick in general to try and take down some fast assassin players because you can't really lock them down instantly. So I think so that was one of the big problems coming in. And also Terizla in general is slow in terms of the rotations from the EXP lane to the other parts of the map. And that was one of the big reasons why the Phoveus was having so much advantage and why he was present almost in every other fight. But again, a lot of errors out there, but it all came down to the drafting phase. ET, again, played to the strength of their draft and made sure that it did not really landed a lot for Pelmetronio to try and pull everything off for himself. Noel was doing a very solid job from the Hayabusa in the first minute.
I mean, looking back at the draft right now, it's so genius that what they did with the draft, right? They have Enzo with that feathered airstrike, and you try to go for him, but immediately when you try to position and put your backline behind your front line, Noah is already there trying to go for them, and he creates this chaos. So honestly, right now in retrospective, ET, what a draft. Entity, what the draft they put together. Great performance, great game. Of course, great games from Nightfall as well, but unfortunately for them, Entity were the better ones today, and they go through.
They go through indeed. And what a way to go through yet again. A third mapper, or rather, a 3-match series entirely. And this one was an absolute domination, unlike the previous two, which was still a bit too close for either one of those teams. This one was an absolute domination. And fun fact, Noel actually just picked up the Blade of Despair as well, right before that last team fight. And I think so that was also one of the big confidence booster for himself, because Alan was deleted instantly. He had no chance of surviving. He was marked with a couple of shadows, and that was it. As soon as he went in the Yugi shadow kill, both of them, he was able to take them out. And again, that Blade of Despair is just such a good item to counter anyone who's down on a low HP and they survive on that low HP, right? Because you get that extra piece of damage as soon as the enemy is lower than 50% in their HP. So very nice job being done out there from Noel. Good feathered airstrikes from Enzo. He was always positioned right on time. And I'll have to give it to the Phobius as well, man. Like, he stole my heart at this point. Always there, landing in those kill twos, landing in those bonks. It was super fun to watch him.
Absolutely. I mean, when you see a team win like that, very dominant third game or whatever number of a game, but the dominant third game, all of the team working together, and there wasn't really anyone who was kind of slacking off, who wasn't working as hard as everyone else. It was just working so well together. And whereas in the second game you could have said, all right, Kreve wasn't feeling himself, he had a very specific pick and he had a very specific job. Now everything kind of connected together like a great gear, and it worked wonderfully.
Worked absolutely fantastic for them. Now, as we have a look at the statistics of the previous match as well, a lot of damage being dealt by Team Entity, a lot of it being tanked by Nightfall. Fair enough, simple, straightforward stats out there. And look at the Turtle Law turrets as well. Only one turret being taken by Nightfall. Every other thing is just so straight up in favor of Team Entity. 3 turtles, a couple of lots to end the game, all the turrets being taken down, and Tissot gets the wingman. My man had the highest assists, 14 out there in total.
And if you count his kill, he was, except 3 kills, he was everywhere. He was always there. And that's what you need on your roamer. To set up those plays, to be there for those plays, and to execute those plays with the rest of the team. And Tissot was just this glue that held them together, no pun intended, and worked very well for them. But now we should change our perspective to another game that will be happening. I think it's very soon. Soon. And that game that will be happening should, of course, be between once and only Minerva Fury and NRA.
New era.
Oh, what a game. What
Absolutely.
a game.
I was just having a look at the lineup as well for both of these teams, right? I really want to see Sensei now being back in action as well with Wicked. We've seen all of these players previously too. But guess what, Warren? I know you're excited for this next matchup, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be sending it down to a very small break. We'll be back after this break and we will have the last quarterfinals on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. It has absolutely been one of the longest nights out here, ladies and gentlemen. But we are in the last quarterfinals now, the last best of 3 series of the evening, and it's going to be two amazing teams. Minerva Fury taking up against New Era. Warren, you've known these players, you've seen these players. Talk to us about them. They are experienced, but they still are going to be a big challenge for New Era to face up against.
I mean, it's going to be truly a banger of a series. I mean, if this is what we waited for the whole day, it can be said like that, because Minerva Fury are bringing in truly their fury, because this team is stacked. You have Macaron in jungle, you have Sensei, the creator, who back in the day was playing with people like Kid Bomba. Then you have Pagu, who attended very high competition tournaments himself, Orange Bob, Wicked himself, that you know from our chat on YouTube. I saw him hop on there, making some friends. So I wish him best of luck, of course. But against them, of course, our New Era, NRA, Hamdex, Baby DJ, Aisho, Isaac, Gabri, and Nikki, also with some of those players, also back in the day, playing with Kid Bomba. Gabri, especially, very OG player. And I remember him like 5 years ago playing those tournaments. So, I mean, there's experience on both sides. But the thing is, who can utilize it better? And at least paper-wise right now, Minerva Fury are looking better. Because the thing is, let's remind everyone, they went through their Swiss bracket stage with 3-0. 0 losses, 3-0. That's how they got here. And unfortunately for NRA, they went through hell to get here. So their tenacity is something to behold, truly. But the thing is, they still went 3-2 losses. So paper-wise, it looks like Minerva Fury should be the stronger team, but the draft will probably tell us much more.
I 100% agree, right? Because I was about to say the exact same thing, how previously, even though Minerva Fury, they went in 3-0, New Era is a team that never backs down. Regardless of how much they struggle, they always slowly and steadily move up on top right now. But I'm pretty sure all eyes will be on this one matchup specifically for ET, considering the winner of this match will be facing them tomorrow in the best of 5 semifinals, wherein we already have 2 other teams from the other 2 quarterfinals, ladies and gentlemen. Rain will be taking against MNTO, and that's again a pretty solid matchup in general itself, because we all expected Rain to eventually steamroll, but that match went into for 2-1 too. So you can clearly see that there's a lot of competition between all of these players out here all around the board right now, and that is going to be continued in this one series as well. Minerva Fury up against New Era, and it's a new time, new dawn out here. CC being banned out along with a Farsa and a Buxia. Lancelot, Yi Shin 1-1. Uranus Open picked up instantly.
Well, if you already banned CC as a first ban, that's saying something. And I mean, your opponents need to have something ready if they let it slip through. Because, come on, that was obvious. And it looks like they have Fredrin and Kimi for themselves.
Once again, you give one pick away, you take 2 of them for yourself as well. And, you know, I really want to talk about a bit of a history as well for Wicked, how this man has been in the scene for quite a long time too, and back in the MESL as well, he was a part of the lineup Extremely Slay, and they ended up winning against Birthright in a 7-map match series where we thought Birthright were the favorites, they should be able to close it out. But again, this was the dude who stood up against that lineup. He was there, always going in, probably legendary mega kill as well. He was constantly getting into some good positions, and his pool on the marksman, it goes deep. So I'm pretty sure that right now New Era will have to focus down on this man in order to win the series.
I mean, I am happy that you specifically said what you said, because his champion pool is so deep. It's not even a pool, it's an ocean. He has champion ocean, as they say, because I see this guy, every time there's a meta hero, he is able to play it super well, and every time he's needed to pick up something else, he's ready as well. He's smurfing on everything he gets his hands on, and he's always the backbone of his team. So I am super hyped to see him again here on the stream. But of course, the rest of his opponents won't make it easy for him. And now matching up against Iritel and getting banned out Bruno and Moscow, he doesn't have many options left. The thing is, what will he pick up? Because I don't think Harit is the move, since you have so much magic damage on your team already.
You've already got a lot of magic damage, and then there's a Fridrin on the other side, a Kimi on the other side. Yeah, already a lot of CC for your one small purifier to deal with. Catch a chip. I mean, that dude is just gonna eat those potato chips out there and gonna stun up everyone. To be honest, I do like the pick that's coming in because you need someone to lead into that backline, and that portal, right? The shortcut can help with you with exactly the same thing. It kind of makes up for the immobility of Fredrin as well to try and jump on the enemy's backside. I love the draft coming in from them for now, but this one gold lane pick and the jungler pick is going to be crucial. Hayabusa is still left open. We saw how successful he was previously against Kimi and Erithiel.
Hayabusa could be working very well for the side of New Era, I feel like, because MIF don't have so much CC. Like, they do have some, but it's very hard to land it on someone as mobile as Hayabusa. Whereas for the side of MIF, if you would lock in Haya, you are kind of risking, because Fredrin can taunt you very easily. Chip, that stun is very easy to proc as well. But what is happening there? You go for Phoebe. Wait a second, is that you?
Uranus jungle?
Wait, what? Yeah, it is. It has to be. We saw that already, and we were talking about it on the cast, on air, and we were saying that's something that shouldn't be working and it shouldn't be probably played in competitive. But here is MIF, one of the best teams that we have here, and they go for that. So that's saying something.
I remember, I mean, it's a while that we've actually seen this Uranus jungle as well, and I agree, this should not technically work, but considering how the Erithiel and Kimi are there on the other side and how quickly you get the items when you're on the jungling position, I think so that early blade armor into the radiant armor might actually help you out. But there's the big thing. Chip along with the Marsha on the other side, that means the Beatrix will need to prioritize an early wind of nature because the Thunderclap is going to land on his face multiple times throughout the mid to late game. And that's going to be a bit more difficult for him to deal with. But just looking at this draft, I mean, it's a bit difficult to pull off for Minerva Fury. I think so New Era has got this.
But you know what I like? I like that Beatrix was picked up into it. Oh, wait a second, Baby DJ could be in big trouble. Magic gets paused, alright. So there was probably connectivity issue. Just today I saw that post from Kronos, don't know if you caught that. But he was speaking about a rewind feature being added into the game, into the launcher, that you can actually rewind back in time, and that's something that would be perfect specifically for this, for example, where Baby DJ shouldn't probably have been here. I guess there was a lag happening. But in the meantime, let's talk about those compositions. Let's talk about what are the win cons. I feel like for the side of Nightfall, you have those strong carries. You have Iritel and well,
Kimi.
not really carries. You have that one carry and you build the rest. Sorry, not Iritel. I wanted to say Beatrix. Got lost in my sauce myself. But you have Beatrix. You are building that team around her. You are trying to be for her with Uranus. Phoebus is trying to be for her as well. Matilda and Zuxin. It's going to be all on her in those late game team fights. Can you protect her?
Yeah. And that is a big statement which you just mentioned, right? Because you need the protection from a chip shortcut. You have to have the Fredrin as well a bit more away from the Beatrix so that you do not get taunted up into hitting him and then bonged up on your face with the Appraiser's Wrath. Then there's Kimi as well, who will eventually try to outrange almost everyone on your side. It is a bit difficult to deal with and a very difficult combination to pull off, which I 100% agree. But we'll have to see, right? We're going to be heading back onto the game itself pretty soon, considering the draft is going to be changed up a bit too. Probably that one last pick. I'm still pretty sure they're going to lock in the Beatrix, but instead of a Phoveus, I think so we're going to see some different assassin jungle, and I think so that assassin jungle would be probably a good way to go. But if that is not the case, then I don't know, man. It seems very difficult for this composition to work with the Uranus, considering you don't have a lot of CC to hold the other side down.
I agree with you. Now that you gave me this viewpoint on the matter, I think that will probably be it. I was for a bit thinking that it could be Baby DJ because he got super bursted, that there was some lag input or something. But I guess that might be it, since Uranus together with Phoebus, as you have already said, the composition will be lacking in the damage department. Since Juxin can do some damage, but mostly in early to mid game phases. Matilda can dish out some damage herself, but it will all be on the retail. And if you get an assassin into jungle, that could put your comp together so well.
I agree, but we'll again have to have that confirmation as well. If it was a draft issue or if it's a very different technical issue out there, probably we'll be fixing that quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. And as soon as we get any update, we will tell you about it as well. But coming back to the same discussion, right? I agree with the point. A lot of eggs in the basket of Erythiel as well to try and pull it all off. Plus, you don't really have everything else working from you. I think so. In these situations, I would really prioritize an early Sky Piercer on Zushin. We have seen that work even in the MSC wildcard stage as well pretty recently. We saw Savage coming in too. So I think so it can work up. But then again, you'd really have to make sure you snowball into the early game and then carry it forward into this mid to late game transition phase as well, so that you can eventually work your way around with it. But ladies and gentlemen, no, it was not a draft issue. We are all the way back up again into the action as the early fights now begin. And it's Kimmy, actually, who's just being outpoked by Zushin.
I mean, who else is capable of doing that if not Jushin? Like, she probably is the only hero that can literally do that. I think I saw Zetian once do that, but I think that was like a misplay from the side of Kimi. By Jushin, I saw her do that pretty periodically, like almost always she's able to push out her opponents. She is just this hero, but she gets taunted by Houndex as Sensei may be overstepping. No, don't worry, there is the airlines ready for you, but could be now in trouble as he tries to run away.
Still gonna be surviving out there now, and Hamdax almost trying to steal away that gargoyle will eventually fail onto that too. There's Macaron now. He's taking all that EX, but look at bot side.
Wait a second, there's an action happening. 2 towns on 2 targets. Hamdax off HP, but he doesn't really care. There's the reprisal armor. Macaron gets bursted. Oh my god, what damage! That was crazy damage as Orange Bob is the next target. He goes down by the DJ. Second kill picking up for the side of New Era. And Pagusik needs to run away, get stunned up. He's trying to survive. He will live though for now.
As of now though, but the question is, are they gonna let this lead go through unanswered? Because that was a big bonk right on the face of Macaron. And if he fails as a Uranus in the early game in this jungle position, he's going to lose a lot in terms of the rotation itself. And that's going to transcend into a side lane loss too. A bit difficult right now to deal with. A Masha either way is on one side with a Mai Shiranai skin, while there's an Erythiel on the other side. Pretty hard to catch on either ways. The only true lane that they're winning against is the mid.
Wait a second, Nikki Chiki getting that 1 kill with chip portals as Orange Bobby disappears again into Oblivion 0-2 as they try to go for the first turtle. New Era are really establishing New Era because they go into this super hungry like sharks and they're circling their prey. Zoom goes for more, Matilda tries to go in but they are 4 against 2. Pagusik needs to run away with his life if he wants to keep it.
He will be able to keep it as well for the next few seconds. In the meantime, all they've done is lost that turtle. Wicket outright there on the top lane. A lot of things are now going to be on his shoulders as well for his team. We thought maybe they're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of Erythiel, but that's not really the case. The basket is not in the hands of Erythiel, but rather in the hands of Fredrin and the Kimmy.
Right now, most definitely. Because right now, Baby DJ, it's all about that mid lane priority.
Yeah. And
Chip
the fact
moving
is,
them around.
The fact is, even though he's losing in the mid lane matchup individually, he's actually winning in those team fight
he might
matchups.
be overstepping right now. No, he is just kiting away.
Yeah, luckily, just right at the knife's edge, surviving out there as well. And again, he's constantly having that EXP advantage. Hold on.
Wait a second, he pulls him in. Now Sensei could be in trouble. No, airlines are there for him as he gets pulled away by Matilda.
Sensei, the creator out here, man, he's really just hanging on to that cliff every single time. Just one step there and he's going to be picked off though. But you need these kind of bold plays when your team is apparently in a bit of a losing position out here. 700 gold deficit out. And on the other side as well, Wicked is not really winning the lane. He's playing on just a stalemate out here, trading off minions. But look at bottom.
Wait a second, Orange Bobby could be in trouble. He still has his flicker, but he gets bursted super fast. Needs to flicker under the tower, but I don't think he can live as Masha goes for him. No, she gets picked off. Orange Bobby with a first kill for his side and first kill for himself. As Zoom makes another portal for more action. Sensei needs to run away.
He's just so very good at baiting out so many of these utilities as well. Really is just playing perfectly with the Matilda.
Wait a second, Baby DJ could be in trouble, he needs to run away. Pagusek tried to go for him, Sensei gets pulled away by Matilda, but Neris Nabic getting half HP gone. I don't know if Nabic can hold this line, he's trying to make some time for the turtle finish. Hamdax is not able to finish it off because Rhetoric comes from Macaron as he finishes that one for himself, and Nabic is trying to run away. Zoom goes down though, Wicked with a first kill for himself, Macaron with another, as they pull back into the game and even hop into a slight gold lead.
Perfect play coming in this time around from MIF, and look at that. They're still trying to force more fight. Paguski also joining in to help Macaron. They want to steal this orange buff away, and I'm pretty sure they were able to do that.
No, they were. It looks like MIF were sleeping on their power spikes because they were supposed to make the action happen in the early phases of the game, and it looked like they were losing. But look at it now. They are equalized in kills and now 2,000 ahead. How did they cook it up from thin air?
That's again all the way on the back of that turtle and a couple of picks that they were able to get, and that's buff steals so many times.
Wait a second, Macaron could be in trouble. No, he's just playing with his food as he... Did he stole the purple buff? I'm not really sure. No,
Yeah,
I think it's on
no.
Hamdax. Oh, no, did he get that?
No, he did not get the purple buff. It's safe with Hamdex, but yeah, he was able to get that orange now. And they have also managed to take down the bottom tier 1. That is such a big play, but here goes Chip.
Oh, Zoom goes in, zooming in with the portals. Portal gets bursted down and they try to run away. It looked like a big action about to happen, but then they decided they don't want to go for it. Even though Uranus was gone, he wasn't really there. He was somewhere else. And you clearly saw that. I don't know what happened. That looked like a miscommunication from the side of New Era.
I think so. They had the idea, but everyone just ran away because the stun did not land on anyone. So they ran out of the range of the shortcut. And also, there was a Bennett's Rage on their faces. So they could not really go for any kind of chase. They had to move back. Wicked is so very good on that Beatrix. He's showcasing those skills as well. Zoom has prioritized the fleeting time first, only to make more plays for his team. But the thing is, they can't really take head-on straight-up fights right now on multiple fronts because they do lack in terms of that damage. They're going to trade this turtle for the bottom tier 1, but look at top.
Sky Piercer finished for Baby DJ. You were talking about it, but for Sensei. But it's Baby DJ now who finishes that item off for himself. 3,000 gold over the side of MIF as they try to go for more. Nabik getting pushed away under tower and Aura is gone.
That's the big thing about the Masha right now. We'll talk about that in a second though, as they try and steal away another purple buff. With Masha, you can't really defend the tower because your wave clearing is not that good. And in terms of targeting, you're only good with 1v1s. If there are a couple of maybe 3 people up in front of you, you'd be bursted down instantly. So you can't really defend those waves. And Abik is having that problem right now. And on the back of it, MIF are utilizing that advantage perfectly. And they've got the gold lead with the right people.
They do indeed, and the crazy thing about Wicked, the more and more I see him play, is that every time in any game, even though if they are losing, even though if they are winning, doesn't matter, but he always is ahead of his opponent. I don't know how he does that. I don't know if he misses less, or if he hits all of those, or if he just takes out alone from Bang, but he always is ahead as Baby DJ goes down. Next target is Nikki Chiki as she goes down as well. Now Zoom could be in trouble. He's trying to run away, but he failed his wall jump as he will be going down together with the rest.
Beautiful play yet again. The snowball effect now coming into fruition as well for the team. There's nothing that NRA now could do. They're just being pushed back from the towers as well because they
Wait,
do
Hamdak
not
is
have
trying to
those
fish for something,
itemization.
going for the town, but gets pushed away, now needs to jump back into the base. But this, it like some couple of minutes ago, it looked even, it maybe looked like in favor of New Era, but looking at them now, no auras left, 10-minute mark, New Lord will be spawning, I mean first order of the game, and 5,000 gold lead, and even though in some other games I would say 5,000 is playable, for New Era it feels like not, it feels like their teeth have fallen out of their mouth.
They can't really at this point because again, the Kimi, regardless of the items that you've built up already, you've got the glowing one and the Sky Piercer, no burst items, so you can't do anything about this Uranus. You can't do anything about the Mathilda Airlines as well, which is always helping Sensei go back to the safety. I think so. It's just so problematic as well. And I've not even started to talk about Orange on the Phoveus right now, who can always be on the faces and still survive, still soak up all of that damage. All of that is now being paired up with Wicked, already making the Malefic gun too. Yeah, good luck trying to survive through all of the bursts that's going to be happening in front of you right now. Even though Zoom is there with the portals, he can't really do anything. He's just out there wild in alone, and now he's been scouted out as well. Look at the damage of Wicked.
Slight hope could be that Hamdax finishes this another tank item, so he will be a little bit more tanky, but the thing is, I don't think there is enough damage for the side of New Year. I think they are lacking right now, and I think Nikki Chiki needs more items as well as Baby DJ, and I really don't like this much. I liked it in the draft, but now see it work. I don't know if it's working, but Orange Bobby gets immobilized as they try to go for Zoom. They pull him back and he goes down. And they try to go for more. They push Hamdex back, but it looks like they will be done for now. They have eaten enough. One hairy chip was enough. No, Nabik goes for more. He dives into the backline, but his all health bars are gone now as he goes down as well with Zoom. Hamdax will be probably the next target. He's trying to town them under the tower. He gets pushed away from the tower. Macaron is trying to play it out, even getting a little thumbs up. Wicked goes for more, goes for the tower as he blasts waves. They try to go for that finish. Looks like killing spree for Sensei. I don't know if they can finish it though. Nikki Chiki gets pulled down. I think they could be able to. Zoom is still alive. Baby DJ as well, but Baby DJ gets bursted by Uranus. And Zoom is trying to defend alone, but he's poor chip. And I don't think he can.
It's all done. It's all over. The first game taken by MIF with the Uranus jungle working out. Nah, man, I was not really expecting that to happen. But holy smokes, what a way to play this entire game. Yeah, they were losing the early game, right? We saw that Kimi was having the priority as well, at least in terms of those team fights. They were doing the damage too. But again, this Zushin Mathilda combination in mid lane, I believe New Era gave a lot of good heroes to Minerva, and it was not really the perfect sense of the draft itself that worked out, but just the sheer strength of these heroes together that worked out perfectly for them. First of all, Wicked being comfortable on the Beatrix, absolutely perfect. Sensei on the Zushin with Mathilda in the mid. Yeah, good luck trying to force your way out. He will always clear the way faster. He'll always be there to poke you. River control lost. That means Uranus can free farm and free roam around the map. That basically got you the entire early to mid game, and then the snowball came in. A lovely play coming in from Minerva.
I was so worried coming into this game about the Wicked and his Beatrix, because Beatrix usually wants to pull out her double pistols and try to spray over the team fight, and usually loves when the heroes are not really mobile, so she can utilize this AoE damage. But in this game, it didn't really matter, like which guns he had. With all the guns he was blasting, he was so far ahead in gold. Even when he was 0-0, he just made money out of thin air. I don't know, maybe he had a little leprechaun in his pocket, but it was just working so well. And that's a thing with Wicked, like no matter what he plays, he's always ahead and he is always smurfing. But I mean, this game wasn't only about Wicked, it was also about his team, especially that Uranus in jungle. He was making a lot of plays happen, and this combination of Sensei and Pagu, they were at everything. They set up everything, and they were the reason everything happened. From the start, when it didn't work out so well, then they jumped back into Macaron with a great steal that we just saw in those highlights, and the team composition of New Era just crumbled upon itself.
Absolutely. That's the most important thing out there. always having that advantage, always having that priority. And once, Macaron, he got a couple of items of his own too. He just went up far forward. He's like, I'm going to eat every single thing that you've got to deliver, and I'm just going to make sure that I survive. There were certain moments when, Nabik was also trying to take down Wicket. We saw him try and get that thunderclap onto his face a couple of times, but Wicket was just so far back with his own team, and I don't think so Nabik had an anti-heal item as well with himself. So Wicket was just able to freely heal himself back up as well if his HP was lost too, just because Masha, even though you've got 3 HP bars, yes, it was still bursted down pretty quickly considering there are a couple of heroes on the other side, and that's what happened. Mathilda was always there around the Beatrix as well, the Flask of Oasis passive, which was not really procced up that many times, just because there was not enough damage on the other side to proc it off. That also added a lot onto the already filled up plate of the side of New Era, so they were facing a lot of struggles there. In terms of executing the draft, picture perfectly done by Minerva, knew where their power spikes were. Early on, the Uranus died once, but that was the only time when he was picked off. He realized that he first needs to farm up a bit and then move in, and to be honest, they were able to execute that perfectly. I want to have a look at the itemization now in the post-match stats to see what he built up, but I'm pretty sure he prioritized the blade armor as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting something according to those lines. But as you have said it, Uranus just realized, all right, I'm not super tanky until I'm sitting at least on my shoes, at least on the first item. But after that, it's all right, easy peasy. And after that, when he got to those items, it was super hard to get through to him. If you even look at the damage dealt, even both of those teams didn't deal so much damage to each other, because we already had games where it lasted similar time, but the damage numbers were so much higher. But both of those teams didn't deal so much damage. And I mean, at least for the side of New Era, it must be to this Uranus being super, super tanky, and Phoebus as well, where to get through them, it was almost impossible.
And between all of that chaos as well, right? You look at Orange Bob and see the blade armor, dominant size. He did not really care about that magic damage from Kimi as well, because most of it was countered by the first 2 items itself. I think so. That's again very solid itemization coming in. Sensei becomes the one as the carry for the team because of the constant pokes from the lantern flare that he was giving in, and it was all thanks to Pagu, who was setting things up for him so very well. 1-0 and 9. In terms of the KDA, he had over 90% kill participation. Out of 11, he was present in 10 of them. That shows you the power of Mathilda as well. So there's the reason why she was being banned out multiple times in the previous few series.
I feel like every time when Matilda is permabanned, some of the teams are like, all right, let her open. What's gonna happen? Let's let it slide. And they let it slide, and someone like Pago picks it up and he's like, all right, you give me Matilda, I will show you pain. And then he brings the pain, and then people are like, all right, wait, Matilda is super broken. We shouldn't let her open anymore. And then the cycle repeats it. So at least that's how I feel like. That's what I see from watching the competitive scene. Some of the teams always let her slip, and they're like, all right, what's gonna happen? That's what's gonna happen. So I am thinking that New Era will not let it slide once more, or they will come ready, maybe with a Matilda counter. I don't know. Since she's so heavily permabanned, I don't know if there is something as a Matilda, like, probably there is, but what I mean is like something that really cancels her out, because she's just so annoying, doing damage, helping with priority mid lane, and those Matilda airlines are just the cherry on top.
Now Esmeralda is there to counter both Zushin and Mathilda, but that was banned out by MIF in the last ban. So again, very good drafting coming in from their side to ban out the counter as well, understanding what might cause some problems. Now we move on to the another draft. They still ban out the CC, still take care of the Farsa. There's a Yi Senshin ban on the other side. Now the Kimi is again open and ready to be grabbed up. Uranus is open to be grabbed up. The 1-1 has been taken care of. You do not want Wicket to be on that hero. I mean, I see just problems and red flags for the side who's on the red side. You have to give one. You will be able to take 2 away though, but they ban out the Uranus this time, as the Barsha was taken care of by the other side. Kimi is open. Farsa is banned out. Perfect Kimi pick for the first one.
Wait a second, but this means that they can steal away Matilda if they have a Matilda player on their side and they could utilize her for themselves. I'm thinking like maybe Zatian with that mid lane priority, or you could go
Zushin?
for complete steal away composition where yes, you go for the Jukshin and you try to play it how your opponents played it into you and you try to give it back to them.
Highly possible. And to be honest, I'll be down for it as well. Or maybe you lock in your Phobius. I think so it should very well be a Phobius considering how problematic he is against the Kimi. But they're going to lock in the Arlott as well. And with that, the Zushin, I think so I'm down for it. But at the same time, you give the Mathilda and the Phobius to the other side. Now that creates a lot of problem for your own Zushin as well. Or if they want, they can go for a Hayabusa too, because we've seen how good a Hayabusa is against Zushin.
No, they go for Lance and they go for Phoebus. So your backline should be super scared. This Jukshin will have it super hard. Of course, she can pull one away, but she cannot pull multiple away. And Kimi will be always there shooting and spraying. And you will be praying that it's not hitting you. Because with Lance and Phoebus on top of your head, I don't think you have much time to think about your positioning a lot in those fights. Because you will be trying to run for your life. Yeah, right now, I must say, I like the Arlott, but as you were saying, you are giving Phoebus away, you are giving Matilda away, but it looks like MIF not going for that Matilda, so it's something that you could ban out, because it could still fit their comp. Maybe they don't favor it with Kimi, that could be the reason.
That could be one of the cases, but I think so Mathilda-Kimi combination is also pretty good in terms of the poking. Now, they picked up the Irithiel early on for New Era, so they're going to ban out the Moscow. They'll probably ban out another marksman as well, so that they don't have any problem in that lane. Maybe they can ban away the Granger, maybe they can ban out the Bruno. A Kufra ban coming in. Now, that is an interesting ban. I believe it is purely because of the Lancelot, and I think so that kind of makes sense on some level. But I'm not really a big fan of a Kufra ban out in this situation. There's still a lot of other picks that could have gained the priority. Maybe the Cho, maybe the Kalia. That really can actually set things up for your team. So, but still, I'm going to go in for a Kufra ban. I'm fair enough for it.
I mean, I see the angle that you are coming from with that Kalia ban specifically, but Lance wouldn't be the best target for it since he can go untargetable. You would need to burst him immediately when he is in the air with Kalia. Phoebus isn't really the target and Kimi is pretty far away, so I can see the idea behind Kufra banning now. Since his engage potential is very far, he can jump like 2 flickers away with that engage combo, so I see the angle. Akai, alright, so yeah, we are not really liking that Panda, so this leaves Bedank open, so this Fist Crack is up for the taking.
I'm trying to understand the idea behind Minevra's bans. Because again, Badang could have also been a better choice in this situation, but they're probably leaving a few things open for themselves too, since they are lacking that roamer, and considering the Arlott could have gone into that roam position, they're going to pick up the Mathilda into the Granger. Alright, that's a bit of an interesting pick out there. You just want to annoy the jungler on the other side. Now, who that jungler is going to be? Who's going to be the one who's going to get annoyed by this Hilda? That's a big question.
That's a big question, and right now, looking at what you got, I think Haya would be a great answer. We saw multiple times Hayabusa being a menace to not just society, but to Grangers especially, since Granger cannot really do that much. If you consider, for example, Moscow, who can at least throw him into the wall and buy himself a little bit of time, whereas Granger only has this jump available. Of course, if he's running Flicker, that can help him, but the thing is, are you running Flicker this game? Won't you be running Purify, since there is Arlott, since there is Jukshin, there is Bedang? I don't know, you might be going for that, so that's up to Wicked to decide. Of course, he knows the best. And right now, Nicky thinking about the last pick, and I'm really thinking about it being Hayabusa.
Haya.
That would be a great idea.
It's going to be left as a surprise for us, but it's a Joy. An interesting one out there, though. But to be honest, I'm absolutely down for it. There's not a lot of crowd control apart from the Phobius, so... And yeah, Kimi as well. So it's going to be a bit of a problem, but hopefully he can find his timing, Hamdogs out there. probably comfortable on that one. And interesting to see that Kimi is actually clearing the way faster thanks to the Hilda. So Zushin is the one who's actually on the back foot this time a bit.
You're absolutely right, but the thing is that I like that Hamdax locked in Joy, because if he is confident on that pick, that could be what they need when they are on opponent's match point. The clutch factor of Joy.
That could very well be the case, and I think so. It could work out for them. But it's a bit of a risky move out there. I have to say, hold on.
is trying to dive and dash, and Zoom. Most of his health bar is gone, and that's Hilda roam for you. It's doing damage, and a lot of damage.
I always have hated Hilda into that roam position. Does not even die, deals a lot of damage, tanks up a lot of damage after a couple of items. Say you can't kill him whatsoever, but look at bot side.
Wait a second, there's Hamdax with this dance beats as he tries to go for Sensei, but he flickers out.
Lucky out here, him surviving as well. And on the bottom side, Orange Bobby also surviving by the skin of his teeth against Nabik on that Arlet. Almost took him down, had to use his flicker to try and survive.
Wait a second, Macaron going in, he's not letting that orange buff to... No, not really, that camp to go away. But first blood goes for Hilda as Hamdax needs to make a run for his life. No mana on him as he runs away.
And this is the big thing with the Lancelot now. Normally we would see Lancelot going in for those kills. But this time around... Wicked. Almost catching that one big pick onto Nikki Chiki out here with the Death Sonata, because Lancelot was able to take away that turtle. It all started at that one green cam fight, you know. And this is the
Wait a second, there's an action happening in the bottom side. Electrifying beats procced on Hamdax as he tries to retribute his way out of this situation. Nabik is trying to help him, but there is another action happening in the top side. Hamdax gets pushed away, killed away by Orange Bobby in this 1v2. Can he run away? He's trying to jump around. No, he cannot. Nabik finishes him off. But what I wanted to pinpoint before is that Nabik in this matchup, Arlo against Fivos, we saw it many times, Fivos being the dominant force, but Nabik is the one having the better lane, as we saw before. He forced Flicker out of Orange Bobby.
Oh my god, and
he might overstay his welcome. Could be in trouble, now needs to Flicker out.
And that's the fun fact about this Hilda. Imagine the amount of utils he's forced out on the other side, and he still survived without any problems. Such a solid play coming in from this Hilda. An absolute nuisance to the other side. Because he knows Wicked can survive on this Granger. He's doing so much for his team now. And Baby DJ forced to use out the ultimate as well to try and survive out there from the combination of the Hilda Kimi with that CC. Everything is working perfectly for MIF, regardless of what really happened out there in some of those fights. They still were able to take Hamdax down on the Joy, who's not having the greatest of the
Arlo
greatest
is going
time.
in, 1v2, he doesn't really care, he jumps in, Nabik doesn't mind, he goes for Fivos as he gets forced away. Immobilized now on Baby DJ.
Yeah, bit of a problem out down in the bottom side, which was swiftly dealt with as well. And now we're going to be having a first fight of the turtle.
Second, Hamdax L3-5B, it's going just for that mid lane push. No, he kept it, he didn't use it. Wait a second, now Sensei is in trouble. He tries to flicker out, but he is dead. Nabik finishes him off with his own flicker as he makes a great play to enable his team to take the turtle. Baby DG needs to flicker out, and now the target is Zoom. He's pushing them away. Great fist crack, but doesn't really do that much. Now electrifying beats on Hamdax, but he cannot really connect it since Macaron is jumping around, dashing around, dipping around as he is living through the ult.
Now Lancelot this time around is not really the one who can dish out every single piece of damage, but rather the one who can bait out so many utilities on the other side that the rest of the team can do the job perfectly. And I'm liking this kind of Lancelot play, but look at top.
Wait a second, Macaron is going for it. He gets Nikki Cheeky and he tries to go for, not really, it's just Orange Bobby. But now Hamdax is trying to get some kills back, but these electrifying mates are not really that electrifying since you are not on your items, Hamdax. But Nabik is here to dish out the punishment. But he is the target himself now. He tries to live, he's still alive. No, he gets put down and the rest got chased down by Wicked. Baby DJ needs to run together with Hamdax as Wicked finishes his first kill.
Absolutely. Even though it was his first kill, I don't think so it's gonna matter. It
Wait
might
a second,
get his
Orange
second
Bob is
quickly.
going for Baby DJ as Wicked is making this entrance under the tower. Needs to flicker out though, but Baby DJ is his.
Dax. He's got to run away as well. Kimi. Oh my goodness, look at the amount of damage he's trying to do. And it's all thanks to Pagu opening things up so very well. The tier 1 on
Wait
the
a
top
second,
goes
immobilized
ball.
Hamdex in his own jungle needs to will be pushed away from his purple buff. He will not even be able to take it, and that's a problem. You have Baby DJ in mid lane together with Zoom, but they are not making enough priority for you to even take your own jungle.
It's become so difficult right now. Wicked already has 2 of his items. He's got a hunter strike, and has also got the Sky Piercer as well. And he is stacking up
Wait
on
a
that
second,
Sky
Hamdex
Piercer
with
now.
1v1 on Lancelot. He's trying to jump around, go for him. There is Arlott to help him out. I hope we will be seeing
Bottom?
it. No, we will be seeing this dive. Zoom gets dove. Pagu now chasing Nikki Cheeky. Zoom gets put down, and they are still continuing to chase on top side. Macaron tries to jump away. Hamdak is there. I don't think he has electrifying beats. Yeah, he doesn't have enough damage. Now Nabek is trying to finish him off. He tries to go for Lance, but Lance is still alive. Hamdak should be having his ult up pretty soon. He tries to play it out. Macaron is jumping, dipping, dashing around. I don't think he
Oh
can
my
get it.
God.
Macaron gives him the thumbs up. Nice job.
Still survives through all of that, while his team is winning on every other front. Tier 2 in the bottom taken down, Tier 1 in the mid taken down, jungle access grabbed up, turtle access denied to the other side. A win on every single front. It's 7 minutes into the game, and they're almost leading with 7,000 gold right now in their hand. Almost the third item also now being completed for Wicked with the Malefic Roar. He's gonna get it soon as I say it. He's already got it. Kimi is dealing so much damage out here as well. I don't see any other way for New Era to make a comeback unless MIF make a mistake.
And just look at Wicked. He has 2 kills, of course, 2 assists, but... Oh, wait a second. Hamdax could be finally getting his revenge on Macaron as he finishes him off, and that could be the hope for New Era if they want to stay in this BO3. Hamdax, you need to carry.
But how long can he do that is the big question. He needs to take down the Granger on the other side who's singing the Death Sonata. And there's also Sensei who's literally creating this victory for his team with the constant pokes and the crowd control coming in. Pagu on this Hilda has been a mad lad constantly.
Wait a second, there's a catch on mid lane. Nabik overstepped a little bit, didn't have his flicker. 5 seconds, unfortunately for him, was left on that cooldown.
Again, another pick going in for them. And it's a big problem for Nabik. He also had his final slash though, but he's not being able to set things up for his team. He's always trying to be that first one to make that entry, but it's been a bit rough, I'll have to say. And the discipline from MIF has been impeccable. 7,000 on that goal lead already, down to the inhibitors on the other side on top and the bottom. The only good thing for them is that their passive is still surviving. So maybe if this Lord in the next 16 seconds when it spawns up, they'll be able to deal with it on the back of that passive.
I mean,
Nikki
that's a
Chiki
big
has
problem.
got... Yeah.
That's a problem for the side of New Era. If you look at their draft, there is no one who can take the punishment. Hamdak is trying to jump around, but his orange Bobby and electrifying beats are tickling him under his armpits, but that's all you got.
So quickly, the Lord has also been taken away as well. They tried to force out the retribution of Hamdax towards that purple buff fight too. And I love the macro that's coming in from Minerva. They know every single thing that they need to do. Taking care of that far lane, and it's been given to Macaron. He's the man who's been handling those extra side lanes by his team. Hamdax is also just trying to match his footings, but now both the lanes are technically far lanes from him. Because they've not really got towers on either one of those sides. The only silver lining is Nikki Chiki has got the Berserker's Fury with the Heart's Claw. Maybe they can make something happen.
But I mean, there is still time for Nikki Chiki to scale up. I mean, there might not be time, but he needs that time. He needs to scale up because right now this Retail is nowhere near the same damage output as is Wicked right now. Wait a second, Baby DJ gets pulled in and he gets obliterated almost by Sensei the Creator. Great ultimate from Kimi.
Absolutely. Forced out a couple of things now.
Wait a second, Hamdax could be the target as they get pushed under the tower. Electrifying Beast will save his life for now. Great fist crack coming from Nikki Nikki Chiki together with the rest. Zoom, insane performance, and the Rich Bobby gets pulled back away. Nikki Chiki still hitting those. Wicked gets shut down. Bickett is going, Nabik is going crazy as they try to chase for more. Hamdax should have his ultimate available pretty soon. He might be chasing for more kills.
Fantastic final slash coming in from Nabik to set his team up for success. And then the fish crack catching 3 people out there in the wall, forcing out those flickers early on. Amazing.
Wait a second, Hamdax is very deep, electrifying beast, forcing Sensei into flicker, but now dying. Killing spree, only silver lining, it's for Pagu.
Beautiful play yet again, but this time from MIF. Punishing the play from Hamdex out there up in the open though. Here we go.
Wait a second, Macaron is going for more punishment, trying to go for Baby DJ. Baby DJ needs to ult, tries to save his life, needs to flicker away, and he should be fine. But Navik is the next target, he tries to jump away, but still, it's Arlott. Pretty mobile.
As of now, as long as he's got the targets around him, he is pretty mobile, I agree. But for how long, that's the question. The mid lane is going to be barged on now.
Mid lane could be dying, could be getting destroyed pretty soon. Now Nabik with the final slash missing completely. Oh no, that cannot be happening to you.
Didn't really have flicker to set him up as well for that one. So he was basically a luck final slash maybe. But yes, I agree. Had he landed that, this next Lord would have gone in for the side of New Era. Or at least they would have had the priority. The only one who's got a decent amount of gold on their side is basically the Erythean right now.
Wait a second, Zoom getting caught. Now that ultimate from Kimi not really catching him off guard. He doesn't need to burn his flicker. He really doesn't have it available yet, but he should be looking for an engage with that flicker.
Absolutely. And now this is Lord
Wait a second, he's stealth. He is stealth.
Zoom?
He's going for it. No, he cannot find it.
Yeah, he's been spotted out as well. And Lord already brought down to half HP. He's going to be sent back in. A bit of an edging going around here as the Lord dance keeps on going in.
Can he final slash his way to victory?
It's going to be difficult. He's got no vision on everyone else. That's the problem.
Oh, Kimi pushing them. Ult burnt. Navi, can he play it? Zoom jumping around. Lance making prio in mid lane. Baby DJ needs to protect it now. Hamdex almost level, no, not really 15, but level 14. Can he play it? 5,000 in deficit. Can you do it? Fistcrack going for the top side play. Now Pagu needs to flicker out. Orange Bobby is trying to play it. Now Hamdex in backline gets immediately bursted, and the rest need to defend their lives if they want to defend their base. Baby DJ Vivian started. He tries to ult and run away. Can he do that? Zoom is trying to buy him some time. I don't think he can anymore because he is dead now. Nabek is trying to jump around. Final slash not available anymore. Flicker burn now is dead too. And Nikki Chiki is trying to defend the base with Baby DJ, but I don't know if they can. Even without the Lord, MIF will be knocking on those doors.
Yeah, I think so. It's done as well.
Nikki Chiki is trying to run away, force the wave away, trying to jump around, going for Wicked. Can he play? He's there jumping on the knife edge. No, he cannot. Baby DJ is only one man standing. Hamdex will be spawning right now. Can he do the electrifying beats? Force the wave away from the base. Oh. No, he cannot. He is dead. The base is getting lower and lower. Zoom is trying to play Fist Crack. Now there is Nabi. Can he fix it? No, he cannot.
Absolutely fantastic attempt coming in from the side of New Era, but Minevra are too difficult of a foe to deal with right now. Absolutely solid performance, a 2-0 victory. Uranus Jungle in the first one, and a Lancelot. Warren, Lancelot has been struggling throughout the quarterfinals. Since the first game we saw, Lancelot has not yet registered a win. But this time around, they made it work, and they made it look so very good. Wicked in that gold lane was absolutely impeccable as well. Winning against the Erythean, I mean, that's a very big thing to have, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. Winning against this comp that was put against you. I think maybe Hamdex has shoot a little bit too much to himself. Because when you pick this Joy, you really want your gameplay to be looking like King Kong. That's what you are looking for. That's why you're looking her in. But if you don't deliver, it's just a hero that's not really doing anything really. Because other than that, she doesn't really have that much. At least with Hayabusa, even all right, you should be doing damage, but even if you are not doing the best, you are still probably stealing a lot of time away from them. You are still jumping around, being annoying to catch. And even though Joy should probably be very similar to that, she doesn't have that invulnerability as Hayabusa does, so she cannot buy more time. And if she gets caught just once, or if she gets pierced by that Death Sonatas from Wicked, she's done for. It was so rough watching Hamdex trying to play when they were with their backs against the wall. But unfortunately for him and the rest of the team, it wasn't working out for them. And even though they were trying their best, Zoom, for example, crazy fist cracks happening through the whole game, crazy flicker combos. The cake will be brought home today by MIF. Minerva Fury, great performance, and 2-0. First and only 2-0 of today, I must remind you.
Exactly. I was about to mention as well, throughout the Swiss states, till now in the quarterfinals, every other team have lost at least one game. But Minerva Fury is the only team that always won every single game through the Swiss stage and have now won 2-0 against New Era as well in their quarterfinals game. And they'll be moving up into the semifinals itself. So yes, that's a pretty solid job being done right now by their side. But ladies and gentlemen, the updated brackets are now in front of us. It's going to be a best of 5 semi-finals between Rain and MNTO and ET versus Minerva Fury. All of that action will be tomorrow, and I'm so down for it, because then on July 16th, we're going to be having the third place match as well as the grand finals of this entire event, the MLBB European MidSeason Cup. It's been on top-notch speed right now, and to be honest, I can't really wait for those semi-final matchup as well, right, Warren? Because it's Rain and MNTO. We saw both of these teams play today, but I personally feel that Rain were a bit more convincing for me.
I mean, what I have to give to Memento Mori, as I was watching their game right before I came to cast, their tenacity and the way how they are able to come back, sweeping into those series, I think in those BO5s, this is going to be super important. And I am not trying to undermine Rain. They are super strong team themselves. You have Kingsta, you have Mio, you have Josh, you have Bloom, you have Yuichi. Stacked lineup there is. But I mean, Memento Mori today showed a lot of tenacity, so I cannot really decide who should be the victor, and I think it's going to into 5 maps. That's my guess. It's going to go into 5 maps tomorrow, but tomorrow will show us. Let's hop for a second, for a little time, back to our clash between Minerva Fury and New Era. Unfortunately for New Era wasn't really established, since Minerva Fury are still the stronger team right now. Damage dealt pretty comparable, I must say. 19-6, but only 60k down on damage. I mean, that's something that you have to give to New Era.
They were doing a lot of damage as well. They had Baby DJ on the Zushin as well with the pokes too. But the only thing is, he went in for the Sky Piercer as a second item, but they did not really get any kills. This is the double-edged sword that always comes with this item. If you get those kills, cool, now you're going to snowball out of control. But you miss that chance. That means it's going to become even more difficult for your team. And again, Hamdax going in with the Genius Wand as the first item against Radiant Armors on the other side. That too picked up as the very first item. Yeah, it does not really work that well, and you basically lack a lot of damage. And then he prioritized the Holy Crystal. Now here's the thing. Whenever your team is losing, you naturally would want to buy some of the cheaper items so that you can get a bit of an early power spike. You try and brute force your way through some of these heavy items now. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive. Yes, you'll have the penetration, but by the time you have that, the other team will be knocking onto your inhibitors, and they'll have a goal lead that you can't really catch up later. So that was a bit of a problem that they faced, and honestly, Nabik on the Arlet was struggling so much this time around, and it's only because of this Mathilda and Phobius.
Oh, absolutely, Mathilde. I mean, Phoebus was making it so hard with Hilda together, super chunky front line. Nabik was trying to fish for those final slashes, and I would slightly disagree with you. I think his performance was very nice. I think he had one of the strongest, or maybe the strongest performance from his team. But of course, it was made very hard for him. Wicked was very far ahead. Macaron jumping around. Sensei always waiting with that gravity pull to pull him in, not letting him play with those final slashes. And of course, every time he was without flicker, it was so much more hard.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was trying to make those nice plays as well. I liked what he was trying to do. It's just the fact that it was very difficult for him to pull off what he wanted to pull off, just because a bit of a range gap as well, and then just a sheer amount of damage that was being dealt to him, it became a problem. And to be honest, he was the only one who actually shut down Kimi in the early game as well. So I absolutely loved what New Era were trying to bring in on the table, but Minerva Fury just a bit too better out there. But Warren, today's day has been an absolute roller coaster, from 2-1 series to a reverse sweep to now ending on a 2-0. We had every single thing. And the last few words before we sign off.
Well, I hope you enjoyed today's cast from me and from Scarred. I hope you liked it. I hope you loved it even. And I hope you were here happy with us watching those glorious moments of the teams clashing it out. And I have to invite you for tomorrow because that's going to be a banger. It's going to be absolutely wild. And I'm so hyped for it. And you definitely have to be there for it. Scarred, will you be there?
I would absolutely be here. And thank you so much again, Warren, for being here on this disc. I absolutely enjoyed our duo together. And again, a shout out to Zakota, and also, the guy out here who hopped in at the stream as well, Zabel. It was super fun to cast with all of you. And again, I'm so very happy for this opportunity too. But it's not over yet. We've got tomorrow semi-finals. We've got the grand finals as well, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you join in on the channel tomorrow too. Hit that like button, click on the subscribe button. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. And don't miss out on the semi-finals. For tonight, that's it from me, Scared Yet, and Warren out here. Have a good night.